93, 93, 93. And do without wilt should be the whole of the law. We'll get started in just a second. See what's going on here. Want to make sure everything is good. It's about to be 6 a.m. West Coast, so about 9 a.m. East Coast. Let's see. I just want to put on some background music. Let's see what we got in here. Let's see what we got in here. So I don't want to play nothing mainstream. So we gotta go to the. Let's see if we can go to the mixtapes. So yeah, we'll get started in about the 5 minute mark. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. Let me see what. Let me just crack open the laptop. Hold on. Let me crack open the laptop. What's up, wide world? What's good with you? What's good with you? I'm not gonna say hopefully everybody is good out there, cause we already know what's going on. I'm not about to come here and bullshit y'all. I'm not about to come here and paint a fairy tale for you. We already know what the deal is, right? Or hopefully we know what the deal is. What's up, True Healing Energy? Peace, peace. That 10 hour live was crazy. That's funny. That's funny. But you see that you see I gotta break my fucking neck just to get views. I hope y'all realize that. I hope y'all realize that when I be doing these little 1 hour streams and all that, this shit don't do nothing. I got to break fucking records just to get a decent amount of views. Right? What's up, plugs and kisses? So I hope y'all know that. I got to break my fucking neck just to get regular views, right? That's how YouTube is doing me. But we got the energy, right? 93 is powerful, so that's why we can do it, right? So I'm not complaining about it. I'm just letting y'all know. That's the only way I'm gonna get any decent type of traction. I gotta break my fucking neck. I gotta outdo everybody else, right? It's the only way I get traction. So, but it's hard to do that shit every day because again, YouTube doesn't pay me, right? So everybody still got bills, so I still gotta do other shit, right? So if I can do that shit every day, I would, but that's not the position, right? But that's 93 for you. Let me just play I can play my own goddamn music. I'm looking for other people's music to play like I don't have my own music. I'm just playing my own stuff here. Like I said, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. So about another minute and a half, we'll get started. We're just letting everybody come in. So the sun should already be up on the East Coast. So their day is already started. We just getting our day started over here, West Coast. Reporting live from the desert, the radioactive desert, right? That's, that's why you don't see nothing like this coming from the other deserts. You don't see nothing like this coming from Utah. You don't see nothing like this coming from New Mexico. You don't see nothing like this coming from Arizona. Why? Because that Las Vegas Valley is radioactive. I don't care what the government tells you. It's a special type of energy here, right? That's why I make it known, right? I make this known because who else is going to tell you that? Everybody else is a part of the program, right? So we can't trust nothing, honestly, but each other. We can't trust nobody but each other. So that's the main reason why I wanted to, bring forth 93, because who else can you really trust? So when I tell you something, you know, Even if it hurts, even if it does, it's not friendly, I'm still gonna tell you the truth. Even if, and again, I lose subscribers every time I go live. So I'm losing money, I'm losing subscribers, but I'm keeping it real. So I make the sacrifice every time you see my face. This is not necessarily benefiting me whatsoever, right? This is not getting me closer to a paycheck. This is not getting me a bunch of subscribers and followers. So every time I come on here, it's at my expense, right? But you see, I make the sacrifice. Don't complain about it, right? So we're gonna still keep it pushing. So let me play my own stuff. Let me play my own track. I just want to have something in the background. Just play this. All right, cool. I want to make sure it's not too loud. Give me a second. But we're gonna blow up in a minute though. That's the whole purpose, right? So hopefully y'all stick around. Cause yeah, if I gotta bust out 10-hour live streams just to get some traction, it is what it is. But I'm not gonna be able to do that shit every day. All right, so we good. So the title of this is Ask Me Anything. Current events, energy crisis, and something else. I named it something else after energy crisis. Oh, digital wasteland. Now, the reason I said digital wasteland is because obviously it shouldn't be news to anybody now. You know, the founder of Cash App, was stabbed to death in San Francisco a couple days back. And of course, they just released a Fed Now app where they will be releasing it in July. So they can be able to track every single transaction that you make. Essentially, they are introducing us to the digital dollar. But if you've been paying attention to what I've been saying, this should not be news to you, because I'm always talking about, Cash App, not Cash App, digital currency. I talk about technomancy. I've been preparing y'all for years at this point, right? Even if it's unpopular, even if nobody else, because they want to talk about other popular shit. You see, I'm like, nah, I'd rather tell y'all what y'all need to hear so that y'all don't not remain, but get fucked over like everybody else who don't want to listen, right? So that's why I make the sacrifice I make. I'd rather tell you the truth so that you can prepare for the future than just talking about what the fuck is going on in the mainstream right now, which really ain't gonna mean shit in the next week and the next 2 weeks, right? So that's why I don't really talk about the stuff that everybody else talks about because this shit is only relevant for the now. All the videos you see from me, this shit, it goes beyond the now, right? I'm telling you things that will benefit you for years to come. So if I've been talking about technomancy for years, closer and closer to that, right? Whether it be AI art, again, now we see Fed, now everything is moving to the digital realm, digital real estate, the metaverse, all these things are connected. But you see, this ain't really, people talk about it when it's hot, but when it's not, people don't talk about it. Because again, it's not going to put money in their pockets. However, again, 93 goes deeper than that. 93 is, if I don't prepare you ahead of time, then the karma is on me. The karma is not on you, the karma is on me. So I do what I do because I ain't trying to pay that damn karma. That's what it is. That's why I do what I do. Because if I don't tell you and I know better, then I got to pay the price. Not the people that don't know. If you're ignorant, you just remain ignorant. But if you remain ignorant on my watch, then that's on me. All right? So that's why I do what I do. Are we manifested this for them? Who are them? And what do you mean by manifesting? Are we manifesting this? What do you mean this? What is this? I'm not sure what you mean by that. So that's why I told y'all about COVID before COVID was even a thing, right? For the people that have been around long enough. I told you about COVID before it was a thing. You can go back and check the history, right? I was telling you about the helmet of Pluto. We all must wear the helmet of Pluto. Then everybody had to wear masks. So no deceit, 93, right? So I told y'all about that before anybody even realized what the fuck was going on. How did I do that? Because I was connected to the spirit. I am connected to the spirit. I just listen. I'm a listener. That's all. That's why I don't do too much talking. I only talk when I come on here. If I'm not on here conveying the message, I'm not talking. Everything we talk about happens pretty fast because we are connected directly with the spirit. This is not coming from human beings. I'm not calling people saying what's going on. This is not nothing human. This is being directly downloaded from spirit because this is my life. Right? See, everybody else, this is not their life. You know what I mean? That's why I say I don't care about the paycheck. This is what I live. So it is necessary for me to be in the spirit. That's the only way for me to receive the downloads. Yeah, so that's why everything we've been talking about is futuristic. That's why if you've been tuned in to me, you should already know what's going on. I don't even have to make videos at this point, right? Because I done already been putting y'all up on game for years, talking about things that people are just now beginning to talk about. And they still are not talking about it because, again, it's not popular, right? But the reason I do that is because, again, if I don't do that, then I'm going to pay the ultimate price, meaning I probably wouldn't even be here anymore. If I want to be absolutely honest, I probably would not even be on this earth if I wasn't doing this. If I was just holding in all this wisdom, if I was holding in on this knowledge, just trying to benefit myself and trying to enrich myself, like all these other motherfuckers, right? But I'm not going to do that, right? Because the karma that come with that is too heavy. I'm not trying to come back and have to repeat this shit again. Just like you're not trying to come back and repeat this shit again. So this is how we cleanse our karma, right? So that's why I do what I do at the ultimate price, right? So just in case you didn't know, that's why I say whatever the fuck I need to say. You see, I'm cussing because I don't care about the fucking YouTube check. I can say whatever the fuck I want, however I want, and it doesn't matter. As long as YouTube don't pay you, they not putting no ass. They just let you say whatever you want to say, right? So that's why I just come on here and say whatever. It's not popular. It's not mainstream. I be hurting people's feelings, losing subscribers. But what am I supposed to do? Just it's for the people that actually will benefit. Everybody else is again, they're going to get caught up in the sauce, and it is what it is. Meaning, I can only convey the warning. I can only give you the warning. It's not my responsibility for people to take action on it. As long as you've been warned, I'm cool. What you do with the information is completely up to you, right? And again, that's why I had to completely change my diet. Have you heard of Isis Wisdom? Yeah, I know who that is. I was listening to one of her videos, and she was saying what you said word for word, because they know who I am. How could they not know who I am? I'm the only one speaking like this. So, again, all your favorite teachers know who I am. I've been around Logan to them. There's no way for them not to know who I am. I was doing what they were doing before they were doing it. So back when there was nobody to really convey this, I was conveying it before they was. So they know who I am. You said it first. That don't really matter. You know what I mean? Because as you see, bigger channels take from smaller channels, but I'm not here to complain about that. That's just the way the game go. We in America. People want to be capitalists. The reason I don't care about that is I don't care if people take bits and pieces of what I say because you can't live this out for real. So I don't care. You take little bits and pieces. I don't care about that. You're not 93, and you're not going to fully be able to live this life. So I don't care about people taking little bits and pieces because you can't live this out for real. You can't live. You're not in the underworld for real. So that's why I can care less about anybody who take it. That's all they can do. They can say little bits and pieces, but again, they're not going to tell you where it came from, and they're not living the lifestyle I live to get the downloads I get. That's why they have to take from me because they're not living this out. They wouldn't have to take from me, meaning I don't listen to nobody. I know who everybody is, but I don't listen to nobody. There's not one name that you can name. Like I know exactly who everybody is. I know because again I was around. So as these people began to come on the scene, I was already here. So I watch everybody come on the scene. I've seen them come up. I've seen people go down. I've seen everything. I've been on YouTube literally the whole time. I've been on YouTube since 2007. Your favorite creator was not on YouTube in 2007. I was. So I didn't seen how the whole landscape has changed. I didn't seen it with my own eyes. So that's why I don't need to rely on anybody else. I've seen this evolve with my own eyes. I was on YouTube before the conscious community was on YouTube. I was, right? So before there was a conscious community, I was already on YouTube. So of course, when the conscious community became a thing, I was already there, and I was looking at it like everybody else is looking at it. But then I realized I was different. I'm like, okay, well, I can't do what they do because this just seems like a money grab. That's why so many scammers and came out of conscious community and all that. You don't hear about me scamming, but I never was a part of the conscious community. So that's why you don't see dirt on my name. You don't see people making videos about me. You don't see people exposing me. Why? Because I do good business. Everybody who has ever gave me a dime, you got what you paid for. And this has been the same way for 10 years. For 10 years, any cent, any dollar, anything I've ever been given, people have gotten what they paid for. Because if they didn't, it would be a whole bunch of videos telling that I didn't. Like, oh, he robbed me for my money. You're not going to see that because I didn't. You ever paid me for something, you got what you paid for each and every time. Now it may have been, let's just say, a day or two late. Like if like I'm backed up or whatever, I may say you get it in 3 days, you may get it in four. So I'll say that I'm not perfect. But whatever you have ever paid me for, you have got what you paid for each and every time for the last decade. So that's why you don't see that type of people don't give me that type of energy because I do right by the people. Right, I do right by the people. Why? Like, it's like it doesn't make any sense to me why you would ever scam people out of money. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? Like people are not going to find out what you're doing. If the people don't find out, the government is going to find out. And when the government finds out, now it's just a whole bigger problem. I'm like, it's cool. It's not that big of a deal, right? Whatever little money that I can get from this, like it's not worth it. But it's not. That's not because I'm spiritual. Like spirituality didn't create my identity. Spirituality created their identity. They didn't have an identity before spirituality. They didn't have an identity before the conscious community. I did. Right. I was already meaning I already had knowledge of self before I even got on YouTube. Right. Like YouTube didn't create me. I was already who I was. I was already in these streets. I already knew that I was God because I learned from the streets. Right. I was a 5%er. I keep telling y'all this, right? I learned from the streets. So I had to show and prove myself in front of men. It wasn't fuck a camera. Fuck a computer screen. I had to prove myself and show and prove my worth in front of real men. Right? So that's why my energy is different, right? That's why I got a little my aggression is a little different, than somebody who just blew up online. Right? So that's just it. That's just a reality though, right? You can't make people like me like you can't make people like you. We don't just pop out of nowhere. Like who were these people before? That's why these people have no morals and no ethics. They have no morals, no ethics because how are they going to have morals and ethics? How are they going to be principled if they didn't have to deal with their consequences? And I'm not talking about just a bunch of people making videos and a bunch of people typing about it. If I did something wrong, somebody will come to me in my face and tell me, you did something wrong. What's up, Mary 93? I had to deal with real consequences, meaning I was actually in the streets for real. As we know, right? I don't have to keep telling these same stories over and over again, right? Because I'm not telling people that you don't have to do what I did. I conveyed the wisdom so that you don't have to go through what I go through. So that's why I don't really care to tell these stories. 'Cause I'm like, no, don't do what I do. Don't go through what I had to go through. Just listen to the words. Then you can receive the wisdom the same way I did, just without the pain and the struggle, right? Without having being homeless and all that and being kicked out and figuring out how to survive. You ain't got to go through all that. Just all you gotta do is listen, and you can avoid all of these traps, right? So I had to go through the traps to realize that there was traps. And again, all this is before YouTube. So I had to go through all of this. Like I said, I was spiritual when it was not cool. We're talking about 2007. We're talking about 2008. Before 2012, before this was mainstream, I was already on this. I learned about meditation in 2008. I was meditating in 2008. So that it wasn't mainstream. It wasn't on YouTube. You didn't have a bunch of spiritual teachers on YouTube in 2008. YouTube had only been around for like 3 years at that point. So it wasn't, there was the only people that were on YouTube. That's why I feel lucky. I honestly feel lucky because the people that actually were on YouTube were real. They were really who they say they were because again, you wasn't making no money off YouTube. So if you were even on YouTube, it was because you were actually a practitioner of the science, whatever science that you were practicing, and you were just conveying that science to the world, not because you was going to get anything from it. You may get a couple clients, you may get a couple, people that's interested, but it wasn't because you was going to get a YouTube check, and now people are trying to change their life off of YouTube checks. That wasn't the case. Soon as that became the case, meaning when Google bought YouTube, I was on YouTube before Google bought YouTube. So when Google bought YouTube and now people are getting paychecks, now that's when YouTube became a fucking cesspool of just people who were just making content and clickbait because it's getting them money. People are literally creating lies. See, I could never resonate with that. There are people who are creating lies. What's up, Nefertiti 12? Salute to you. There are people who are creating videos just to get people to click on it, and it is a complete lie. But because the people click on it, it equals to a check. See, that was not the case when I was on YouTube. People were not creating clickbait. That just was not the case. So that's why I don't reflect that energy because I'm like, I predate this. I didn't come into the game and none of this shit was happening when I came into the game. Again, that's why it wasn't happening because there was no benefit. All these people here now, they would not be here if they was not getting a YouTube check. That's just a reality. They would not be here. They would be doing whatever the fuck else they were doing before YouTube, whatever the fuck that was. Who cares about that? Because again, if they have no morals, ethics, and principles, who gives a fuck anyway? Right? I don't listen to nobody's knowledge. I don't listen to nobody. I don't listen to a soul. I don't get on YouTube and listen to anybody. I don't know what nobody is saying, but I know who they are. I don't listen to their content. I know who everybody is, but I don't listen. I can't listen. It's too much bullshit. I try to listen, but I'm like, God damn. I'm trying to learn, but it's too much extra shit. I can't even watch. It's too much extra shit in between the learning. I'm like, I can't even learn from it. But then it's like, when you done been in the game this long, it's like, they still got baby knowledge. They're not dropping no high science. Like, let's just be real. They're not dropping no high science because you got to read some literature for that. You don't just oh, the spirit just conveyed this high science to me. That's not how it works. You don't get high science downloads. It just don't work like that. So it's like it's still baby knowledge. How do I know that? Because they're still listening to what everybody else is saying. If you are a so-called teacher and you're still listening to what other people are saying, what's up, X24? Salam alaikum, right? Salute to you. Salute to you, right? Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. So that's what it is. Again, we don't have to go into these rants. I'm just giving y'all the history because only I can. Nobody else can give you this history because they wasn't around, right? So that's why I give y'all the history, just to let y'all know where I come from, and that's why I'm not like anybody else. I don't have to listen to whatever they're saying because whatever they're on, I was on before they was on it. I was doing what they were doing before they were doing it. Before they even saw an opportunity, I was already on it. They were not meditating and they were not into Eastern philosophy and Eastern occultism in 2008. They were not, unless they're an elder. But they wasn't deep into it like I was either. So it's still a difference, right? It was still surface level. Meaning you don't have a bunch of Bobby Hemmets around here. That's the only teacher I honestly respect. I only respect Bobby Hemmett, right? Cause that's honestly the only teacher I can say that every lecture that I listened to from him, I learned something, and it didn't even have anything to do with what he was at, what the title of the lecture was, because he would convey to you all these extra things, right? All this extra information. Other than that, everybody else, I was like, I don't resonate. I never resonated with anybody else, right? So it was never my thing to go on YouTube trying to watch what the fuck anybody got to say. Like they don't have nothing to say anyway. That's why I say spiritual downloads are dead. Ain't nobody receiving no downloads because the spirits that they fucking with is weak. They fucking with weak spirits. It's like I'm not impressed, and I'm not supposed to be impressed. It's not impressive. What people are talking about and what people are doing is not impressive. You would think we would be a lot further along if people were who they say they were. I can't even talk to spiritual people because they can't fuck with me. I can't even have a conversation with other spiritual people because I'm like, yo, they're not even on it. What do I mean? They're not even Kabbalistically minded, but they're spiritual though. They hear the spirit. Because again, I didn't been around these people, face to face. So this ain't no internet shit. I done been amongst so-called spiritual people, and I have to teach them. They're not teaching me. I have to teach them because I predate them. I'm like, yo, I was with this way before you was. But I'm not a spiritualist. I'm an occultist. They're spiritualists. So that's why I'm like, we're not even in the same league. They are not occultists. They are spiritualists. That's why they talk to spirits, right? When you are an occultist, that means you have to be Kabbalistically minded. You have to know all this shit by heart. They don't know this shit by heart. They don't. So what that they do a little tarot reading? They don't know the true codes of the tarot. They don't know the true keys of the tarot. Because how could they? How could they? You really have to live this out. And the only reason I know because I dealt with the consequences. All right, I know the consequences that come with it, and most people are not willing to pay those consequences. That's why I say, are they willing to give up their YouTube checks? No, they're not. They're not willing to make certain sacrifices, and I'm not saying that they should. I'm not telling them that they should. What's up, Mon 293? I'm not telling them that they should. All I'm saying is fuck them because that's at your expense. Whoever you're watching and they're just going to tell you what they think that you should hear, that's at your expense. It's not at theirs. They're going to get paid. Their bills are already paid. But you're trying to grow. You're trying to succeed. So they're doing it at your expense. You end up losing. You end up not benefiting because of their addiction to money. There's some people I be getting on here fucking smoking weed and shit, smoking blunts. I'm like, wait, wait a minute. How do we expect people to take us seriously and you can't even convey a message without having a blunt in your mouth? I don't understand that shit, right? But there's all these teachers on here. I'm like, I don't. Again, this is way beyond me, right? That's why like I can't get involved. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers have no basis of anything. It's like there's no consistency in their message. The message is not consistent because they're not consistent. They haven't been doing it long enough. All right. So that's my opinion about everybody else. They're just not. They will never be on this level because that was not their intention to be on this level, right? Their intention was to be spiritualists, and let them be spiritualists. Let them keep conveying and talking to the spirits, and let them keep beefing with each other. That's another thing that I don't like about this shit. They keep beefing. Why are so many spiritual people beefing with each other? Why are they beefing? If they all have the same knowledge, if they're all worshiping the same gods and goddesses, why are they beefing? Why do we see so much beef and chaos in these communities? If everybody's intention is just to elevate and wake up the so-called community, wake up the so-called people. So why do we see so much beef between these people? Why do we see so much contradiction between the information of these people? How are all these people saying different shit if they're connected to the same source? Why is there no consistency? Right, more clicks. There you go. Yeah, respect to Bobby Hemmett. That's the only person I respect. And I don't even watch his content anymore. Right? I noticed the beef back in 2012 is very misdirecting. That's what I'm saying. Right? So Cali 93. I still don't feel connected to the digital world. Feeling left behind as I can't transition into the digital space. It's not easy because they don't make it easy. They don't make it easy, Cali. Like so, the only reason that it seems easy to me is because I've been doing this since I was a teenager, right? But if you are an adult coming into this again, it's like this stuff is evolving on a daily basis, right? This stuff is moving at a rapid pace, so I can understand why you feel like, yo, where do I even start? It's all type of stuff coming out every day. It's all type of stuff coming out every week. You just have to start at the sector that you're actually trying to enter into. That's all. For example, I guess I started with. I can't really say I started with YouTube, meaning I started with Adobe, meaning I started with Photoshop and Illustrator and Premiere Pro. I started with Adobe products. So before I cared about YouTube, I cared about Adobe. Why? Because I'm an artist, right? So I like doing digital art. So my beginnings is digital art. It just so happened that I became a content creator and I could utilize those skills online with YouTube. It just so happened to happen that way, but that was never my plan. I'm like, okay, let me learn this Adobe suite so that I can learn how to be a content creator. That was not my intention. That's just how it happened for me. So basically, I already had the skill set before I even realized that this is a skill set you need to be a content creator. So I was already, again, I'm like, okay, thumbnails, I already know how to use Photoshop to make the thumbnails. Okay, you got to edit videos? Well, I already know how to use Premiere Pro. So that's just how it happened with me. So I was already using the Adobe stuff, and it just so happened to convey to content. So I became a content creator indirectly. That was never my intention. I became a content creator indirectly. So that's why with me, when it comes to the technomancy or even you, I'm like, you just have to learn the software, learn the editing software, and then learn a software like Photoshop, because they got all type of softwares out here where you can edit video and you can edit audio. Audio is Adobe Audition, right? So the free version of that is Audacity. Audacity is a free download. They also have, again, they have alternatives to Photoshop, and then they have alternative to video editing. Because so that's your basis. If you want to be a technomancer, if you want to enter into the digital world, you just have to know how to create content. Then everything else will come later. So you just have to find a software that you're comfortable with, because different people like different types of software. So find a software that you're comfortable with, whether it's free, whether it's paid for. If you're a pirate, then pirate the shit, right? Inkspace, yeah, Inkspace is good too, right? That's an alternative to Photoshop. So find a software that you're comfortable with and learn how to create content. Learn how to edit your own videos. Learn how to edit your own photos. Learn how to edit your own audio, right? Because that you're going to use that regardless, right? So once you have your foundation in place, then you decide where you want to put your content on the internet, what social media platform that you want to enter into. Because once you have your skill set, then you can go into any, now you can get on TikTok, now you can get on Twitter, now you can get on Facebook, now you can get on Instagram, right? Now you can get on YouTube, now and all the other ones, right? So you just have to know how to create content. So once you can create content, you good, right? So just find the software. So again, some people prefer to work on their phone, right? So some people like apps. So everybody doesn't like using computers and laptops. Some people is doing all this off of their phone. Some people are creating all their content straight off their phone, right? So you have to decide: do I want to download apps, or do I want to work off of the laptop or the computer, right? So I say just take your time to to find what makes the most sense to you, what you're most comfortable with. And once you come to a conclusion as to what apps you prefer and or what software you prefer, then you can put your content wherever you want to put your content, right? Because all people do on TikTok is just editing, meaning you got 1 minute or 60 seconds to convey your point, whatever your point is, right? So if you got a message, you got to convey that message in 1 minute. If you're a person that like to, I guess if you're into fashion, you want to show off your styles. We see what people are doing on TikTok. You can do whatever you want. Meaning it becomes an extension of what you already do. That's all I do. Meaning I'm already into the occult. So I just came on social media and I just convey what I'm already into. Right? None of this started with social media. I was already into this, as I'm telling y'all, right? So whatever you're already into, what you already have love for, that's really what I'm talking about. You have to have love for what you do. That's the only reason why I'm still here after 10 years. Again, you see, I'm not here because I got a big ass, reward for what I do. I'm satisfied that we was able to, create a community and we can connect with each other. But if I didn't have love for what I do, then I wouldn't be here. So you have to figure out what is it that you love to do if you don't already know. And then you just convey it to social media. So do what you love, whatever that is. Do what you love and find a way to create content around you doing what you love, whatever that may be. And then you good, then people will appreciate what you do because you actually love what you do. It's not a money grab. It's not about clout. Fuck what everybody else is doing. You're not doing it for views and clicks. You're doing it because you actually love what you do, whatever that may be. So whatever you love to do, you just put it in content form. You put it in video form. You put it in audio form. Some people podcast. So if you ain't even trying to do all that content creation, then people are creating podcasts. If you just want to sit and talk and convey your messages through podcasting, you can do that too. Right? That's why they got Apple Podcasting and Spotify podcasting and all that. So if you're not even a person that's like comfortable on camera, you don't even have to get on camera. There's a lot of content creators who don't ever get on camera, right? So you see, most content creators don't get on camera. Little do people realize, majority of the content creators on YouTube have never shown their face. Again, look at all these meditation channels on YouTube. Look at all these hurt channels. We don't know who these people are. And these people have crazy amounts of followers and all that. Then you got people with multiple channels. So you don't even have to show your face if you don't want to. It can be strictly audio, and then you don't have to use your voice. Again, you can just create meditation music. If you are a musician or an artist, some artists just create art. They don't show their face. That's what Instagram is for. People just put their art up. They don't show their face. They just show forth their art. Right? So do what you love. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. No matter if it's safe for kids or it's not safe for kids, or safe for work or not safe for work, right? Does not matter. There is a platform for whatever you decide to do. as long as you love it, because that's what's going to keep you in it when things don't seem to be moving as fast as you think they should be moving or you want them to move. What's going to keep you in the game so that you can, start to get traction is you keep showing up because you love what you do. Remember, you have to remember the 80-20 rule, right? This is another piece of game. What's up, Harmony 9? Peace, God. You must remember the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule is 80%, 80% of your content is not going to matter. Only 20% of it will matter. So that means, let's just say you create 100 videos, right? What's up, Tangela? 93. If you create 100 videos, only 20 of them will actually matter. Only 20 of them will actually, you could say, do some views. You may create 100 videos. Some of the videos got one view. Some of the videos got 10 views. But 20 of those videos, let's just say, may do over 100 views. Then you take those 20 videos because you're like, okay, this is what's working here. Then you start to refine that, okay, this is obviously what people are liking. So I got to refine that 20 and then make another 100 from that 20. And then you just start refining till you get to where it is like, okay, I see what people want. I see what people are interested in. That's the direction I got to go in. So it's going to take some time for you to even figure that out. So for example, a lot of people don't even know, what they should do or what they could do. That's why you got to experiment. You must experiment. Experiment with different topics, experiment with different ways of, conveying your message. So don't expect those first 100 videos to really do anything. That's just data. It's called analysis, right? Or not analysis, analytics. You have to look at the analytics. You have to look at those numbers. Okay, which videos are actually doing numbers? But that first 100 pieces of content are just really throwaways. You're just trying to figure out what your lane is, or as they call your niche. You're just trying to figure out what your niche is. All right, so give yourself about 100 videos for you to even figure out what you're actually even doing here. And then the more and more content you make, you're going to become more and more refined because now you know what's going to get the traction that you're looking for, right? So that's how it is. So I'm just giving y'all the game because that's what I'm here to do, right? I want to see everybody win. You know what I mean? We don't, even if you do the same thing I do, if you do something completely different, you know what I mean? It's no hate in my heart, right? And yeah, coming from somebody who been doing it, right? You see, it took me fucking several hundred videos for me to figure out what the fuck I'm here doing, right? That's why I got 1,000 videos and not 500 videos. Cause I'm like, okay, look, I need to really see what's really going on here. Do I want to create content for the moment, or do I want to create content that people can still benefit from years later? So that it takes time to figure out, well, what are people going to benefit from years later? So that's why I try to do my videos. It's not really based in the moment. It's like you can watch this video a year from now and you can still benefit from it if you take heed to it. So you see, this ain't based on this is just what's happening today. Based on the date. Like, okay, it's Friday, April 7th. April 8th, this is not gonna matter. See, some people create content like that. That's why I call them commentators. They just speak on current events. The next day, it's not gonna matter. I don't do content like that. You can watch any of my videos. You will benefit from it. It don't matter when you watch it. When it came out 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you can still benefit from it. They call that evergreen content. It's called evergreen content. See, I know the technical words for all this stuff, right? I done been doing it. So you have to realize, are you a commentator? Are you just speaking for the moment, or are you creating evergreen content? I'm not saying which one is better or worse. It all depends on what you're comfortable doing. Some people are comfortable just, speaking about what's going on in the moment. They get the views for that, then they move on, right? See, I wasn't really a gossiping type of content creator, so that's why again I don't really put people's names in my titles. Only like the bigger names. Like you're not gonna see me putting the names of rappers and entertainers. Yeah, I may mention Elon Musk. I may mention a Bill Gates. I may mention a Vladimir Putin. I may mention a Donald Trump. But I'm not about to mention anybody like a rapper has been shot and killed. Now, why I gotta talk about it? Nah, I don't have to talk about it. It's like it's anyway. Mid Journey plus Chat GPT will be easier for beginners, but to master it, you still need to learn Adobe and old school tools, not AI generated art. I agree with that because if I didn't already know how to create art, then I wouldn't be able to truly benefit from AI art. So I actually agree with that. It's because I'm already an artist that I can actually benefit from AI art because you have to still understand code. So I agree. That's why I said earlier you must already have a foundation of content creating, whatever that is. Meaning you got to find apps or software and get comfortable with creating content. Get comfortable creating thumbnails. Right, get comfortable with that. Then you can move on to the more advanced stuff like Mid Journey, like Stable Diffusion, like Chat GPT, so on and so forth, right? So it takes a little time, but we're not in no rush here. Long as you are moving in a direction of technomancy, you're fine. You don't have to learn all this stuff by tomorrow, but as long as you learn it at all, you're going to be good because this is where the future is going anyway. Right, so definitely check out Chat GPT. Definitely check out Mid Journey. Definitely check out Stable Diffusion. Check out AI art. Check out all of these tools that we have access to and use it to your benefit. Use Chat GPT to help you come up with topics for YouTube. Use Chat GPT to help you come up with topics for books if you want to be an author. Meaning it's only limited to your own imagination, right? So it's based on so you have to have an imagination. That's what I'm saying. You can't approach this stuff with no imagination. You must have an imagination, and your imagination is developed over time because imagination is based on your memory, right? Like I said before, if I tell you to imagine something you never seen before, you can't imagine it. You can only imagine what is in your memory. So your strongest tool is your memory because it's hard to go beyond memory, right? So it's all based on your memory. Same thing with computers, same thing with your phone. We have a certain amount of memory that the phone can handle, right? The moment you start to go above that memory, the phone starts fucking up. The moment you start to go beyond the memory of your laptop, the laptop starts fucking up. The moment you start going beyond the computer's memory, it starts fucking up. So you must stay within the limits of the memory or expand the memory. Once you expand the memory, now the computer starts to function as it did before. Sometimes even better because now you can put more things on it. You can put more software, you can put more applications on it. All right? I still watch a video where you explain manifesting from the crown down every now and then. It's still relevant to me. It's relevant because nobody had said that before. Yeah, that was some original shit. And you see, I never stopped, right? That's why I say I don't watch other people's content because that I dare somebody to say I took anything from anybody else. Everything that I say is original because it came from my own mind. That's why I don't watch other people's content. I'm like, yeah, the moment I say something like, oh, I heard so and so said that, it's over with. It's over with. That's why I don't watch other people's content because the moment somebody say that I'm taking from them, it's over with. So that's why I specifically stay away from that. I'm like, no, you ain't gonna say I took anything from anybody. Everything come out of my mouth is original because it took time for me to come to these conclusions. See, everything that I just said is original because I had to do everything that I just said. So that's based off of my personal experience. That ain't because somebody else said it. Now, of course, no, did I invent the 80-20 rule? No, I didn't invent the 80-20 rule. But did I do the 80-20 rule? Yes, I did. So I know it works because I actually did it. All right. I think it's a whole book called the 80-20 rule. I think that's a book. So basically I had to read some literature. That didn't come from, okay, I just watched somebody's YouTube video. I'm like, nah, it wasn't like that. especially if they didn't do it. It's like, so what if somebody's talking about it? Did they do it though? Because if they didn't do it, fuck that they're talking about it. Like, yo, you didn't even do it. Did you do it? So that's why I'm like, I don't look at what people are saying. I'm looking at the results of what they actually did. Right? Again, that's why it's not that many content creators with over 1,000 videos. I'm one of the few. Like the people that be having thousands of videos, they're commentators, meaning they're just speaking about everyday stuff. It's not too many people who has 1,000 videos of original content. It's not that many. See, all my videos are original content. That's 1,000 videos of my thoughts, not somebody else's thoughts. That's not coming from anybody else. It's just a lot went on in my life. That's all. I just have a lot to say, but that's because I don't talk. See, that's what people fail to realize. I have a lot to say because I don't speak outside of this. When this camera goes off, I'm silent. I listen. I'm always listening. So that's why I be having so much to say when the camera cuts on. So I'm not the person that's just running my mouth all day, every day. Some people are like that. Like they just like to run their fucking mouth. I'm not that type of person. I don't like running my mouth. I don't like talking to idiots. I don't like talking to fools. That's not something that I care to do. So you're not again. So again, if you ever saw me in person, you're not going to hear me talking. You're just going to see me briefly, and I'm going to be gone. I'm not talking to nobody about, especially about this shit. I'm not about to be having no occult conversation with a fucking stranger. I'm like, yo, I don't even know who you are. So that's why I open myself up the way I do when I cut the camera on, and I be having so much to say because this is the only time I even speak. So that's the difference between me and everybody else. Everybody else is talking all day, every day about nothing. They on the phone talking. When I have problems, I don't get on the phone to call nobody. I don't even use my phone. My phone barely rings. Why? Because I don't have friends and that I just talk to. Like, okay, I'm going through. I don't do that. Anything I'm ever going through, I gotta figure it out on my own. Cause I don't like being that person. Like I'm not about to call nobody with my problems. I'm like, cause I don't want nobody calling me with their problems. So that's why I don't do that. Right. So whenever you hear from me, if you do know me, you know that I always come with good energy. I'm not telling you about my motherfucking problems. If anything, I'm trying to give you good love. I'm trying to give you energy. I'm like, fuck my problems. I'm like, I figure that out on my own time. That's not something that I need to convey to you. And especially if I say I'm here to help you. If I'm here to help you, why would I be conveying my own issues that I'm fully capable of solving on my own? But again, I understand that most people are not like that. Right? Most people are not disciplined with their tongue. That's one another thing you're supposed to be doing during Ramadan. You're not just disciplining your hunger, you're disciplining your tongue. You're not supposed to be speaking just out of turn. So you're disciplining your hunger and you're disciplining your tongue. You're disciplining your sexual urges. You're disciplining yourself. This is all about discipline. But again, I've been a Muslim since I was 15. So again, this is not nothing new to me. That's what I mean by most people don't come from these backgrounds. Most people don't come from these backgrounds. So they don't have the morals and the ethics and the principles that come along with this. So that's why I am the way I am because I've been doing this since I was a teenager. So that's what I'm saying. So I've been a content creator since I was a teenager. I converted to Islam when I was a teenager. All like a lot of big decisions I made when I was a teenager, just like other people, right? Some people hopped into the streets when they was a teenager. So big decisions are made, when you're about to enter into the world stage. Those are just the decisions that I made. I'm like, okay, I need to be principled. I'm not trying to just be out here reckless and wild and have a fucking record. I don't have a record, right? You look up my name because my name is already out there. It's not a fucking secret. Guess what's going to come up? Not a damn thing. I don't have a record. Why? Because I was smart. No, that's a lie. No, I wasn't smart. Everybody's smart, right? No, I would just shield it. So no, I don't even want to take the credit. I would be lying. I'm not about to sit here and lie. I was shielded because I was doing a bunch of illegal shit. I was doing a bunch of shit that I shouldn't have been doing. I just didn't get caught doing it. So to say that I never got my hands dirty, that would be a lie. My hands are filthy, bloody, and fucking Y'all get it, right? My hands are bloody. I just didn't get caught because I feel when I did had to, when my hands did have to get bloody, it was righteous. It was never out of anger. It was never out of spite. It was never because I was looking down at anybody. Whenever my hands had to get dirty, it was out of righteousness. So I feel like I got to do it. It ain't because I want to do it. It ain't because I get any enjoyment. I just had to do it. Not because I wanted to, because it had to be done. That's the only time my hands is getting dirty. That's the only time my hands are getting bloody. Even to this day, my hands are only going to get dirty or bloody when it's absolutely necessary, not because somebody got me in my feelings or somebody got me out my character. It's just not going to happen, right? It's too much on the line for that, right? Just like you, I have children. Well, no, I don't have children. I have a son, right? Which is, I'm sure everybody does, right? My son just asked me for an iPad, right? He just asked me for an iPad. Cops caught me in the act of breaking the law, but they let me go because I treated them with respect. Yeah, because that's all they want. That's all they want anyway. I know exactly what that's about. You treat them, again, it's Jedi mind tricks. This is the way the world is. It's called Jedi mind tricks, right? It ain't even about what you do, it's how you do it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. So that's the best life tip that I can give you. It ain't about what you do, it's how you do it. So as long as you understand that, like, it ain't about what's being done, it's about how do you do it. Did you do it with finesse? Or did you do it ruthlessly? Did you leave a whole fucking mess? See, some people can't do shit without leaving a goddamn mess. That's why they get fucked over. They leave a trail because they're messy people. When you are a messy person, then everything you do leaves a fucking trail. But when you got finesse, you know how to clean up the trail. That's what a politician is. Politicians are not perfect. They just know how to clean up their mess. That's why they're politicians. Politicians just know how to clean the mess up. They have finesse. So you got to play the game the same way. You just, whatever you do, you just have to do it with a level of finesse. That's all. Cover your trail, if there is a trail to be covered. But as I said, it's too much on the line. My son just asked me for a goddamn iPad. All right. Oh, where is it? Hold on. There it is. Hold on. Here it is. All right. So I gotta send that to him next month. I'm like, yo, your grades gotta be impeccable. You gotta make sure that all chores is done. But I can't tell him, oh no, I can't afford that, I can't get at it. Nah, it don't work like that. All right? So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what's important at this point. To make sure that he got everything that he needs. That's it. So the only thing that really matters to me, right? Yeah, I definitely have a son. I talk to him every day. We be FaceTiming, on a daily basis at this point, right? Yeah, if y'all look at the messages that we be sending each other, it's crazy. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But that's my priority at this point. I'm like, yo, whatever he asks for, I got to figure out how to get it. There is no okay, I can't afford it, or no, you don't deserve that. Nah, he don't. Nah. I got to figure it out. So that's what it is. And as y'all see, I had already had an iPad. I gave that to my mother. All right. So the iPad, this is not the same iPad that I had before. As y'all see, I didn't had an iPad before. I gave it to my mother on her birthday because she needed one. So the iPad I had, I gave it to my mother. So I just got another one, and you see, I got to get this to my son. So, so it ain't about me at this point. Why? Because it's just the right thing to do, right? It's just being righteous. He fasts too. It's an 8-year-old boy, and he's fasting from sun up to sundown, no food. He's 8. I was not fasting when I was 8. It took me from 15. I was only fasting when I was 15. He's fasting half that at 8 years old. So I'm looking at him like, damn, he's gonna be better than me. He's gonna be wiser than me. I wasn't doing all this. I wasn't doing all what he was doing when I was 8. iPads didn't exist when I was 8. All this technology didn't even exist. So I'm like, he's gonna be way more supreme than I am. So I gotta be invested into his future. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, I gotta invest in his future. Because like I already see where he's going with it. I'm like, yo, damn, you just wanna fast and you 8 years old and you wanna do this shit? Ain't nobody telling him he gotta do it. He's like, yo, I do this. You know what I mean? He greet me salam alaikum. He greet me like a Muslim. I mean, that's a young Muslim man. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I gotta be on it. So whether I'm into it or not, I gotta be on it for him. I mean, I gotta learn Arabic for him. I got to learn the Quran for him because that's what it will be instilled in him. I might not ever teach him nothing about the occult. That may not be his calling. That was my calling, but that may not be his calling. So everything that he's going to need, I'm not going to put it in nobody else's hands. I'm like, yo, I got to learn it, and I got to be the one to convey it to him. I got to be the one to teach him. Right, that's what the father. I'm like, let me just be the father. Right, I gotta put and instill these principles into him, so that he can be great, greater than I was, greater than I am. So that's what it is. But it took me time to get to this level. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that this is just how I've always been. This is just how I'm thinking now. It took me time to get to this level. Now I truly understand the sacrifice. I'm like, damn, he's asking for an iPad. I'm like, god damn. I'm like, I gotta figure this shit out. And I still gotta do stuff for myself as well. Still gotta do stuff as well. And like for example, I gotta get a TAM card. Cause I was telling y'all about the job. And I'm like, yo, they were like, yo, you need a TAM card. I'm like, oh, all right, some more money. Oh shit, so they all asked, like, y'all basically telling me I gotta spend more money. That's basically what yep, go get a TAM card. I'm like, oh, you gotta have something with your face showing. You gotta have some type of identification. Whatever, gotta give me a TAM card, so I gotta go right back up to that bitch Monday. I'm thinking this is gonna be some easy shit. Now on the week, now I gotta study for the damn TAM. I gotta study for the TAM test. Now I gotta be right back up at that bitch Monday, then go right back up to the damn shit Tuesday, which is in the middle of nowhere. I went up to this is in the middle of nowhere. This shit is in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, all right. So I gotta do all this other stuff. So, and guess what? It gotta be done. It gotta be done, right? Ain't no point in complaining about it. But you see, I made sure to take care of him first. That's the point I'm making, right? I took care of him first. So his iPad is already solidified before I'm even thinking about what I gotta do. I took care of him first, right? Because I'm like, that's just what I gotta do. So I'm not like I can't think about what I need first. I gotta think about what he needs, especially if it's something that's gonna be invested into his future, that's gonna last some possibly years to come, right? So this iPad ain't just something that's gonna last just a couple months. This can last a couple years, until he I guess upgrade it or until he wants something else. Then he said, he wants a fucking PS5. Again, I already told y'all that. So on his birthday, more technology. But the PS5s, they went with like, I'm seeing them like 500. I'm seeing 700 for these. I'm like, all right, the fuck, I'm gonna tell them no, I can't afford that. That's what I was told. When I was younger, I think the system that came out when I was younger, I think was the PlayStation 3. Like when the PlayStation 3 first dropped, I think it was like $600. Like when it first came out, I think like 2005 or 2006, something like that, right? And I was told, like, nah, we can't afford that, right? So that's what I was told. So guess what? I never had a PS3. I had to buy my own PS4, which is right here. I have the PS4 right here. And I was thinking about just sending him this PS4 because I don't even play the games. I just got the PS4 just sitting right here. But this is a PS4 I had to get for myself. So the next game system I had to get for myself. Because I was so low, we can't afford it. I'm like, all right, well, nah. So I know how that feels. And I'm like, nah, I can't do them like that. So if I gotta bend over backwards, if I gotta go into the underworld so he can have what he needs, then guess who's gonna be in the fucking underworld, right? Guess who's gonna put that work in? That's just what it is, though, right? Now I got a purpose, because it ain't just for me and my own desires. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it for him. But again, that's just conveying, I'm just showing y'all evidence, right? You see, when he asks for something, I'm like, I gotta actually, hold on, let me pick this up. Just in case y'all think I'm bullshitting. Y'all think I'm bullshitting. Here it is, right? It's a big ass system. See this? Hold on. Ugh. See this? PlayStation 4. Alright? So, just in case, motherfuckers like, nah. PlayStation 4. The one I had to get for myself. So, just in case. Just in case. Yeah, what are y'all asking? You ever heard of Nibiru? Yes, I have heard of Nibiru. Yes, that's the planet that goes in and out of our solar system, as they call it. You can say the hidden planet because it goes in and out of the solar system because its orbit is so huge, right? Or they also call it like the spaceship planet. So yeah, I'm familiar with Nibiru. It's honestly, it's not a lot that I haven't heard about. Cause I've been around. I've been around for quite some time, so it's not a lot that I haven't heard about when it comes to the occult. It's not a lot that I'm not saying that I heard about everything, but it's not that much that I haven't heard about at this point. Because I'm always studying this stuff, right? Again, I was studying this stuff before it was cool to study this stuff. When you only knew about this because you wanted to know about it, not because it was popular. So that's why I say back when I started studying, it wasn't popular. Again, this is before 2012, so imagine studying astrology and tarot and all these things before it became acceptable when people were still thinking that this is devil worship and all that. That's where I come from. That's why I had the certain energy I had because that's the energy I had to deal with. As I keep telling y'all, people were looking at me as a devil worshiper because I'm fucking with tarot. That's what I had to come from. I wasn't like everybody else. Like, oh, you fucking with the tarot, cool. Because they already know about the tarot now because they see people all over the internet utilizing the tarot. So it's not the same now. People can accept it for what it is now. What was this question? I watched John Wick 4. They said those who cling to death live. Those who cling to life die. Can you expound on that? Yeah, I agree. If you fear death, if you fear death, then death is always around the corner. But if you become death, death becomes you. And then it's like you never die, you live forever. Because death is just a moment. And after that moment, you continue to live. You're reborn again. That's why they put the fear in death. That's why nobody wants to die except people like me and people like you. It's not that you want to die, but you accept the death currency. That's what the underworld is. That's what the clip off is. That's what the tree of death is. That's death becoming you, and you have to be reborn from your fears. The greatest fear is the fear of death. When that is no longer a fear of yours, then you begin to truly live. You only can truly live when you don't fear death. That's the only thing that's going to make you do things that other people are afraid to do. See, most people live in life, they live the way they live because they are afraid to die. They are afraid of death. Right? But that's why you see I documented on this channel. I'm like, you see everything I was doing, like I was moving straight towards death. I've been living on the edge for so long that I don't even know how I'm still alive. So that's how I know. It's because I know that from personal experience. And you see is a lot of that is already documented. You didn't see me living on the edge. You didn't see me just like, all right, let me figure out what's going on by any cost. I don't care what the cost is. I'm about to figure out this equation. And that's what y'all been seeing me doing this for fucking years, a decade at this point, right? You ain't been watching me taking the safe route again. You know what I mean? You know how long it's been since I even had a fucking identification card. So that's telling you right there. Like I'm banned or forbidden from majority of the world just not having an identification card. So that lets you know right there. Well, what are you doing that for? Well, either you die or you master death. That's what that means. Meaning I don't have any help, meaning I can't go to a government building and get what do people get? Like food stamps and general relief and all these programs that people get when they're struggling. No. I don't have access to any of that stuff, right? I don't have access to what everyone else has access to. So what did I have to do? I had to master the underworld. Meaning, if I survive, it's because I had to do what I had to do to survive, not because I was helped out, not because the government is feeling bad for me. Like, no, the government says fuck me. Oh, like, oh, you don't have identification. Well, we can't help you. Well, I got to figure it out then, or I die. If I don't figure it out, I'm gonna starve to death. If I don't figure it out, I'm gonna die of thirst. So that's what I mean. I didn't put myself in all these predicaments to force myself to figure it out and not do it the way that everybody else was doing it, right? So that's the difference. And again, I'm not expecting nobody else to even go through those chambers because you don't have to. I didn't have to, but I'm like, how else am I going to master death if I don't put myself in a life or death situation? See, that's the thing. See, it's different when you get put in that situation because you just fall on hard times. I never had to go through any of that stuff. I put myself through it because I wanted to master death. If I would have made a different decision, I wouldn't have had to go through any of it. So I was not forced to go through any of that stuff. That was all by choice. That's what makes me different than somebody who just had to deal with it because like, oh shit is fucked up. No, shit was not fucked up. My mind was fucked up. I had to correct my own flaws. I had to return from death. So death is no longer a thing. That's why like my energy is crazy. That's why my energy is crazy. Cause I'm like, yo, even then, I'm like, even the person I bought this iPad from, they were so afraid of me. And I can see that I'm like, yo, how are we in front of your house? I'm in front of their house, a home that they laid their head in, and they literally could not stop looking everywhere as if they thought somebody, like I brought somebody and they about to pop up and just will take the gun or whatever, or rob them or whatever. But I'm like, I gotta accept that because I'm like, my energy is different. I probably do look like the person that would rob the fuck out of your ass. But unfortunately for them, I'm the person who's actually doing good business. It's like he was surprised. I'm like, yeah, I actually gave you what you asked for. I gave him the money. Here you go. He like, yo, I need to count it. Don't go anywhere. That's how I get treated. I'm like, yeah, count the money and you got every dollar that you asked for. All right, so I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I can't blame these people. I'm like, yo, I probably do look like a gangbanger. I probably do look like the person that will fuck your ass up. I probably do look like that person, so I can't really judge them for that. But again, that's the energy that it didn't just come out of nowhere, though. I'm like, yeah, when you didn't live the way I lived, then that's just the type of energy you have. So anytime I do business with anybody, anytime I'm in anybody's atmosphere, I make people nervous. Not because I'm just this dangerous person, but at the same time, I guess I am a dangerous person. So I accept it, right? Like, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? I be talking about the devil, but again, I say I am the devil, though. Right? So that's the difference. Right? Some people are devil worshippers, but they don't consider themselves the devil. They don't consider themselves to be Lucifer. That's a little bit too much for them. They're still praying. They still pray to, they just no longer pray to God. They just pray to the devil. You're not gonna see me praying to the devil. You're not gonna see me praying to any goddamn thing. So, but you see, I still have the principle, so I can still fast in Ramadan, right? I can still respect the culture of Islam or the culture of the East and all that. But that don't mean like I'm not a slave to any God because I know that that's not real. There is no spook God. There is no invisible God. Especially if you honor the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, who said God came in the form of man, Master Farad Muhammad. For those who know that, so that myth has already been dispelled. But if you ask me, are you going to go to Hajj? I got to take my son to Hajj. So yeah, I'm going to Hajj because every Muslim must go to Hajj once in their life. So I'm like, even if I don't consider myself a Muslim, my son is Muslim. So I'm taking him to Hajj. So I'm going too. So that's just how I carry it. So even if I don't resonate with it, I'm like, yo, I got a son that do. And I'm not about to tell him like, oh, you're doing this wrong. I wish I would tell him he's doing something wrong. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. So I'm gonna take him to Hajj. I'm gonna show him the five tenets of Islam. What are the five tenets? Muhammad is the last messenger. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the last messenger. Right? That's one. Every Muslim must go to Hajj. Two, every Muslim must pray 5 times a day. Three, every Muslim must give zakat. Zakat is charity. Right? And then the last one is, what's the last one? Because I was literally just thinking about this. Right? I literally just thought about this. So I know it. Oh yes, every Muslim must fast in Ramadan. Those are the five tenets of Islam. Right? So you see, I know this stuff because I lived this out for quite some time. So anybody who consider themselves Muslim, they're living by those five tenets, right? And again, everybody who's a Muslim doesn't necessarily acknowledge Islam as a culture. See, I acknowledge Islam as a culture. Islam is not a religion to me, but I understand the culture because the culture is older than the religion. So that's why I study. There's various forms of Islam, right? So Islam is bigger than Sunni Islam, right? You got Shiite Islam, right? You got Sufi Islam. There's various forms of Islam, and there are variations. So when you study all of the forms, you realize like, damn, they all don't think the same. They all don't agree. It's the same thing with Christianity. There are various forms of Christianity. They all don't agree with each other. Everybody doesn't acknowledge Christ consciousness, but certain Christians do. Certain Christians do acknowledge, okay, Christ, this is a symbol. We are the Christ. We have to activate our Christ consciousness. And you see, that's a language that I'm like, okay, well, that, you could resonate with that, right? Every Christian is not praying to Jesus. Every Christian doesn't say, well, Jesus is our Lord and Savior. See, that's not every Christian. It depends on, again, you got mainstream, then you got the underworld, all the way into the Gnostics. As we know, the Gnostics wasn't thinking about that in the same way that the mainstream is. So when you study all of the fractions of these religions, that's why I studied religion, because I'm like, let me find the esoteric version of all these religions, because that's where you're going to find the truth. You're finding the truth in the esoteric, but you may not know what the esoteric. For example, there's an esoteric version of Buddhism, which most people have never even discovered. They know about mainstream Buddhism, but there's an esoteric version of Buddhism, which is completely different than what we think Buddhism is. Right? So, like, if you study esoteric Buddhism, you like, damn, I had no idea. It would blow your mind because we're so used to the mainstream Buddhism. I mean, you look at, okay, this is what a Buddhist monk is. They just sit up in They just sit up in the mountains and they meditate and they're reaching nirvana and they're one with the consciousness. But you start reading that esoteric doctrine, it's completely different because that's where you discover tantra. It's the same thing with the Hindu culture. You got the mainstream, then you got the esoteric, and that's where you find tantra, which is using your sexual energy for enlightenment. That's not mainstream. You're not going to go over there and they teach you tantra, but that is a part of their culture. That is a part of their history. It's just in the underworld. It's on the underground level. But that's not what the mainstream is doing. They're like, no, you got to be a monk. You got to be celibate. So, but this is the same place where tantra was created. So, as you see, it all depends on what you choose to study and what you choose to acknowledge, what you choose to resonate with. There's something for everybody. So you have to discover which form of these religions do I resonate with. Because you're going to resonate with one of them because one of them completely speaks to your soul. Like Tantra spoke to my soul. I'm like, oh, that makes sense to me. But that may not make sense to a Buddhist monk. And it's not supposed to make sense to somebody who wants to live that type of lifestyle. So depending on the lifestyle that you live, you're going to resonate with a different type of lifestyle. So that's why I can understand things like when I speak about pimping and hoeing, when I speak about prostitution and all that, because I know that okay, this is not anything new. Even though the mainstream hates that stuff, but this is spiritual. This is not just men taking advantage of women when these women are choosing to participate in it. It's like so I'm like okay, these are tantric women and tantric men. So that's why my perspective is different. I can speak about all these things, and you say I can speak about it with honesty. That's why I can back it with the cultural aspect, right? Because when you look at Tantra, when you look at Shiva, and when you look at Kali, oh, pimp, hoe, Shiva, Kali. It is the same thing, just one is Eastern, one is Western. How do we know that? Because within the lifestyle of pimping and hoeing, and you see, I'm just bringing it all together just to show you how this is all interconnected. Fuck how anybody feels about it, right? A pimp is not allowed to have sex with women outside of the women that he takes care of. And if you do, you are considered weak. But you see, the mainstream doesn't know that. The mainstream just think, oh, this is just a wild ass man just doing whatever the fuck he want. No, he actually has to exercise extreme discipline. He is not allowed to lay down with any woman that's not paying him. If a woman is not paying him, he is not laying down with her. Why? Because that's disrespectful to the woman that is paying him. You're not about to have a woman that's working as hard as she is, paying you every night or whatever the frequency is, and then you just get to have sex with whoever the fuck you want. That's disrespectful to that woman. And that woman would not be disrespected by that. She would leave your ass if she figured out. They call it chippying. Like you would chippy. Again, this is culture, right? So unless you are in that lifestyle, unless you know, you're not even going to realize that. So that's how I know. Meaning, the deeper I study the lifestyle and I went beyond the surface, I'm like, okay, when you actually dig into the actual discipline that comes with that lifestyle, like, oh, this is similar to Tantra or the Tantric lifestyle. Because when you practice a Tantric lifestyle, you are not allowed to have sex outside of anyone that is not another participant of Tantra. But most people don't know that shit either because again, you're not people are not just talking about it because as you see, this ain't your fucking videos are going to get demonetized talking about this type of shit, right? So I'm like, there's similarities here. So I was able to make the connection myself, not because somebody told me that. I studied that and I studied that. I'm like, oh, there's a common denominator here. This is the same thing, just in a different form. Because the rules and regulations are the same. I mean, if you're tantric, you cannot have sex with nobody who is not tantric. If you're a pimp, you cannot have sex with women that are not hoes. It's just that simple. I'm like, okay, I see the connection there. It's the same thing here. So that's why I can dig into those cultures and I can respect the lifestyles when everybody's looking at these people as evil. I'm like, nah, these are actually spiritual people who are practicing a lifestyle that most people have no idea about. That's why, in the eyes of God or the eyes of the law, that they're not sinners like everybody else. See, everybody else passes judgment. You got motherfuckers that's getting 40 years for pimping, but again, it's because they mispimped. It's not because they pimp. You do not go to jail because you pimp. You go to jail because you mispimp. It's just that simple. A real pimp has never saw the inside of a jail cell. If you did it correctly, the result is not you going to jail. Why? Because the only way you're going to go to jail is if your woman tells on you. If your woman does not tell on you, then they have no evidence that you are who you say you are. A woman has to tell on you, or you have to be dealing with a woman that's underage. Now they're going to be all over you, and that's they a lot of them fall victim to that because they deal with women that are not of age, which is a no-no. Because you're meaning they're going to make an investigation on you regardless. They don't even have to have the testimony of the woman. Like the woman is underage now, it's in the hands of the state, and nothing you can do about that. They're going to charge you regardless. But if you're dealing with a woman of age, not 18, because a woman that's 18 can't even buy a goddamn drink. So even though 18 is of age, that's still too young. If we want to be really real. And the only way that you're going to go to jail is if you did that woman wrong because she's going to snitch on you. Why should she not snitch on you if you've been fucking all these other women, these non hoes? Why should she be loyal to you? So that's why a lot of dudes go down because they were not loyal to the woman. Same thing. If Shiva is not loyal to Callie, then Callie has no reason to be loyal to him. So he loses all of his blessings. He loses all of those spiritual abilities. Why? Because like, yo, if you wasn't qualified to be here, you shouldn't have been here in the first place. And you get punished for that. You get punished for participating in a game that you were never disciplined enough to participate in. Meaning the game shows you no mercy. The game shows you no mercy because like, you shouldn't have even been around here in the first place if you wasn't prepared to truly live this out. So that's how that shit goes, right? That's how that goes. So that's why you see I can speak that hard truth and back it up with facts, back it up with actual data. Not many people can do that, right? People still haven't even made that connection that I just mentioned. That's not normal knowledge. That's what people don't realize that. But that's why you see people that are successful and people that are not. So all these motherfuckers in jail is because they made a mistake. They did not do right by a woman. All these men who are not spiritually activated because they are not doing right by their women. How do we know that? Because look at all these spiritual teachers that ended up going to jail, and it has something to do with a woman. They mistreated their woman. That's why they ended up in jail. It's very simple, right? It's the same thing keep happening over and over again. You see some type of violence towards women. So of course, if you're being violent towards your woman, whether verbally or physically, or you're just not honoring the law, then she loses respect for you. And once she loses respect for you, then because you didn't already lost respect for yourself. So that's what happened first. You lost respect for yourself first, then she loses respect for you. Then you go down a very dark path. See, jail is soft because some women actually kill the man. Some men lose their life. See, every man isn't blessed to still eat 3 meals a day and still live to see another day. Some men got shot in the fucking face. Some men got stabbed the fuck up because they wasn't treating their woman right. And guess what? That woman is still out here. There's women out here. There's women out here still who done killed men and got off. Why? Because he's a pimp or he's a drug dealer. The state don't care about them. Like, oh, you actually you helped us with that. All right. So there's women still out here with bodies on them and still living their life while the niggas in the graveyard. And that's what I mean by the game does not show you any mercy when you don't follow the rules. You're going to pay a consequence that's either against going to take the minimum 20 years of your life is going to be gone, either because you went to jail or you're going to be permanently damaged because a woman spazzed out on you, or you're going to be permanently dead. Because these are just not things that you play with. You don't play with the underworld. You don't play with the tree of life. You don't play with the cliff loft. That's why as you see, I have to dedicate my life to this. This ain't something that I can just, oh, I'm gonna do it one day, then the next day I'm not, then the next day I am, then the next day I'm not. I started treating it like that. I pay severe consequences. That's why y'all see, like, I have to be consistent, not just with the videos, just with the lifestyle. Because there's a severe consequence if I don't. That's why I came in. That was the first thing that I was telling y'all when I first started this live stream. If I know, but I keep it to myself, I'm building up karma for myself. I'm going to have to pay a consequence. Like, yo, why didn't you tell the people when you knew better? I got to answer to that. So I'm going to get screwed over severely. That's why I make sure, like, yo, let me make sure that they have more game that they need. That's why I give y'all more than I don't just give you just enough. I give you more than what you need. I'm always going overboard. That's why I'm doing 10-hour live streams, 9-hour live streams, 8-hour live streams. Let me go above and beyond. I'm not just about to do the bare minimum. I'm about to do the maximum because it's absolutely necessary for me to do it. Because if you see, if I don't say it, it ain't gonna be said. It's not gonna be said by these other spiritual teachers. It's just not gonna be said. And all I gotta do is just look at it. So that's why they really beef. See, see, I know all these things. I just don't be talking about it. I know why they be beefed out. They be beefed out because they're all the same, and there's no code of ethics. Meaning, there's no honor amongst thieves. That's why they always beefing. There's no honor amongst these, meaning they all know each other's dirt. They all know what they all are into. It's just no honor amongst thieves. That's why most people get exposed by people that were close to them. Not by people from the outside, it's people from the inside. Oh, I knew what this dude was into. I was there. People be getting exposed from people that are close to them because there is no honor amongst thieves because they're all thieves. They just don't have any honor. So I actually don't agree with that. There should be honor, but it's not. So that's why this shit becomes messy. Like, yo, if I know your secrets, it's my job to keep those secrets. It's not my job to expose your secrets. Not when I'm the holder of secrets. People then told me things that I can never repeat. That's the whole nature of the business I'm in. I'm in the whole business of secrets. I am in the business of secrets. People tell me things about their life that I can never repeat, whether in public or private. I can never repeat. People reveal things about themselves to me that I can never repeat. So they have to trust me enough that whatever I say to you will not be repeated. People didn't confess murders to me. I didn't hear everything that you can think of. People have conveyed to me, and guess what? I have to keep that seal of silence. Just like the preacher or the pastor when you go into confession. When you confess, that means after we come out of this confession booth, I can never repeat what you said. Same thing with your lawyer. Lawyer confidentiality. There we go. Lawyer confidentiality with the client. I can never repeat outside of this room what you told me. What are you paying me for at that point then? Why pay me if I'm just going to reveal the secrets that you told me? There's no point in paying me. Same thing with me. Why pay me if I'm just going to if I'm just going to reveal what you told me in private? There's no point in paying me. So that's why this whole thing is based off of trust. And that if there is no trust, then people are not going to trust you, right? So that's why I say I don't agree with it. I don't agree with revealing secrets that we're not supposed to reveal. However, when you are all thieves, then and there's no code, it's the same thing with the streets now. There's no street code either. That shit is dead, right? That's why you don't see me in the streets no more now, do you? Yo, I remember I used to be reporting live from the streets all the time. You don't see me in the streets no more. I'm like, yo, it's dangerous for me to be in the streets because nobody's gonna keep no secrets. I can't trust nobody in the streets. They're not trustworthy. You can't be the only trustworthy one in the streets. But I had to be that. But I couldn't tell my secrets. People would reveal their secrets to me, but I couldn't reveal anyone's secrets because I'm like, no, that's karma that I'm gonna have to deal with later. So yeah, like okay, people think they're doing righteous things, but no, I got to deal with that karma later. Like yo, no, you are the crypt keeper. When you are the crypt keeper, certain secrets must be taken to the graveyard. You cannot reveal these things once they are told to you, or you got to pay the consequence. Why do you think police honor snitches so much? They love when you tell the secrets that were never supposed to be told to save your own life, especially when you participated. And I'm not talking about stuff that you didn't participate in. I'm talking about when you are a practitioner or you participated in crime, then you tell on others that participated in the crime to save yourself. So yes, that may make you a free man, that may make you a free woman. But you see, your word is destroyed now. Now nobody trusts you. You can't even come back to your own neighborhood after that. You're not about to send the whole neighborhood to jail, then you just come back and you free and you cool. Now everybody like, no, you just sent these people to jail. We can't trust you. That's what makes the hood dangerous. The hood ain't just dangerous because it's full of dangerous people. The hood becomes dangerous when you can't be trusted. As long as you can be trusted and you show that with your actions, you don't even have to be a part of what's going on. But they know that you're not going to reveal the secret, so they're not going to bother you. That's why when I was all in these streets, you going to say 6ix9ine. But 6ix9ine is a little different. 6ix9ine is a little different because they were not the people that he was around wasn't righteous either. They was fucking his baby moms. They was stealing money from him. So that's not the same situation. Because at that point, why are you loyal to people that actually have been robbing you? And again, who's going behind your back, doing all type of stuff they shouldn't have been doing? Because had they not did that, meaning they put themselves in jail. I'm not blaming 6ix9ine for that. They put themselves in jail for their own actions. They're in jail for their own actions. They're not in jail because they were told on. Because they wouldn't have been told on if they wouldn't have did what they did. If they wasn't stealing money from that man, if they wasn't fucking that man's baby mother, he wouldn't have said shit about them. They put themselves in jail. You don't do that. You don't do that. If he wasn't a gang member, it doesn't matter whether he was a gang member. They were not supposed to steal from that man. They were not supposed to go behind his back and sleep with his baby mother. That was a violation, gang member or not. Gang banger or not, you are not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. That's why they're in jail. Because had they not did that, they would not be in jail. He would not have told on them. Then they tried to kidnap him. So not only are they taking his money, they're sleeping with his baby mother, and they tried to kidnap him. You don't do this. That's why they're in jail. Fuck that he told. He would have nothing to tell if they were not doing what they were doing. That's why they're in jail. So I don't even blame 6ix9ine. I don't blame somebody for telling when, like, damn, look how disgusting they were doing him. Like, why would you be loyal to these people? So it was a gang's fault for trusting someone who didn't know the lifestyle. No, it was a gang fault for doing the fucked up, messy ass shit. He was just the money. It doesn't matter. You do not do that. If he's the money, why are you fucking his baby mother? Why are you robbing him for money and why are you kidnapping that man? You're not supposed to do that. That's what got them in jail. You're not supposed to do that. You can't expect anybody to keep it solid when you're doing that. Don't expect it. If you are in violation of the code, you pay the consequences. That's why they paid the consequences because they violated the code. I think the game was a messy one. Exactly. That's why they're in jail. They're in jail because of their own actions. They're not in jail because of whether he was a gang member or not. He was a gang member. Why? Because if you listen to Snow Billy said he was jumped into the game, so he was official. According to Snow Billy is what who put him on the map. He was put on the map by Snow Billy, and Snow Billy said out of his own mouth that he put him on. So all the people that say, well, he wasn't official, according to Snow Billy, he was. According to Snow Billy, he was official, so that doesn't fly. So he was official, and he is official. It just is what it is, right? So that's what I mean by when, if you are a part of that lifestyle, you are not allowed to do certain things. And if you do these things, the punishment is on you. It's just that simple, right? Stop fucking with people's baby mother. Don't try to kidnap grown ass men and stop stealing money. Then you're not going to have a problem. Those are three things that should not have been done. And if those three things were not done, they would still be free. It's just that simple. So that's why I'm just conveying that when you are in this lifestyle, you are not allowed to do certain things. And if you do those certain things, you pay the consequences. You cannot expect nobody to hold it down when you're fucking them over. Oh, I'm a gang member, so I'm about to take advantage of you. I'm like, okay. When they snitch on your ass, it's your fault. It's not their fault. You shouldn't have took advantage. How can they expect loyalty when they are not loyal? Exactly. Exactly. That's why they went down. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. Not when you have dedicated your life. You have made a blood pact. Because when you join these gangs and you got to get jumped, that's a blood pact. They punch you until you bleed. Until you spill blood. Blood has to be spilled. That is a blood pact. You do not. There's certain things you can't do after that, or you will pay the consequence. You do not form a blood pact with demons and jinn and then continue to do fuck shit. You can't do it. You will pay the consequences. You will pay the consequences. It is what it is, right? And that's why I say it's just certain things I can't do. And that's why I always say I like. That's why I can't make clickbait. I can't come on here and lie to you because I will pay the consequences. It don't have to be from y'all. It's going to be from spirit. I pay the consequences. I'm going to get fucked up. And the only reason I'm still here is because I have to move in a very tight square. What's up, Mo 93? I have to move with a very fine line. I cannot live a life of a normal person. I can't do what normal people do. I can't do it. I will pay the ultimate cost. I will pay the ultimate consequence. The moment I try to be normal, like I didn't make these goddamn seals and these pacts with these spirits, like, oh, okay. They're like, oh, you thought I wasn't looking? Like, you don't think they see everything you're doing? Certain things I can't do. So, like I said, I cannot convey secrets, meaning people tell me secrets because of the life I live. I can't repeat those secrets. The moment I start repeating some shit, oh, it's gonna be hell for me to pay. You gonna say what you missed? We 100 minutes in. There's no way I'm gonna be able to. We've been here a whole 100 minutes, which is I guess that's like an hour and 40 minutes. It's like an hour. We've been here almost 2 hours. So I done said a lot in these 2 hours. But y'all know how I do. I channel, right? Now, if you ask me what did I plan on saying all these things that I said when I hit this camera, nope. Everything that I'm saying to you is coming to me in the moment. This is me channeling. This is me moving my ego out of the way and just allowing the spirit to convey what needs to be conveyed. Right? I just move my ego out of the way. That's why I tell you, you know, I understand why most people don't live this lifestyle. That's why I say I understand the spiritualists out here. I understand these so-called teachers out here. They don't have to live by the same code I live by, so I don't put them on a pedestal. That's why they can make clickbait. That's why they can beef with each other. That's why they can be as messy as they want to be. And it's cool because they don't live the same lifestyle I live. I am not allowed to do that. I am not allowed to do what these other teachers do. I'm just not allowed to do it. They can. They can lie, they can front, they can scam. That's why they're able to get away with all that shit because they are allowed to. They're not bound by any law. They're not bound by any law. And I'm not talking about law of a physical level, law of a spiritual. They're not bound by any type of spiritual laws. So they can get away and do whatever they want. And that's why we see people out here wild and people being messy because they can be that. But when you understand and when you know better, because you didn't did something that you dedicate your whole life to. So when I say I dedicate my whole life to this, that means I'm gonna die this way. This ain't just no shit. Okay, I'm just gonna do this for a couple years and I'm just gonna go on about my business. No, I was born this way. I will die this way. The law that I was born under is a law that I will die under. I don't get to just like, oh, I'm gonna change my life. No, I'm gonna be righteous till the end. I'm not gonna just like, okay, I was righteous, then I decided not to be. Meaning the moment I decided to stop being a Muslim, I still held the law. That's what I'm talking about. So I may not officially be a Muslim, but my culture is still Islam. That's not gonna change. I still took my Shahada. That shit don't change. There's still certain rules and regulations that I am bound to. That's not gonna change. And that's through life and that's through death. Right? You must finish what you started when you accept certain laws. And again, it's the same with the gang. When you become a part of the gang, you're supposed to be that for the rest of your life. Now, do people change? Of course people change. Are they allowed to change? Absolutely. But when you make that pact is not temporarily. That pact is for you to be that for the rest of your life, and you actually are that. So even if you change your life, there are still people looking to kill you if you did a certain type of work out here. You can change your life all you want, but if a certain person spots you, they're going to want to take your life because of what you did in the past. Fuck that you changed your life. Fuck that you're with your children. Fuck that you got a wife or a husband. Now, they still will be trying to blast your ass down for when you made that pact and when you put that work in. So that's what I'm saying. So even if you change your life, that does not necessarily resonate with others. Right? Ever practice or heard of continual breath awareness? Great practice to easily tap into deeper awareness of the moment. Yeah, I've heard of continual breath awareness. I didn't hear about it in that language. Like if you tell me the original language, because whoever said that, that's not the original language. continual, what is it? Continual breath awareness. That's not the original language. Because we know all those breathing exercises came from the East. So what you were conveying, somebody took the original title and altered it. What is the title of that in Hindi or Sanskrit? What is the Sanskrit version? Because they got that from the East. So I have not heard it in the Western form. That's the Western form. But if you ask me, though, have you heard about the Eastern? Yeah, I would know the Eastern term. I don't know the Western term. So whoever said that again, they just made that they just made that shit more user friendly. But that's not the original. That's not the original, right? The sat shit was it anada? So yeah, there we go. There we go. See, there we now we getting somewhere. See, as long as we keep it in the original form, we good. We good. I appreciate you taking it back to the original. See, I respect that. I respect that. All right, I respect it. No, I have nothing bad to say about that. I respect it. So have I heard about that? Yes, I have. I mean, and I started in the East before I came to the West. I was meditating before I knew anything about the occult, anything about Aleister Crowley, anything about 93. What most people don't know is 93 is based on Eastern teachings. 93 is just a westernized version of Eastern teachings. If you read the literature of the Lima, majority of those workings are Eastern. He uses the original language in the literature. So I know about these things because I read the literature, and the literature sticks to the original where these things came from. This is why most people have a hard time reading the literature because it takes you to the original, right? So meaning Aleister Crowley, like you can say he's known for, you can say sex magic. But if you read the literature, he tells you where that comes from. He tells you, okay, this is a tantric science. This comes from Tantra. It comes from this doctrine. He tells you where. That's why I resonate with 93. That's why I resonate with Aleister Crowley, because just like Bobby Hemmett, and Bobby Hemmett also acknowledged 93. That's why he did a whole lecture on AWAS. Bobby Hemmett always gave you the literature, because that's the same thing Aleister Crowley does. If you read his literature, he's always giving you his references. He's like, okay, well, I'm the originator of this. No, he's telling you where he's getting this stuff from. And majority of those references are coming from the East, are coming from tantric doctrines that we don't even have access to this day. Because he was studying this stuff 100 years ago. He had access to stuff that we don't even have access to. That's why he had to do what he had to do. For the people that don't understand why he had to do what he had to do, because all of the stuff he was studying, we don't even have access to it no more. If he didn't compile all that information in the way he did, we would have just would have been forgotten. So the only reason we can even go back to the original source is because he quoted it in the literature. Had he never quoted it, then we would have never known where all this stuff comes from. We would have never known. Okay, 93 is it comes from the Eastern literature, Eastern occultic literature. That unless you speak Sanskrit, you're not even going to be able to decode, because most of these works were never converted to English. That's why he had to do what he had to do. He was converting these things into English. Works that still to this day have not been converted to English and probably will never be converted to English, especially because they're based in the occult. So it's not mainstream. So that's why he had to do what he had to do, because he was converting into English for the Western mind to help them understand the Eastern mind. And the only way to help you understand the Eastern mind is to convert those Eastern writings into English. He converted the Tao. So we've all heard about the Tao, but guess who converted it into English? Crowley. So that's how you know he was really in the East, because he converted the whole Tao into English so that now we can read it. Now we can understand what they've been knowing about, or what I'm not going to say what they've been knowing about, because again, on the underworld level, on the underground level, not the mainstream, on the underground level. The only reason we even understand about anything about the underworld from the Eastern perspective is because of Crowley. And before Crowley, it was Helena Blavatsky. So that's why he's a grandfather of Western occultism. She is a grandmother of Eastern occultism. Because both of them had to actually go over there and learn. They went over there. Just like Alistair Crowley went to Egypt to get the Book of the Law, Helena Blavatsky went to the East and learned directly at the feet of the masters. So this was not a woman who was an armchair scholar, who was all the way somewhere in Russia teaching about the Eastern. No, she went over there. She was the first woman to go over there by herself, alone, and she learned from the feet of the masters. Stuff that people are still not even doing to this day. You name me the woman who did anything close to that. She does not exist. Just like name me the man who did what Alistair Crowley did. He doesn't exist. Because they were willing to do what nobody else is even thinking about. Why they're worried about their fucking business. You know what I mean? They're trying to make money. They can't afford to do shit like that. Oh, I can't afford to go over there. I don't speak the language. They got every excuse in the world. But we're talking about things that happened over 100 years ago. How did they not have excuses? But we got every excuse now. And it's easier for us now. Even if you don't speak the language, you got a Google Translator on your phone right now. They didn't have that. They had to learn directly from mouth to ear. So that's why most people don't resonate with these people. Because they had to learn from mouth to ear, and they did it the hard way. They didn't, and now everybody wants to do it in a shortcut way. Everybody wants to take shortcuts. Why? Because we're fucking tricksters now. That's what we're in America. The only thing we know about is trickery. The only thing we know about is scamming. The only thing we know about is what we see. There's people doing bad and dirty business. Like people want us to support, let's just say, black businesses, but the shit is their business level is not up to par. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? It's not hard to support black business, for example, when people business etiquette is up to par. But when your business etiquette is not up to par, then it's hard to support these people. When you gotta worry about them, is this person gonna scam me? Is this person gonna do right by me? I've been hearing little tidbits over here. I've been hearing little tidbits over there. But I don't want to think of my brother that way. I don't want to think of my sister that way until they do it to you. So that's why they gotta rely on a YouTube check. I'm just telling the truth. The reason why they have to rely on the YouTube check is because people don't trust them. If people trusted them, they wouldn't have to rely on a YouTube check. They wouldn't have to put ads on their videos. Why? Because they will have enough people. They will have a big enough community where their needs are already met. Right? People people complain about the prices, like their bad fish plates 20, and it's a problem. That's what I'm saying, man. We don't know how to do business. And that's why it's hard for people to support us. Then, not only do we have outrageous prices, we don't even know how to treat the people right. We be getting mad at the people and shit. It's like, yo, it's you. But you see, their ego is too inflated to realize, like, damn, this is me. I need to get my shit together. No, but they blame it on the people. But this is what I say. That's why they're on YouTube. They're on YouTube because YouTube pays them. If their community paid them, then they wouldn't care about YouTube, or they would feel how I feel about YouTube. You see, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about YouTube. Not the business aspect of it. I get on here for the people. But again, if the people don't trust you, then you gotta rely on YouTube. Then so that you gotta be messy because that's what YouTube pays. Why? Because if you look at any messy shit in the black community, that shit does numbers. If I was to talk about all the messy shit that's going on in my community, I would have thousands of views. But because I choose not to talk about the messiness of the community, and if I do talk about the messiness, you see, I don't put it in the title. So yes, I'm talking about the fucked up shit, but just not in the title. And I don't have nobody's name in my title, so I only speak about it for the people that's already here. So that's why they rely on YouTube. That's why they care about YouTube, because YouTube pays them, because they don't have the trust of the community. They don't have the trust of the community because they don't have enough business etiquette for the community to trust them in. They don't know how to honor their word. If you say you're gonna do something, you better get it done. They can't even fulfill that basic ass rule. So that's why they have to depend on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. If YouTube cuts them off, if YouTube decides to demonetize their channel, then you're gonna see them fade to black. They're not gonna continue to show up. Not in the way that they do. That's why they have to censor. They can't just talk the way that they want to talk because YouTube is gonna demonetize the video. So, but again, you gotta worry about all that when you don't have the trust of the people, because the people would take care of you already. You wouldn't. YouTube doesn't need to take care of you if you have good business etiquette. So when the people can't support you because they literally can't support you because you're not trustworthy, then that's what we see. We're just seeing the results of people who are not trustworthy. How many spiritual teachers have to be accused of scamming people before we realize that these people were already here scamming before YouTube was even on a map? Meaning, people are just spiritual. This is just trendy. People are doing this shit because it's trendy. That's all. That's all they're doing. That's why I don't respect it. I'm like, oh, y'all doing this shit because this is just what's popping right now. I was doing this shit when this shit is still not popping. You think I'm 93 because this is popping? No, this is not popping. It will never pop. I'm associating myself with a man that was called the wickedest man in the world. This shit will never be popping. So I'm not over here because this was ever popping or this is going to get any views and all that. That's not why I'm doing what I'm doing. Otherwise, I would have did something else. I would have had a more mainstream approach. I wouldn't be cussing. I would be trying to convey these things as nice as possible. But and I probably would do it very well. But I'm like, all right, so am I really just gonna wait until I get struck by a lightning bolt? Because that's what's gonna happen to me. I get struck by a fucking lightning bolt if I try to repeat what I see going on in these YouTube streets. I can't do it. So, but again, I only had the perspective I had because I've been on YouTube the whole time. I got on YouTube before it was cool to be on YouTube. Meaning, you see, I have been on things or up on things before it was cool, before it was mainstream. That's what I keep trying to convey. For whatever reason, I'm always ahead of the curve. Whether it's with the information, whether it's me being a part of it, I'm always ahead of the curve. I'm always doing it when it's not cool to do, when it's not trendy, when it will never be trendy. But I'm always there and I'll always be here, right? Because somebody has to bring the balance of the universe. That's what it is. Because if everybody's scamming, if everybody's doing the people wrong, if nobody knows how to conduct business, then we all fuck. Somebody got to do something right, right? So that's why I be righteous. I'd rather be righteous than YouTube offer me a check and like, yeah, talk about all the fuck shit in your community. I'm like, so I'm just supposed to sit here and make my community look bad on a daily basis? That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what YouTube wants me to do. YouTube wants me to get on here and talk about it. Every time a rapper gets shot, they want me to talk about it. Every time a person dies, they want me to talk about it. Every time men and women can't agree, they want me to talk about it. Every time somebody's sticking their dick and the woman they shouldn't fuck, and now babies pop out. They want me to talk about that. That's all TikTok is. And I be seeing all these creators. All they doing is taking their content off of TikTok. They look for the worst shit on TikTok and they just talk about it. That's what YouTube wants me to do. How do I know? Because I see that's what everybody else is doing. So that's how I know. I'm like, all these people that's actually getting a YouTube check, when I look at what they're actually talking about, I'm like, okay, they literally find the worst shit on the internet, and then they give their commentary on it. They literally have to look for the worst situations known to man. They look for the most disgusting people, right? I see you, Tangela. Salute to you. This is what I see. Again, that's why I say I can't get with that. That shit doesn't resonate with me. I'm like, all right, they want me to talk about the most ridiculous, disgusting shit that there is to talk about. Like, nah, I can't do it. It's not that I don't see it happening. I'm like, yo, I see this shit happening. But the type of message that sends is not a good one. Like, yo, I'm not about to just have my community out here looking like fucking fools, and I know that they are fucking fools, not you. I know that my community is full of fools. I know that's the truth. But am I gonna get paid to talk about that? No, that doesn't make any sense to me. Let me come with solutions. That's why I make the videos. I make the videos offering solutions. That's why I'm always talking about solutions. Here's actually how you avoid all this bullshit. Just be righteous in your business dealings. There's no need to scam people. There's no need to lie, cheat, and steal. We don't have to do these things. We're carrying over a slave mentality. That's why most people are afraid to read. Still, I be telling people to pick up a book. They like, oh, they don't even want to pick up a book. I'm like, people, they still got this fucking slave mentality. I'm like, all right, well, somebody got to break out of it. Let me show you how to break out of it. Let me present a solution here. Instead of just talking about how disgusting it is, yeah, I talk about how I'm just talking about the things that I don't like. So when I talk about these people, and you see, I don't have to name names because they're all the same. Meaning, you are what you eat. You are what you eat. So that's why we be seeing the same behaviors from all of these different types. All these people appear to be different, but somehow there's always some bullshit attached to their name. They're all the same. So it's like there's no need to name drop because they all have the same accusations on them. Either somebody's being violent towards women, somebody's scamming, somebody's somewhere doing what they're not supposed to do, starting businesses they shouldn't have started, scamming people out of money, not sending them their products. It's the same thing. But they all appear to be different, but they are the same. So there's no need to name drop because when you are who you are, you demonstrate certain attributes. Meaning, everybody knows what a crackhead is. Everybody know what a drug fiend is. Everybody know what a drug addict is. Why? Because they have the same behavior attributes. They all act the same. They all have the same law, which is a false law. They all follow the same false law. That's why we can't trust them. They can't be trusted, right? What's up, Alessandra? Peace, peace. So that's why we see the same situations, even though it's different people, right? And that's why we just kick back and we just look and we just watch these people destroy themselves, right? Everybody's again, or they destroy each other. If they don't destroy themselves by their own actions, then they're being destroyed by fellow content creators. But you see what we do? We want to bring the streets to the internet. That's what we do. Cause this is what niggas do in the streets. And because the internet is full of a bunch of street niggas and street bitches, That's why we just see a bunch of mess. We didn't want to leave it in the streets. We wanted to bring the shit to the internet, which was our mistake. The streets should have remained in the streets. That's why so many of us are being killed. Why do we see these young men losing their lives? Chasing clout. Because you were supposed to keep street business in the street. The moment you convey it to the rest of the world, people who are not involved in the streets, now you're showing street shit to non-street people, especially the police. You're just asking to get caught. You're asking to get your fucking brains blew out. And it ain't gonna be nobody's fault but your own. That's why we keep seeing it happen. How many times do we need to see rappers getting killed chasing clout? How many times we gotta see this shit? How many lives have to be lost before we realize keep the streets in the streets? It is a law. If you break that law, you will pay the consequence. But we act like we don't see this shit. We act like we don't see these people that are clearly street orientated and they've been fine. But soon as they start flashing and doing all this shit on Instagram, now it's a problem. Now they got Ricos. So that's what I'm saying. If the streets don't catch up to you, then the police will. Now all of a sudden they got a Rico case. Then when you look at, well, how did the police get the evidence? What did they say? Right off of Instagram. They saw all that money on Instagram and they looked at the serial numbers on all that money and they traced the money back to the crimes. Then they're like, oh, okay, well, that's the same money that you were flashing on IG. So they're looking at the serial numbers on the money that's being flashed. So that's why I don't put none of my information on the internet. None of my information is on the internet. You go to my Instagram right now, you don't see anything on there. It's just my art. The only thing on my Instagram is my art. Same thing on YouTube. I'm like, it's just art. It's just me talking, right? I don't put nothing street orientated. That's off the internet. I'm like, cause I know the consequence. My head will be blown off my fucking shoulders. Let me start doing that shit. Head is off my shoulders. It's just that simple. I'm not about to get a pass because I'm me. See, the ego tricks us then. Well, I'm me, I get a pass. No, you don't. And the moment I start thinking about it, you won't see me again. The reason why you still see me is because I'm like, yo, there's certain things that are not allowed to be brought to the forefront, especially people who have no understanding of why this stuff is here in the first place. So anything that I may be doing, I'm like, yo, that shit will never, it will never be on the internet. I'm just asking for the police to come get me. Ask me how many times the police have knocked on my door. They don't. Because they have no evidence. Because if I don't put the evidence on the internet, it's not going to be on the internet. So they have no case. Words is not enough, right? Words is not enough. So I can say whatever I want. You got to prove it with some type of tangible evidence, which you're not going to be able to do if I don't give you the evidence. Okay, well, we're going to start to monitor this person because this person just flashed a whole $1 million on the internet and they have no connections to ask how they even got that money. So clearly that's street money. So now we got a reason to track you. Now we're going to your whole enterprise is about to be disrupted because now they're going to put plants around you. We know how dirty and wicked the police get. They go undercover. They're going to pretend to be buyers. They're going to pretend to be sellers. Oh, you think you buying from the plug? You're buying from a cop. You think you selling to a fiend? You're selling to a cop. Oh, they're going to get real dirty, disgusted, and wicked. They're going to tap the phone, of course, right? And guess whose fault it's gonna be? It's our own fault. It's not their fault. That's why I'm like, that's why it ain't fuck the police, right? Because if you don't give the police anything to investigate, they're not gonna bother you. So that's why all these people saying fuck the police. Well, stop giving them a reason to fuck with you. They won't. If they don't have enough evidence, they will not have the resources just to try to track somebody, and they don't even have any evidence to track. That's why they have a whole section called the hip hop police, just to specifically follow rappers, to destroy their enterprises, to destroy their organizations. Why? Because you're rapping about it. Why do y'all think I just rap about what I rap about? I'm not gonna ever say anything incriminating in my raps because I know what comes with that. So I'm like, let me stick to consciousness. Let me speak to or stick to this occult shit. Why? Because this doesn't leave a trail. If I send a death spell to somebody, they ain't gonna be able to say that I did it. They not gonna be able to link that shit back to me. If I put a fucking curse on somebody, they're not gonna be able to link it to me. So that's why I speak about the occult. That's why you see my rhymes is strictly occultic. I ain't talking about anything that's gonna lead back to what's actually going on. Because now I'm asking for it. And honestly, a lot of these motherfuckers is asking for it because they just want attention. They be bored. We think the streets is just so fun and shit. They be bored. Why do you think they get on Instagram? Why do they get on social media? If they just living their fucking life with all this money, why do you think they get on Instagram? I'm just trying to reveal the mentality so that you don't fall victim to it here. If these people were so bossed up, if they had everything that they wanted, because we see them with all these stacks of money, why do they get on Instagram? Like, damn, you can buy whatever you want. You can buy a whole house. You can buy everybody in your goddamn family house if you want to. But for whatever reason, what do? You don't buy property. You don't buy real estate. You're just showing it off on Instagram because you want the world to know how much you have. You see, that type of mentality is what gets people fucked up, and it's their own fault. And it's not going to stop anytime soon because we just want to be fucking idiots, right? And this is what I mean by you got to know when God is blessing you, and you got to know when the devil is blessing you. People don't know the difference. They think that these are blessings from God. See, if it's a blessing for God, then if you want to put it on social media, then fuck it. But if these are blessings from the devil, you put that shit on social media, then it's over with because you didn't violate it. See, this is what I mean by people are playing in the streets and they don't understand the laws. They don't understand that, yes, the devil will bless you and give you whatever you want just to test you to see if you really deserve it. God does the same thing, just in a different way. But the devil shall out. I'll give you all this money just for you to get shot in the head, then people rob you. But they only robbed you because you was flexing on Instagram. Had you never been flexing, they would have never knew that you had anything. They would have just thought you was a broke ass nigga. They would have never known. You made it known to the world. Now everybody trying to figure out where you stay. Now they trying to get close to you. Now they trying to see, well, who's associated with you, who's your baby mom. Now they trying to get in with her. They now niggas go into nigga mode, and then that's when things become very bad for you. So not only are you got niggas going into nigga mode, trying to push up on your baby moms, trying to push up on your wife, trying to push up on your sisters and aunties and anybody who's connected to you. Now you got to deal with the police as well. So, but we want to act stupid. We want to act like we didn't know that. Oh, this is a blessing from the devil. So we want to act like it's not. We want to act like, oh, this is God. God blessed you. So God lets you sell drugs and scam. That's blessings from God. You got all that money from dealing and scamming. That's a blessing from God. Apparently they think so. That's how you know this is complete ignorance. This is called egomania. It's a mental disease. We're just so in a rush to show the world that we're worth something. This is what I mean. Like, okay, so the money wasn't enough, was it? Because you could have did all you wanted to do and just stayed off of the internet. But you know what happens? Street dudes try to be rappers. Now you mixing God and devil. That's where they fuck up. When you're in the streets and you try to rap, and then you're rapping about all the shit you did in the streets instead of rapping about, you can say the complete opposite. Because if you're a rapper, you can say you got to be with God. Because when you're a rapper, now you're introducing yourself to the world. You're not just introducing yourself to the streets. You're introducing yourself to the world. You're putting yourself on the world stage. You're setting yourself up for people to listen to your music who have no idea who you are. They're trying to get to know who you are. So you start speaking about shit that shouldn't be spoken about. Shit that you should have left in the past and left in the streets or left off of the record. Now you mixing God and devil. And there's a consequence for that. There's a consequence when you mix God and devil. That's why either you lose your life or you lose your freedom. Because you're not allowed to do that. Meaning you got to be one or the other. You cannot rap and then receive blessings from God, which is blessings from the world. You cannot rap but still, I guess you can still be in the streets, just not rapping about it. But how many people do we see doing that? You see that? You see that? How many street rappers do you know that don't speak about street shit? You could say King Von. Well, this has been going on way before King Von. King Von just so happened to, he did it in a way that, well, he did it in a way that hadn't been done before. So he's a unique situation. So he was blatant. Well, his situation is a little different. His situation is a little different. It's a little different. It's a little different. What I mean by that is, like, I don't, it's not, like, that's just too easy of a target. Like we say, King Von. We're talking about somebody who could have potentially been the best rapper out of Chicago of this era, right? It's not really. That's what I mean by that is the reason why that situation is different is because he didn't die. No, we gotta dig up this stuff, huh? I say that to say he wasn't in control of his life at the point of he dying, of him dying. Meaning the truck that he was in, He didn't tell them to pull up at that club. He didn't say, okay, we about to meet these dudes and we about to fight and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. That's not what happened. He put his trust in these managers. We don't need to say who the manager is, but we know who he is. He put his trust in the wrong people. He would still be here. So that's why my is King Von's a little different. He would still be here. That was a blood sacrifice. That was a blood sacrifice. So it would have been different if he initiated, and that's what people say. Well, he initiated. Well, you can't say he initiated. He didn't even know Quando was even going to be there. He wasn't even supposed to be there. Somebody told them, drive him over here, then park the truck right next to your enemy's truck. He didn't say that. That was a setup. And then the police is already on the scene. The police is already on the scene. And then the police actually killed King Von. The police killed him. Not Lil Tim. That's what the majority know. The bullet that killed him was from the cops who were already on the scene. So that's what I'm saying. That ain't something that he did. Because if he knew, like, yo, cops is going to be on the scene, why would we even be here? So, however, I guess it doesn't change my ultimate point of. No, but what I'm saying is they said the same thing about Tupac. They said this. They said the same thing about Tupac, right? Well, he was from the East. He came to the West. He became a gangbanger, and he got caught up in gang politics, and that's how he got his life took. They say the same thing about Tupac. However, there's so much conspiracy around that death and controversy that that's not necessarily the case, right? That's just the mainstream story. So that's what I mean. I'm not really speaking about the top tier. Like King Von was an exceptional rapper. Tupac was an exceptional rapper. I'm not talking about them. People who had literally control over the whole culture at the time. King Von had the culture in his hands. Pac had the culture in his hands. And they were tricked out of their position by those who wanted their energy, right? So I'm not talking about the people who truly had the power and who could have really made shit move and pop. I'm talking about the wannabes. Meaning I'm talking about people that's clearly street orientated, getting street money, doing street activity, putting in street work, and then they begin to rap about it. What I'm saying is, how many street people do we know who didn't rap about all of the activity that they were doing? Rarely, if ever. I'm not saying that they don't exist, they do exist. But it's very unusual for that to occur. It's very unusual for a street dude who wants to be a rapper that doesn't speak about the street activity that either they did or they saw or they witnessed. But you're not supposed to do that. You are violating a spiritual law as well as a physical law because now they're studying every one of your lyrics. That's what happens to Lil Boosie, where they're playing his lyrics in court, trying to connect it to a crime. They're doing the same thing to Young Thug. They're talking about, in your lyrics, you're talking about things that were actually occurring. These are not just lyrics, like these are actually real things. Now, whether that's real or true or not, we don't know. But what I'm saying is, your lyrics will be used against you in a court of law. And we see this happen time and time again, but we keep doing it. So what I'm saying is, the reason why we keep doing it is because We truly don't know the laws of the streets. We don't know them. That's why they're called street dudes or street niggas if we want the actual perspective. That's not a title of endurement. That means you don't know any better. Because if you're in the streets and you have the ability to get out of it, you're no longer a street nigga because you know the way. What's up, Ty? Peace. What do you think about the two politician black dudes who got expelled in Tennessee, but the white politician woman wasn't suspended? Because we trying to do what we want in a system that we didn't design. That's what I'm saying. Like we're too fucking big headed to realize that you don't get to come into politics doing whatever the fuck you want to do. You don't do that. You can't do that. You can't go into a system that you didn't create. Like you own the shit. Like you can do whatever you want. So yes, that white woman is gonna stay exactly where she is. Ain't shit gonna happen to her. That's what I'm saying. Whatever game that you enter into, you better know the rules or you will be fucked over. They didn't know the rules. They didn't know the rules. They broke them and didn't even realize that they were broken and now they could never recover. That's all I've been talking about this whole time. When you enter into a game and you don't know the rules, you will be expelled. So in the situation of politics, yeah, you will be expelled. In the streets, you're going to be killed, or you will lose your freedom. In politics, you just lose your position. You have to honor the rules. If this is a so-called white system, do not bring your black ass in a white system thinking that you're about to change a motherfucking thing. Obama should have told us that. We should have learned. We should have learned our lesson when Obama was the president, but we didn't learn our lesson on, did we? Because we see Obama didn't change the system. You can say he's the first black. Well, yeah, he was the first black because there's no such thing as black. Black don't exist. We were given that name, black. We are not black people. But you know what? He had to accept that. I'm the first black president. He had to accept something that was given to us that we never gave to ourselves. So he had to run with that. That should have told you everything you needed to know. But no, we want to play dumb. See, the moment we drop that black, now shit gets real. But you're not gonna come in politics with that. Like, no, I'm actually not black. Don't call me black. Don't call me African American. I'm not none of that shit. You don't see nobody talking like that. We are not black people. We are not African Americans. Right? So if we're not on that time, ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't nothing gonna change. Do you know about the Tennessee situation? Now, of course, I don't know every bit of the details, but whatever you want to convey, you can type it in. Whatever you feel I should know. So if I'm missing a detail, then because again, I'm always up on current events. But again, did I read every little detail? Probably not. Because I wasn't surprised. It didn't move me. It probably wasn't. It didn't stand out to me at all. I'm like, as soon as I saw black politicians, I'm like, all right, yeah, keep calling yourself black. Don't. Then it is what it is, right? So as soon as I saw that, meaning any black politician, I'm like, you're not about to change a motherfucking thing. Anybody who identifies as black or African American, I'm already looking at the whole situation side eyed. I'm like, all right, I can't even take this seriously. Oh, we're trying to make history. We're trying to be the first black. But that's why I said we didn't learn from Obama. Obama occupied the highest office that you can occupy, and you see what he did with it. People don't know that Obama started 5 wars. Did you know that? Did you know that Obama started 5 wars in the Middle East? Most people don't know that. Why? Because they choose to ignore. They choose to ignore it. Don Lemon just found out. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And we all will find out. See, people want to ignore the bullshit. People want to ignore, like, oh, he's the reason why we're in 5 wars in the Middle East. But ask any black person about it, like, oh, I didn't know that. What's up, El Ray? So that's what I'm talking about. So all that first black shit, first black president. Well, the first black president got us into 5 additional wars. That's what the first black president did. All right? The first black president actually killed innocent people due to strikes. But you see, we don't want to talk about that hard truth. It's a little bit too harsh. We just want to see him in the highest light. Nobody can let the given terms go for real. Most black spiritualists stuck on Egypt because that's what pays them. Yes, they can't move forward because that's what pays them. It pays to be Pan African. It pays to be Egyptian. It pays to be Ifa. It pays to be a spiritualist. That's what's putting money in their pocket. So why would they change? Why would they change? It's all about that almighty dollar. Why would they change? Because when they change, again, same thing. That's why they're Hebrew Israelites. That's why they have 501c3s. They have 501c3s, meaning they are agents of the government. All right? We ain't black, but most of us know that. I'm not African, but most of us. But we ain't here for that. Exactly. I understand what you mean because people in Africa identify with the country that they're in. They're not saying I'm African. But again, we don't want to have those types of conversations. So we don't have those conversations, then we just end up in the same situation that we're in because again, it makes money. It makes money. So you try to play this political game, you got to go with those terms. You got to say black. You got to say African American. You got to say I am a descendant from or of slavery. I am a descendant of slavery. You got to use those terms because if you don't, you're not going to be a politician. Because who's going to vote for that? Especially white, so-called whites. You think they're going to vote for you when you're like, yo, I don't identify black or African American. You think they're going to vote for you? Because you need their vote too. You think they're going to vote for you when you're completely exposing the whole fucking system on their ass? You think they're going to vote for that? Nope. The only thing they're going to vote for is your destruction. Yeah, keep these people foolish so that I don't have to worry about them. As long as they stay foolish and killing each other and selling drugs to each other and destroying each other, I don't have nothing to worry about. And that's just what it is. So you got to fall into that trap. And we're going to continue to fall into the trap. It's not ending no time soon. Why? Because of money. The money is going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. So if anything, you're going to see more and more savages. Honestly, you're going to see more and more savagery. Because the money is getting tighter. So don't expect none of this to end no time soon. Don't expect people to be on TV and conveying the truth. You're not gonna see it. Anybody who's on the TV is not conveying the truth. That's why they're on TV, to keep the lies going, to keep this system in place, to sell you the trickery, right? You don't get to tell the truth and be on TV. You think they're gonna let you on TV and you're revealing the whole system and how the whole system is corrupt? And I'm not just talking about white supremacy, because that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Because Jewish people don't identify as white. White Jewish people don't identify as white, but they still have their foot on your neck as well. And again, that's why I talk about the rappers. Who's gonna give you a record deal? It's probably gonna be a Jewish man, and that Jewish man feeds his family off of black destruction. He sends his children to college, while your children is forced to live in poverty in the hood, listening to the same rap music you was listening to growing up. And if you lose your life, now they have no father. Now it just becomes an endless cycle. There's more money for them to put in their pocket, right? They'd eat off of your destruction. So their children will become just like them, slave masters, and your children continue to remain slaves. Why would they want to change that? They won't. They will never tell you, maybe you should uplift your people. Maybe you shouldn't be promoting violence. Yeah, right. Says no Jewish man ever in the entertainment industry. That's why you're in the entertainment industry in the first place, because you're trying to make money off of what you consider entertainment. The banks, yeah, that's why the banks, they don't want to give you no loan for your business. But the so-called white person can get a loan for their business. You can have the same business a white person do, but you got to meet more rules and regulations before you get the same check that they get. That's just how the system is. And then we complain about the system, or then we try to manipulate the system. That's why many of us become drug dealers and street orientated, because we're trying to manipulate the system, because we already know the system is already against us. It was never for us in the first place, right? So you really can't expect anything from the system. You really shouldn't be dependent on the system. If you're trying to go beyond poverty, that's what I'm saying. They can support your poverty all they want, but the moment you're trying to live like them and to be on their level, it's not going to happen. You will have to find a way to do it yourself, which is very rare. Which is very, very, very rare. You see what happened to Kanye recently? He just said he liked Jewish people again. So he went on that whole rant about how Jews are the enemy of the world. But not that he saw a concert, now he likes Jewish people again. Well, you think it's a coincidence that he said that? After he didn't lost all of his deals and now he got put out of J.P. Morgan. You don't think that pressure was on his ass? Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Like we're just so fucking simple. We're just so simple. But if you've been listening to me, you're not, right? Because I've been telling y'all about cryptocurrency. I've been telling y'all, fuck this American dollar. I've been telling y'all that, right? I've been telling you, you gotta get on currency. Fuck the local dollar. You have to go into currency. Because the local dollar is going to become the digital dollar, but you're still dealing in local currency. Most of us is not doing any business in different currencies. We don't even know how to do business in different currencies. So that's why all we do is complain, nag, and bitch about America because we're still stuck on the dollar. If you were not stuck on the American dollar, you wouldn't give a fuck. My IT teacher in high school said, saying African American is saying your place of origin is Africa. Why say that and we are born in America? Because it's political. It's a political identification. It has nothing to do with actual history. What about the Kenyan president saying that their oil purchases with Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, will be with the Kenyan shilling versus the U.S. because people are fed up with depending on the U.S. dollar because we are slumlords. It's so hard to do business with us because we just fuck people over so ridiculously. That's why they're so and that's why they're embracing China and they're embracing Russia and they're embracing the Middle East as they should. I am not mad at them. Who the fuck wants to do business with the U.S.? We're just such fucking slums, and we try to fuck people over massively. Who wants to do business with us? I wish them the best. I am not pro America because the way we just try to get over on people. All we do is go around the world and cause problems. All we do is go around the world and cause problems. Everywhere that the U.S. has an influence, it's chaos. That's why we saw chaos in Afghanistan. We saw chaos in Iraq. We see chaos in Haiti. We see chaos in Ukraine, and we're going to see chaos in Taiwan. Eventually, we will see chaos in Taiwan. Anywhere that the U.S. has investments in, we're going to see chaos because we don't know how to do business righteously. We are still on Christopher Columbus time, or we're going to come over here and we're going to take shit over. And any problems we have, we're just going to throw money at it. So that's what it is. So the world is just fed up with it. The world is fed up with dealing with the U.S. And they've been fed up for a long time. This is just a time where they can get up under the U.S. People been fed up for a long time. Countries been fed up for a long time. But now that Russia and China are putting themselves in a position of power, now they can do business now. But we did it to ourselves. That's why they're running to China. That's why they're running to Russia. That's why they're running to the Middle East. Because they're tired of us. And they've been tired of us for a long time now. So that's why it's so easy for them to link up now. That's why we're seeing, Venezuela and all these different places, then they will accept the rupees of Russia, the currency of Russia, and they would do oil business with the currency of Russia. That's why they're doing that. They want to do business with, the currency of China. Because they're sick of the US. Who isn't? We're sick of the US. Imagine everybody else. We sick of our own goddamn country. We sick of our own country. So imagine other people. So we can't be surprised that they want to do business with other countries that if they all come together, yeah, they would not they're not going to need the US. And again, we did it to ourselves. So I'm not mad at them. We did it. We're not good business people. So whether we see it in black business or international business, all across the board, we clearly do not know how to do good business. We clearly do not know how to do good business. Look at Joe Biden. You think Joe Biden know how to do good business? What good business have they done? Well, all we see is fucking inflation. What good business have they done? What good business have we saw being done ever since Joe Biden has been in office? At least Trump did have decent business. I didn't say he did perfect business. At least he did have decent business. But you see, the majority of the people don't resonate with Trump. Right? Am I familiar with Black Magic 363 channel? Absolutely. Again, I'm familiar with everybody. There's really not a name that you can name that are like, oh, I don't know who that is. I know who everyone is. I know who my eyes are everywhere, right? I just don't view the content. So if you ask me, do I watch the content? No, I don't view the content. But I know who they are. But I don't watch the content. But I don't watch anybody's content. So that's not me bashing them. I don't view anybody's content. But I know who they are. The Federal Reserve just print money and inflate the value. Once the dollar was taken off of the golden standard by Ronald Reagan, then that was the beginning to the end. Because the price of gold continues to go up. So that's why I say we did it to ourselves. We took the American dollar off of the golden standard. We did that. President Ronald Reagan did that. We okayed that. So it's on us. Because the American people put the lawmakers in power. So we voted for the lawmakers, and the lawmakers made a vote to take the dollar off of the gold standard. Then Ronald Reagan did what he did. So all the content creators are hustlers. It's the American way. It's the American way. So yeah, why not be a hustler when you see there's money to be made? So that's why I say I understand the mentality. I just don't resonate with it, but I get it. Why not? You got all these feeble ass people with these feeble ass minds who don't know any better. Why not finesse these people out their money? Why not? Why not take advantage of the weak? But I don't resonate with that. I'm like, why am I taking advantage of people weaker than me? That doesn't challenge me. I'm not challenged to take over or to do dirty people that are weaker than me. That doesn't make sense to me. I want to destroy people stronger than me. Right? I want to conquer other. If I consider myself a predator, I want to conquer other predators. Why would I deal with prey? That doesn't make any sense. But again, I know my mentality is not the same as most people's mentality. Right? So again, like I'm looking at the people that have more power than me. I'm not looking at the people that have less power than me. I'm like, yo, how do I get to that level? But without doing what they had to do to get to that level, because clearly I'm not going to do what they did to get to that level. So I'm like, yeah, I need to get to that level without doing all this bullshit. And that's the true challenge. The true challenge is obtaining power in a righteous fashion in an unrighteous world. Right? That's the true challenge. The true challenge is to be righteous in an unrighteous world. It's easy to make money. It's easy to hustle. It's easy to scam. It's hard to be righteous and do good business. That's hard. And then build a reputation based off of honorable work. That's hard to do. So that's what I do. But that's hard. That's not easy to do. But that's the direction that I go in. So that's why I come on here and I be honorable and I just tell you the truth. I could lie to y'all and make money. But again, I got to deal with those consequences. I'm gonna be the one that gets struck by the lightning bolt doing shit like that. So I'm like, nah, it's not worth getting struck by a lightning bolt. It's not worth it, right? That's the channel I was talking about the other day. You would snap on that podcast. Yeah, it's a good thing I have my own, right? Like if I was waiting for somebody to say, hey, come on my podcast, I'll be waiting forever. So it's a good thing that I'm not waiting for nobody to ask me anything, right? It's a good thing I built my own platform, right? So I don't have to ask anybody for anything, in terms of other creators. Hey, let's partner up. Can I be? Trust me, you would. I'm not in anybody's inbox. I've never asked another creator, hey, can you help me out? I've never, and it won't happen. It won't happen. So I just spent my time building my own platform. So That's why again, I know about these people, but am I waiting for the day that I'm gonna be on somebody's podcast? No. Am I waiting to be on somebody else's show? No. I realize I'm too real. I would never be on their show because the type of shit that I got to talk about is too authentic. Why? It's not gonna make no money. Remember, these channels are monetized. You're not gonna bring me on your channel and that's gonna be monetized. YouTube is gonna demonetize that. That's what I'm talking about. That's why, yes, they know who I am, but they're not in no rush to bring me on their platform because, like, damn, like, I'm not gonna make no money off of this. So it's not good business for them. I know the game, so I'm not surprised. I'm like, no, you're not about to, if I'm on your platform, you're not gonna make money off of it. So why bring me on your platform? And the only reason they bring other people on their platform is to get money. They're not doing the shit for free. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why you don't see me on these platforms because when they bring people on those platforms, they're doing it because it's going to make money. You are not going to make any money if I'm on your platform. YouTube will demonetize the video. So that's why nobody's calling me to be on their platform because they know you're not going to get no money if you bring him. So to them, it's not a good business move. So that's what I'm saying. Like I know how the game is. I know how the game goes. So that's why I'm not. I don't. I'm like I get it. If YouTube ain't paying me, of course they're not going to pay them. YouTube doesn't pay me for my own content. So why would they bring me on their platform and not get paid for it? It's a waste of their time. It's a waste of their time. Because all they would be doing is giving me promotion, and why would they do that? Now that's taking money out of their pocket. Why would they lose money? Again, these are business people. They make lectures about manifesting, but begging they subs for money. Why don't they just manifest it? This is what I'm saying. This is my whole point. You're not going to make no money if I'm on your platform. The only way that you will bring me on is if you are authentic and you're not thinking about the money, but you're not going to find that person. So that's why you don't see me on these platforms because again, it's not a good money move. You are way past their content actually. The only one I really watch both French and English speaking YouTube, and I can understand why you feel like that, and I don't disagree. And again, that's why this content is not monetized. Because, yeah, this content goes beyond making money. I don't do this type of content to get money. If I wanted to get money, I would make more user friendly content. The 13 sign astrology YouTube dude is the one who I don't think is for the money. But you see, that's not a platform that he bring he brings other people on, right? And shout out to Ra Imhotep. But that's his channel, right? When you look at 13 Signs Astrology, you see him, and he built up his own platform by his motherfucking self, which I respect. And then yeah, I don't think he's demonetized. He may be demonetized. I don't think it was that the whole time, but yeah, he's demonetized, and you see he still shows up. I respect it. But again, that's not a platform that he brings other people on. That's his platform, and he does what he wants on that platform, right? But again, I respect it because yeah, he's like that ain't he's not making any money from that off YouTube. So the only money he gets is from the people. You know what I mean? Which is very hard to do. It's very hard to get people to give you money out of their own pocket. That's not easy. It's easy to get a YouTube check. It's not easy for people to break you off something, off their hard earned labor. They had to work 8, 10, 12 hours to get that, and they give it to you. That's not easy. That's not easy. That's very hard to do. So, again, so salute to Rod Imhoff. This is what I said. See, I know who these people are. But yeah, though that's one of the people who don't get the YouTube check. So that's why his content is the way his content is. You know. So that's what I'm saying. I understand the game because I've been in the game longer than they have been in the game. So I understand it either just as much as they do or even better than they do. So that's why I can talk about it because like I get it. Why bring me on your channel and it's not going to make any money? Because I'm going to say some shit that's going to get your video demonetized. It may jeopardize your whole channel. Your whole channel may be jeopardized if you bring me on there. You bet not bring me on your platform, right? You bet not. You bet not bring me on your play. Your whole platform may be jeopardized. You bring my ass up there, so you bet not do it. So because again, I know the type of energy that I'm bringing. Again, I'm bringing 93. People hate Alistair Crowley. You think Alistair Crowley is friendly? You think that's a friendly energy? That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I come in the name that I come in. I'm like, yo, it's 93. Like, oh, Alistair Crowley, though. That's they don't want. Like, no, we don't want that. Like, no, no, what, like, nah. So that's what I'm saying. Your whole channel is jeopardized if you ever consider bringing me on there. So just don't do it. Don't do it. And it's perfectly fine. I have my own channel, right? So I don't need to be on nobody else's platform anyway. So that's why it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, all right, so what? But I get it. Stay away from me. If you want to keep making your money, you should not deal with me on no level. If you're another content creator and you know if you're making YouTube money, you should not deal with me. You know, it's not going to work out for you the way you think it is. But again, they know better, so that's why they don't mention me. They know who I am, but they would never mention me because again, it come at a cost. When you really are who you say you are, it come at a cost. It come at a cost. You know what I mean? As they say, you got to pay the cost to be the boss, right? You got to pay the cost, and that cost is a hefty one. It's a hefty cost. Right? You know who the real spiritualists and occultists from the fake? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's very few of us, but it's always been that way. It's always been very few wise men and wise women. It's always been very few of us because again, it's a cost. It come at a cost. It come at a cost, and it's a cost that most people are not willing to pay. And again, you know, it's human nature, so I don't expect people to go against their own nature because again, I had to go against my own nature to be this. If I was going with my own human nature, I wouldn't be doing none of this. I would be doing the same thing everybody else is doing. Again, work, you know, I would not be on YouTube. I would not be going against the grain. This is going against human nature. Cause like, well, human nature, you should be trying to make the most money that you should make, right? You should be trying to make more money. You should try to do more business. It's not human nature to go against the grain and you're basically losing money. Like I have to invest into this channel, right? I have invested more into this channel. So I have to get the resources outside of the channel to continue to win. Like I have to invest in this channel. This channel is not necessarily just giving me the resources. Again, other than what the people give me. So the only thing I get from this channel is what the people give me. And again, it ain't even through the channel. You know, it's because I have to do services, right? Unless people give the donations. But you see, I don't come on here asking for a motherfucking thing either. So that's the difference. You see, I don't come on here asking for nothing. Cause it is what it is, right? I'm like, I ain't trying to make people feel bad like you gotta give me anything. It's like, you can watch this whole video and don't even hit the like button. It's not gonna make a difference, right? Cause that's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm here, right? So it doesn't matter. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. I'm still gonna show the fuck up. Because I'm doing this, it's my reasoning for doing this goes beyond what everybody else is doing this for. And I just got to stick with that, and it's not going to change no time soon, right? So that's why I say my resources have to come from other avenues. I just got to leave the YouTube money where it's at. All money is not good money, so I just leave it where it's at, and I just keep it pushing, right? It is what it is. If you're getting tens of thousands of views as a spiritual teacher, I believe you have to sell out because you're telling people what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. Yeah, they know how to manipulate the algorithm. They know how to get people emotionally fired up. They know the Jedi mind tricks. That's what I'm saying. They know. That's why they call the 5% and they call the 10%. The 10% knows everything the 5% knows. They just use it for malicious means. So yeah, there are people who know the Jedi mind tricks and who know how to get people riled up, who know how to get people to donate and all that. They know the tricks and they use them. And they just enrich themselves and they give people nothing in return. But he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. Right? For those who know the lessons, you know what I'm talking about. He likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. Right? So all these people are favored, but they're not getting anything in return. Other than, again, it's like going to church and you put money in a pot. It's the same thing. It's just online church. They just heard the sermon, right? And they put money in a pot. So, again, I respect it. I'm like, yo, if they want to give their money, then let them. Because the last thing I'm going to do is be a hater. I'm like, oh, you should stop doing what you should. No, you shouldn't stop. Keep doing what you're doing because that's your law. Keep honoring your law, whatever your law is. I just understand my law is different and I'm just honoring my law. All right? But I understand my law is not a law that most people adhere to. So I'm not expecting anyone to understand why I even have the law I have. So that's why I can be at peace with it. I'm like, okay, I'm not expecting the world to be like me. I understand that I am anti world. I'm anti all this stuff. So I'm not expecting anybody to be that. So that's why I can view the world, look at it, understand it, and just not be affected by it. I'm like, yeah, I get what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I get what you're doing, but I'm gonna stay over here. So, and that's what I've been doing. Again, that's why I got 1,000 videos on this page. I just mind my fucking business. I see what you're doing, but I mind my business. I see what's going on, but I mind my business. All right, let me stay over here and let me just honor and adhere to my law, which I would never put on someone else. I'm like, I'm not mad at somebody because they don't honor my law. You know? Do you listen to old school R&B like James Brown, Marvin Gaye, Aretha Franklin? No, I don't. I don't listen to most music at this point. So most I don't really listen to most music at all, new school or old school. That's why I'm like I just make my own music at this point. Like the music, I just make the music that I want to hear. Right? Rod Hayes is another one who I don't think does a money hustle. Well, if you type in Rod Hayes exposed, then there would be people that feel opposite of that. Because I didn't see both sides. And I'm not going to put none of that business out here. It's not my place. But I didn't see both sides. I didn't see people who feel completely different than how you feel. And I'm not saying who's right. I'm not saying who's wrong. But I didn't see people who are on the other side of Rod Hayes. But I'm not going to speak on what he actually is. I don't know the man. So it's not my place to speak on who he is, but all I'm saying is there's videos on YouTube that don't like what he's doing. But then there are videos that are on YouTube that do like what he's doing. So, meaning it just depends on what side that you fall under. Right? All I'm saying is you don't have to do that with me. Type in Amon Asha Renew Exposed and you see what comes up. Type in Amon Asha Renew whatever exposed or scam or type in any of that stuff. There's a reason why you see nothing. But type in your favorite content creator or your favorite spiritualist exposed, and why do you see all these videos pop up? Why is that? Why do all these people have all these people making videos about them and bringing all these receipts and all this evidence? That's all I'm saying. So that's why I'm always sure to look at both sides. I'm like, okay, whoever this person is, let me look at the people that like him. Let me look at the people that don't like him or her, right? And 9 times out of 10, there's always information about these people doing unrighteous things. So it don't matter who you name, like all the biggest names, right? Anybody who has been on the Black Magic channel, I feel is out for the money, and let them. I say let them, right? Let them do what they do, because as long as you know better, then you know better. And if people want to continue to support them, again, I'm not a hater. Get your money. I'm not here to stop nobody's money. Again, that's why you see I don't put these people's names in my titles, that just letting it be known. I'm not here to stop nobody's money. I'm not here to shit on nobody's hustle. But I see you though. I'm looking at both sides. I'm looking at all videos. I'm just wondering why don't those videos exist on my name? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why ain't nobody trying to expose me? Why don't I have these anti videos? Oh, don't listen to this man. This is the wickedest man on the earth. Or you should not listen to this. Where is these videos at? Why are people not taking their time out to make videos about me? I don't understand it. Why have I been on YouTube this long and you don't? Why don't these videos come up? That's all I'm saying. All right. Where is the videos at? Where is the haters at? Like they, for whatever reason, they stay away from me. And you see, I've been around for a long time. I'm not a newbie. So people have had plenty of time. They had 10 years to gather up any information that they can find. It's hard to expose you because you're giving out the real. Even if I was giving out the real, if I was still doing fucked up shit, you can still expose me. Well, yeah, I like that's, but that's what they say about everybody, right? Everybody's speaking a certain level of truth. It ain't that many people that's just blatantly lying. Everybody has certain nuggets of truth. But then when it comes to their business practices, that's what people have a problem with. It ain't even really what they're saying. It's how they're conducting their business. That's what people be exposing. It ain't that they're like, oh, they're a fucking liar. Okay, because anybody can debate knowledge. Some people are gonna believe in aliens. Some people are not gonna believe in aliens. That's irrelevant, right? So, but that's not what people are doing. People, when you look at expose, it's because they're doing bad business. So all I'm saying is, why is my name not? I've been here 10 years. Why? Where's the videos about somebody proving the bad business that I did? And it's been 10. How's it been a whole fucking decade? And these videos don't exist. So I've been around just as long as they've been around. But why are there no videos about people exposing me about my bad business doings? Now, of course, there's gonna be people who don't agree with my perspective, but that's fine. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I already expect people to not to. Again, I know 93 is not very agreeable, but then you don't even have that either. So I admit I'm actually surprised that people haven't. I'm waiting for the to like expose me for lying to the people. I'm still waiting on the videos. They just don't pop up. Like, oh well, that's what I might know. I be waiting to beef with people, but they don't. They just leave me alone. They just leave me alone. So, and it ain't because of nothing I did. Anybody can make a video about anybody. So I'm not in control about who puts any content on YouTube. So anything I'm saying, it ain't because I'm stopping nobody. They just don't make the videos about me. But for whatever reason, most of these other people got videos made about them. Why do all these other teachers got all these infinite videos made about them? whether it's talking about their knowledge or talking about their business. And we've been around the same amount of time. They've been around doing what they're doing. What I think some people started on Facebook, right? Some people got big on Facebook, then navigated to YouTube, and I guess some people came from different platforms, whatever, whatever. Regardless of the case, where are the videos at? Right? Do you have any family members who are occultists? No. It's just me. It's just me. No, like this ain't something that just runs in the family. No. Like I said, my son is a full blown Muslim. So that just lets you know right there. Like everybody in my family, they do exactly whatever they decide to do. But no, nobody is an occultist. They may be spiritualists. They may be spiritualists, but no, they're not occultists. And as you see, that's not something I push on my family. So that's why they're not. I'm like, I don't push this on them. I allow everybody to be exactly who they are. What's up, May 93? I allow everybody to be exactly who they are. Like, they always got access to me. Like sometimes my sister be up on here. Sometimes my sister be popping up on here, watching the content. So they are very aware of what I do. Everybody in my family knows I'm on YouTube. They have access to my videos, but are they occultists? No. They do as they wish. Everybody's grown, honestly. Like my sisters are grown. Like my mother is grown. Like the only youngest I have is like my son and my nephew, and I'm like that. All they know me as they just know me as dad. They just know me as uncle. That's it. So the youngins, they just know me as dad. They just know me as uncle. That's it. So when my nephew comes to visit, all he knows is uncle. It's time for me to set up the game. He wants to play the game, right? He wants to do what he wants to do. He likes doing what he wants to do. I ain't about to tell you. He's on my last thing. He's not gonna know none of this stuff. My son just wants to know about Islam. He wants me to teach him Arabic. So I'm gonna teach him Arabic. So everybody in my family, they know they are aware of what I do, but everybody's adults, so they do what they do, and I respect it. Whenever they need something from me, I always got them. So that's one thing I can say. If they ever need something, if they ever hit my line, they need something, and I got it, they gonna get it. But it's been that way the whole time. So, you know, all they know me as, or they just know me as brother, they just know me as son, they just know me as dad, they just know me as uncle. All this occult stuff don't is not is a non-factor. Again, when it's time to pay them bills, you got your portion, you got your half. Yep, that's all they know me for. You got that, you got that, you got that. Yeah, I got it. So that's all they know me for. They just know me for being responsible, for holding it down. That's all they know me for, right? Because again, I'm big brother. No, I'm not little brother. I'm big brother, right? So I'm supposed to be the one to set the example. I'm not supposed to be asking them for anything. I don't ask my younger sisters for anything. I mean, like I'm the big brother, so I guess that plays a part too. So, but yeah, so they just know me for doing family stuff, cause that's the only people I'm around. The only people I'm around is family. In '93, that's the only people I'm around. That's the only people that can say that they are around me is my family. I'm not in these streets just dealing with a bunch of random people. Again, just running my mouth about this. I don't do that. That's why I do it here, right? Once this camera go off, now I'm brother, I'm uncle, I'm dad, I'm son. That's the only thing that matter when this camera go off, right? And that's how it should be, right? That's how it should be. When I was trapping, people was trying to expose me, but since I kept it G the whole time, it never worked. Because when you keep it G to the law protects you. That's how it goes. So you know that by personal experience. When you stay true to the law protects you. What they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So as long as you adhere to the law, you good. And I know that just as well as you know that, because all I've been doing is adhering to the law, which is probably why people don't have videos about me, right? Which is what I was just talking about. I'm like, damn, I've been on here a whole decade. Nobody has tried to expose me yet. Well, maybe it's because I just stay true to the law, right? That's the only thing I can think of. I'm like, anybody can make a video, but for whatever reason, they just don't make videos about me. Never once have I been. Give me 1 second here. I appreciate the donation, Prince. Salute to you. I just saw that right now. Salute to you, Prince. I see you. Salute to you. So as you see, you know, that's how I would break it down. I would break it down as just me being true to myself and also me being true to y'all is a reason why I don't have the same opposition that y'all see with all these other people. You don't see again. I've never been in one YouTube beef. You've never seen me beefing with no other content creators. You just haven't seen it, right? You're not going to see my name with nobody else's name, right? You're not going to see me arguing with no other content creators. You're just not going to see that because there's a reason. There's a reason why I stayed away from that. That's probably another reason why people haven't tried to expose me, right? Because all right, I appreciate you, man. No decent. I never cash out content creators, but I support you. You know, and that's what matters to me. You know, that's what matters to me. Cause like I said, you know what I mean. People work hard for their money. People got families to take care of. People got bills to pay, mortgages, rent. So that's why I'm like, who am I to ask for your money? Like you got to give me something. You know what I mean? It's one thing like you give because you want to. It's not I shouldn't like let me ask like you give me something like yo what? I thought I was a grown man. I thought I was a grown man. It's for me to take care of myself, right? I think isn't that the law? You know, is it not my responsibility to make sure that I'm fed? You know that my household is good. I thought that was my responsibility. So that's why I'm like I ain't trying to dig in people's pockets like that. So if anything, that's why I have services. Let's like yo, if you do want to pay me, there's a bunch of services, right? Which are all half off. You know, for those who did not see the community tab, for the whole Easter weekend, everything on the website, half off. I'm doing it for the Christ consciousness, right? So if you do want anything, everything is half off. I appreciate you, mine too. I see the donation. I appreciate you. Salute. Salute. See, that's it means, it hit different. It hit different for me because I know everybody's on that grind. I know everybody's on that grind. I know that you don't just have $1 million sitting up in the bank. So when you do support me, I'm like, yo, like you did that because that's probably money that you got to allocate elsewhere and all that. So that's why I'm like, you know, I appreciate like it hit a little different for me. Like when people support me, I'm like, yo, I know you didn't have to do that. You know, we still see you. We taking care of your frequency, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So that's why you see that's why I'm here with y'all. See that's why I kick it with y'all for hours at a time, and I give y'all access to me in the most authentic way because again I know y'all can be doing other things. People got work. People got other things. I know this world is vicious. So that's why I ultimately appreciate you. So that's why I give y'all the energy. That's why I give y'all the time, and I continue to do so, and I will continue to do so. All right. So that's why I say everything I'm appreciative of that. Right? I have a Christian family. I have Christian family members who are against the occult. But when I gave them money from an inheritance, none of them refused the money, even though they disagree with my spiritual practices. Because, we all know how that money changes hearts and minds. We all know how that money changes hearts and minds. We know how that go, right? We sent you something too. Yeah, like I saw the cash app and I shouted you out mine too. Again, I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, man. Definitely, definitely. As soon as it came through, I definitely shouted you out immediately. Immediately. You know what I mean? Because especially if you do it, while I'm live. It's a little different. Like so, even if anybody sends me anything when I'm not live, I at least make sure I reply. So if you send me anything and I'm not live, I'm definitely gonna reply. I'm gonna send you a little heart. So I'm gonna definitely let you know that I acknowledge you. So I always return the love. The best way that I can. All right. So yeah, everything is appreciated, and because y'all know I gotta come with the same energy, right? I know every time I go live, I'm not gonna get a donation, but that's not an excuse for me to come with less information. Just like the last video I did, right? The last video I did was over 9 hours. I don't think I got a donation for that. I don't think I got a single donation for 9 hours. But you see, I still put in 9 hours, over 9 hours, no donation. So what I'm saying is, I still gotta show up. I still gotta give the same energy, whether people have something to give or not, because it's not about that. I'm still gonna give the same energy. So that's why, So when people do support, I'm like, oh, I really appreciate that. Because y'all know y'all see, I still got to keep going regardless, right? And I know y'all got to keep going regardless. So all I'm doing is just giving you some motivation. You know, I'm giving us all motivation. So that we can see through the traps, we can see through the lies. We know how disgusting and wicked this world is. So yeah, we know everybody changes their mentality, and that's gonna happen. It don't matter what you are. You can be the devil on earth. You can be the devil on earth, and your family realize that okay, you got a bag now. You think they're gonna stay away from you because you're the devil? No, they're gonna be right in hell's pit with your ass. Right? They're gonna be right in hell's pit right with you because if that guarantees them comfort, that's what they honor more than a god. They honor comfort more than a god. Because clearly God wasn't giving them no comfort. If they see that, okay, God wasn't giving me the comfort, but the devil will give me comfort, or they rolling with the devil because they want that comfort. That's just human nature. Human nature supersedes religion. Human nature supersedes worship, right? It supersedes that. Humans will be humans, and you can't blame them, especially it's your family. You can't blame them. I say, some of the worst are within our family. People that we can't even trust. They fucking steal from us. That's why a lot of us have to separate ourselves from our family because they're not trustworthy. You know what I mean? They steal from you. So you do have people that's like that too, where they just want to get close to you just to steal from you. So your own family members will take from you, whether they're trying to take your resources or they will take your whole life. We've seen that happen with Marvin Gaye, right? We see what happened with Marvin Gaye because he was mentioned earlier. That happened with Marvin Gaye. It was his own father or his stepfather. It was either his father or his stepfather that took his life because he was jealous of him because he bought his mother a home, right? So the father felt inadequate. The father felt inadequate because he couldn't tell his son, shit, like, fuck you gonna tell me and I bought my mother a home and you couldn't, the fuck you gonna tell me, right? Which was just real shit. All you better do is respect that shit, but at the same time, men are prideful. And that pride overwhelmed him, and he had to take his life. That's what pride do, though. That's what jealousy do. That's what envy do. That's why they're called the seven deadly sins, right? It was his real father. Okay, there you go. So we know how wicked family can get. And you say he was cross dressing and all that. So you know he was extra emotional. You know he was extra emotional. So so that's what I'm saying. We know how demonic people can get when that money is around. Them seven deadly sins come out, and you will have to deal with them. If you're not dealing with them from other people, you got to deal with it within yourself, right? You got to deal with it from within yourself. Let's see. I was able to take the knowledge I received from you and use it to make money. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful right there. You was able to take the knowledge and get it back. That's the best that I wish for everybody. That's what's up. Salute to that. Salute to that. That's what it's all about. So yeah, that makes me feel good because this knowledge is valuable. Once you're able to compartmentalize it, because it's going to make you a better person. It's going to make you more wise into finance. That's why I be talking about all these things, right? So I'm not here to beat up on my fellow content creators or other people. I'm here to elevate the people, right? So you can depend on me to get you a bigger bag, to make you a better person. Why? Because I'm always working on myself, and I'm not going to put nothing on you that I'm not already putting on myself, right? So, because I respect you. I respect anybody who has the time to listen to what I have to say. Because I see it's not a large group of you. Right? We may only have like 20 people listening at a time. Now, eventually, more people will listen over time. But in terms of you see when I'm making the videos, it may only be 20 max of us, unless I put something real crazy in the title, right? I think the most people I ever had was like 50 people, but it's like I had to add a crazy ass title like devil worship and witchcraft, and like I had to put like some real crazy title, to even amass that many people. So again, I know how the algorithm works. So that's why I know. I'm like, so if I want a decent crowd, I'm like, yeah, let me just be smooth about the title. But if you just want people that's really, yeah, we already know people love controversy, right? Clean stream Brazil, oh not Brazil, excuse me, clean stream Brazil. Yeah, salute. Definitely, those mantras do be working though. I ain't gonna lie, those mantras be hitting, don't they? Those mantras be hitting, don't they? Those mantras be hitting. But again, I only know because I had to see for myself, and I'm like, y'all need this, y'all need that. I dealt with that in the streets. People was jealous of me just cause I could help them and everybody else. That's what I'm saying. Good people, your heart will be challenged by the people you love. Because that's the only thing you want to do. The only thing you want to do is to give to the people you saw who've been struggling. That's the only thing you want to do is give. But then you realize that, damn, just because my heart is big, just because I have the ability to give something that I've been wanting to do anyway, that don't necessarily mean that they're gonna appreciate it. That don't mean that they're gonna honor it. Because again, you can't teach a person to be righteous. Meaning they gotta make that decision on their own. Okay, that's why the streets is so treacherous and so grimy and dirty because you can't put that inside of a person. It gotta already be there. So people that keep it solid, people that are willing to take their consequences, that's why there's very few of them. There's very few of us. There's very few of us. The people with the biggest hearts get done wrong the most because who don't want to do good for their family?
who don't want to see their family on top successful. But again, that don't mean that they want to see themselves on top. And that's what we got to learn. You may want to see them on top, but if they don't see themselves on top, then they're not going to be able to appreciate anything you do for them because they haven't visualized themselves as better. They're still dealing with their own addictions and their own karma, right? So that's why it hurts us so much. It's like, damn, I literally put the world in your hands, and you just dropped the ball because they wasn't ready to hold the world. You holding the world. You the superpower now. But all they can do is drain you until they change their mindset. But they can only do that when they decide to do that, right? And some people never get to that point. For years, I was a fervent Christian who spoke in tongues. When I first departed that religion, I wanted nothing to do with tongues or the Bible. Now sometimes I read the Bible and speak in tongues, as you should, because we know that didn't come from Christianity. People been speaking in tongues before Christianity, and we know that the Bible is a book of spells. It's full of astrology. It's full of occult. The Bible is a very occult book, you know. So you can remove all of the churchy teachings and just look at it for what it is. And then speaking in tongues is very powerful. You know what I mean? That's when you're filled with the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is conveying a message. It's like you're receiving a download. And all that predates Christianity. People were speaking in tongues before Christianity. The Bible, you can say, existed before Christianity. That's why they had several versions of the Bible. It took several versions of the Bible to get to where it is now. You know? So that's what it is. Like, so you're just going back to the original source of where all this stuff comes from. Remember, read Martin Luther King's letter that he wrote in college about the origins of Christianity. Most people don't even know that letter exists. Read Martin Luther King's letter that he wrote in college about the origins of Christianity. And I just want to say it 2 times because he tells you about where all this stuff comes from. He broke it down. You're like, damn, a preacher, a pastor, he's revealing the pagan origins of Christianity. Yes, the fuck he did. Yes, he did. You will be shocked, like, damn, you just laid it all out. He talks about Kai Belly, which is the oldest goddess in the world. You're like, yeah, all this comes from paganism. You like, damn, a preacher just, damn, he told us the truth. That's why he's no longer with us. Because he told the truth before he even got put on. He told the truth in college. Remember, he graduated college at 18. When most people just start going to college, he was already a college graduate at 18. So he wrote that letter about the origins, which will set you on the right path. That's why they always talk about his "I have a dream" speech. They never mention that letter that he wrote in college because that goes against the narrative. They never mention that letter. They never mention it. But that's an ultimate jewel, for those who come from a Christian background and you want to understand the origins of Christianity. He laid it out very nicely in that letter, very eloquent. That penmanship, very, very, very original. You're not going to find nothing like that. Again, like without having to read a whole fucking book about it. But if you just want a quick synopsis, he lays it out very perfectly. So that's a jewel for the Christians who are more spiritual, more into the occult, basically more into the pagan origins of where it actually came from. Then you're like, oh, I see what's going on. Then you can understand the speaking in tongues, and you can understand like, oh, the Bible is actually not what I thought it was. All right, so Martin Luther King Jr. gave us that. All right, he gave us that. So salute to him. Salute to him. I really like your videos on Callie and sex magic. That's my avatar incarnation. Can you tell me your dark experiences with her? Well, if we're talking about Callie, again, we know Callie is the first tantric goddess because there are 10 tantric goddesses in total. So the first tantric goddess that you meet is Kali. We know that Kali, she is considered a death goddess. She was the goddess of, as we know, the Thuggies, who were killers, but they were forbidden to shed blood. So whenever you made a sacrifice to Kali, it was forbidden for you to shed blood, right? I appreciate you once again, Prince. Salute to you. I see you. I see you, Prince. Or no deceit in here. That's no deceit in here. So I see you. I see you, man. Much love and salute. I appreciate you. We from the same city. Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to the hometown. Shout out to the home team. I mean? Much love and respect. Now, going back to Cali, what activated my energy with Cali, it started with Tupac. And so because as we know, Tupac brought the thug energy, right? So what started my interest in Cali was Tupac, and it's because I started to have dreams about him. When I came here to Vegas, right? So when I came here to Vegas, I began to dream about him, and I remember one dream in particular. Like we were driving in the car, right? Then for whatever reason, the police got in the back of us, right? So now we're running. No, so now he like, of course he didn't stop. But what he did, he shielded my eyes. So he shielded my eyes. You're like, yo, I don't want you to see this, right? 93, Mortal 72. Salute to you. So he shielded my eyes, and somehow he escaped from the police. I don't know how he did it. He like, yo, I don't want you to see this, right? I ain't never going back to Detroit. I feel the same way, but I completely understand. I feel the same way. I completely understand you. I feel the same way. I'm like, yo, I'm not necessarily trying to visit no time soon either. It's crazy out there. It's fucking nuts. It's the wild, wild west and the Midwest in Detroit. You know what I mean? Like a little miniature Chicago. But we ain't got to get into the politics and all that. So he shielded my eyes. He got away from the cops. So he was basically like treating me like a little brother. So that's what gave me my interest. And the whole, then it started with the Tupac conspiracies and all that. Because again, I'm in Vegas. This is where he died. So I'm like, damn, why am I having dreams? But I kind of get why I'm having why. But I'm like, why is it coming to me though? And why is these dreams so revealing? Then when I went to the spot where he died, which is on Koval, in Las Vegas and Koval, then I heard his voice. It was like welcome to Death Valley. I just heard that shit loud as fuck in my head. I'm like, welcome to Death Valley. I'm like, what the fuck? We're in Vegas. What the fuck? I'm like, oh, wait a minute. And I'm like, wait, this is Death Valley. Because I began to research. I'm like, damn, there's been a lot of celebrities that have died here who just came here on vacation. They were supposed to just come here and go back home, but they never made it out of the Las Vegas desert, right? But again, I didn't know all this stuff before. I'm like, damn, this kind of is Death Valley. This kind of is Death Valley. But then I'm like, that sounds like Anubis or Ampul. If we want the original, I'm like, that sounds like Ampul. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, Pac does have that Anubis type energy. Being the lord of the underworld, and he's always talking about death. Who talked about death more than Pac? I'm like, damn, that's Anubis for you, or Ampul. So eventually I learned about the Thuggies, and what I learned about the Thuggies was that they knew who their victims were because they would see omens. So they wasn't just killing random people. They had people that were targeted, but it wasn't written down. It would basically come to them directly from spirit. It would come to them through omens and visions. So when they got the omen or the vision, then they knew who to kill, right? So I'm like, that's interesting. So I'm like, oh, it is because at first when I learned about the Thuggies, I'm like, oh, they just killing shit. But they're like, no, everybody that they killed was a target. And then when they got caught by the police, and eventually they got disbanded. They didn't fight the police. They just gave up because they're like, yo, they felt like this was my destiny. Cali basically, I did something wrong, and Cali is allowing this to happen. So they basically just they gave up without a fight because they felt like, damn, I did something wrong, and this is just the price I got to pay, right? So then that led me into studying Cali more and more. Cause I'm like, that's interesting. Cause I'm like, okay, that's real. That's some real spirituality. That's a death cult, right? So the deeper I got into Cali, and then I, of course, Cali introduced me to Tantra. So now I'm studying Tantra. I'm like, okay, well, I'm already a person. As you see, I don't really sweat sex like that, right? I'm not in the streets looking for ass. It's like it's not even it's not something I think about at all, right? I guess you can say I'm kind of asexual when it comes to that. So, but then I'm like, Callie comes to you in your dreams, and then she would. So that's what happened to me. Callie came to me in my dream, right? And then she attacked me. She attacked me. So like, what the fuck? I'm fighting Callie, not a fist fight. It was I guess like deities will fight each other. You fucking throwing it's like some Dragon Ball Z shit. You throwing fireballs. It's all type of like so. Me and Callie are having a full fledged fight. I'm like that shit was scary as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was scary as fuck. Cause I'm like, yo, this is Callie. I see her face. I'm like, this is not. I'm not confused with no. Callie is fighting. She's fighting. So she just went on like this chaos. I'm like, oh shit. I woke up in sweats and shit. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, the Callie just attacked me. And after I was able to process that, I'm like, oh, I see why that happened. Cause I'm like, if it was just something more, let's just say, soft and subtle, I would have took it completely different. Like, no, Callie introduced herself to me in my dream. Like, yo, we about to fight first. Let's see if you even qualify to even get my blessings or my energy. So we had to fight. So I don't know how long it actually lasts. I just remember it was just the whole fucking scene of us battling. And then after that, she slowly started to reveal things to me. After that first initial contact. So that's my respect for her began to grow. Right. Yeah, that shit was scary. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm like, I was scared. I was scared because that was the first time something like that had ever happened to me. That was like the way that like yo, she was like yo. It was no talking. I'm just looking at her. She's like right. She just appeared right in front of me. I'm like, what the fuck? Then just went off of me. Just went off of me. Using, she got all these arms. She throwing all these weapons at me. I'm like, what the? Like, oh shit, what did I do? I'm like, what did I do? But like, no, it ain't that I did anything. Like, no, this is how she come at you. He gonna say, Dad. He gonna say that's funny. She went off of me. She attacked my motherfucking ass. So I got attacked by Callie, and yeah, that was one of the scariest things. I'm like, yo, I ain't nothing like that had ever happened. Like, this is not no human being. This is that's how I knew it was really Callie. I'm like, no, this ain't no make believe shit. Like, no, this is really like Callie really cared to be attacked. She attacked, and I'm like, all right, I got to figure out what. Of course, I didn't know immediately why that happened. I just realized I just woke up in the sweat. I'm like, oh fuck, what the hell is going on here? Like I'm all fucked up. I think I was sick at the time. I was like, it was a lot going on at that time. Like I wasn't in the best health. And I'm like, so looking back at it, I see why that happened because I was already going through something. And after that happened, I started to straighten myself out. I'm like, wait a minute. Because yeah, that put me on a whole different path. I'm like, all right, yo, we can't, Callie can't just be running up on me like that. I'm like, yo, I gotta figure out how to sleep again. So I had to really reorganize the whole situation. So yeah, she basically activated like, yo, you not like whatever you're doing, you're not doing it right. So boom, yeah, I definitely got the wrath of Callie. So that's how she introduced herself to me, and that's when I began to take tantra more seriously. Because again, when it comes to the sexual experience, that ain't something that I'm looking for. Because as you see how I be talking on here. You see, yeah, I be real critical, about men and women. So like if the energy ain't right, it's like I can't even get with it. So it don't matter how good like a woman's body look and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, if I can't really have a conversation with her, I'm like, oh man, like I'm turned off. So like that ain't even something I'd be thinking about like that. That's probably another reason why I am the way I am. That's probably another reason why it's not a bunch of people trying to expose me, cause I'm not in women's DMs. Like women can't say I'm not jumping in nobody DMs. You're not gonna find me in there. You're not gonna find me chasing after nothing. Cause a lot of dudes be getting exposed by women as well, right? But that was not the case. That's why I'm very cautious. People call that psychosexual. Yeah, you can definitely say that. You can definitely say that. Cause it's yeah, but you know, I don't. At the same time, I don't know if that's accurate because it's not just what's being said; it's also the perspective. But let's just continue with the story. Yeah. So I agree with that, but I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah. So Callie ran up on me, she gave me her wrath. So clearly she wasn't happy with what I was doing. So then I began to wonder. I'm like, yo, am I a thuggy? Like, am I a part of that death court that I've been studying about? Like, does this have something to do with me? Because what made that happen is I did videos on this channel. I did Machiavelli Magic Part 1 and Part 2. I believe that was one of my first live streams. One of my first live streams was called Machiavelli Magic, and I was talking about how occult Tupac's album was, the All Eyes on Me. I was talking about this is one of the most occult albums because of the type of stuff that he's saying. He's speaking about basically Cali. This is an offering to Cali. So when he's speaking about the art of war, when he's speaking about the Eastern concepts, when he's speaking about death, I'm like, this is Cali, right? And I did that in California. I did Machiavelli Magic Part 1 in California. I did Part 2 in Las Vegas, here. So the video is there. So for those who saw that video, Machiavelli Magic Part 2, I did that in maybe like 2018. I had lit a candle, right? I lit a candle, I believe, before I did the video or while I was doing the video. So I'm like, okay, we're going to bring the energy of Pac here. See, I'm just doing that. I'm like, let's just give Pac his respect. And I also gave more information about the Thuggies. See, part one, I was just really talking about Tupac and his transition from Machiavelli. But then in part two, I went really into the history of the Thuggies, right? And that's when I was speaking about how they received their targets and all that. So I went deep into the history of the Thuggies. Right after I did that video, right after I did that video, because the only people that were in the house at that time, I believe it was just me and my nephew. It was just me and my nephew. And as soon as I got done with that video, because I think I was on the balcony, I went back in the house. He was just in the room, playing the games and stuff. Then I felt the hair stand up, like on my neck and my arms. Right, my hair began to, like I just felt the spirit just up on me. I'm like, what the fuck was that? I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then he saw it. He's looking up like, he's not looking at me, but he's a shaman. My nephew is a shaman. I mean, he was born with 6 fingers and all that. He was born with several aspects of shaman. I'm like, he's the reason why I began to study shamanism because I'm like, no, this dude is born. I cut the umbilical cord, so I was there when he was born. So I was in the room. I cut the umbilical cord, all that, right? So I was there, just like I was there when my son was born as well, right? So I was there for both of them. And those are really, I think those are the only people whose birth that I witnessed. The only birth that I witnessed was my nephew and my son. Basically, I was there in the room. So the spirit just was just all up on me, and he's looking. He's like, "Yo, I see that shit too." He's looking at the spirit because he can see spirits. I know he can see spirits because he just has that sight. Like I will walk past certain spots, and he would be looking like his head would be moving like this right in a certain spot, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, he can see. Like he has eyes that he can see into the spirit world." Like yeah, he knows exactly what's going on here. So I will always use him to verify. So if it was ever some spiritual phenomenon going on, I would use him to verify because I'm like, yo, he can see spirit. And then he'd talk to you about it. If he's comfortable, like he'd talk to you about it. Like you just gotta ask him first. Like yeah, he got a, he's a real Scorpio. He's an Eastern Scorpio. He's a Western Sagittarius, but he's an Eastern Scorpio. So I mean, he ain't revealing shit to you unless you ask. Like if you don't ask, like, he's like you would think he's cool, but like he's in a whole other world, right? So if you ask him, he'll tell you. But if you don't ask him, he ain't gonna say nothing about it. So I'm like yo, you see that? And he started pointing to the wall. I'm like, oh fuck. He's looking at it and pointing right to them. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, what the fuck did I just do? I'm thinking I just made a video. I'm like, what the fuck did I just do? As soon as I walk in the house, the fucking spirit like, oh, the fucker just got. I'm like, all right, this is some shit going on here, all right. So I'm just giving you these experiences. I'm like, oh, like there's something more here. So I'm having dreams about Pac. I'm hearing Welcome to Death Valley. I'm connecting it to Anubis, and Callie is unleashing her wrath on me. Then I'm lighting candles, and my nephew is verifying that, yo, whatever you're feeling, I'm seeing. Because he just stopped what he was doing. Again, he's enjoying himself. He's doing whatever he's doing. Then he stops, and he's like frozen, and he's pointing his finger. I'm like, oh my God, man, yes. Clearly, I just summoned something. I just summoned the spirit to us, and then he's verifying it. So it's these type of experiences. I'm like, all right. I'm thinking I'm just making a video, but I just really opened up something that's clearly within me that I did that I wasn't paying attention to. I did, but I'm like, oh, I guess that's why I resonated with Machiavelli, not necessarily Tupac. Machiavelli after he was released from jail when he made the All Eyes on Me album and the Machiavelli album, right? So those are two different energies, right? So I began to study these things a lot more. So going back to Cali, and again, I don't have to make this super drawn out. I'm just giving you the spiritual experiences as well as the educational part to it, so that we know how real this is. So I'm like, all right, well, either I have a connection to this, or I'm just getting tormented by this energy. Either I am this energy, or this energy is obviously it's running up on me, or it wants me to activate it or to acknowledge it. Either I am that, or it wants me to acknowledge it. It's trying to communicate because as I say, that's what happens when spirits want to communicate with me. That's what they do, meaning they wake me up out of my sleep. Right. It also happened with Liberace. I didn't know who Liberace was. Liberace woke me up out of my sleep. His name just kept beating on my head like Liberace, 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 Liberace. I'm like, who the fuck is that? Oh, this is a Las Vegas legend. I didn't know that. So a lot of Las Vegas legends, that the dead comes to me, right? But again, necromancy. This is necromancy, right? One of the forbidden arts. So I'm like, all right, clearly there's something there. So moving with Cali, so I'm like, all right, I need to. And also again, 93. The whole 93 is truly about tantra, right? So I'm like, the reason I even resonate with 93 the way I resonate with it is truly it's a tantric art. It's talking about tantra. When you read the book of the law, it's speaking about tantra, especially when it speaks about the scarlet woman and how the scarlet woman should move. You know what I mean? It tells women, okay, that being a modest woman, that's the last age. That was the age of Pisces. We are in the new age now. The modern woman is not winning. It would be the scarlet woman that wins. And I'm like, let me look around and let me see that. Oh, Cardi B. Her first album cover is with her like this with her tongue out. Callie is always shown with her tongue out, right? So I'm like, the book of the law is right. She is on top of the world. When she was at the peak. Then all before that, it was Nicki Minaj, so on and so forth. So I'm like, okay, well, the evidence is there, so that ain't even something I gotta speculate. Right? I'm like, yeah. So I was like, oh, so when we read about the Scarlet Woman, then I'm like, oh, all I gotta do is look towards hip hop, and that's what you see. You see the women that they're speaking about. They're not speaking about being modest. That's the old way. We're talking about the new way. We're talking about the current age. So again, I'm like, okay, this is all interconnected. So, to sum it all up, these spirits just ran up on me. They put fear in my heart because I didn't know what was going on. That's why I say, I don't consider myself a spiritualist, but clearly the spirit is I don't want to say the spirit is with me, but the spirit reaches out to me in very unusual ways. Very unusual ways. It's either coming through dreams or it's coming through downloads. And then Cali, and there's more to this, but it gets even crazier. I'm not even sure if I even want to go into that because that was a whole personal experience. Meaning I was shown directly. All that bled out into the actual world, and Callie revealed to me her day. I know the day of Callie. Not gonna reveal it. I don't know if she wants me to do that. However, that's why I'm connected to Callie. That's why I resonate with the death course. I'm like, that is my energy. Also, me being a Scorpio, and I'm already connected to Anubis because I'm a Scorpio. That's probably why I'm also connected to the dead because I am the death card. So that plays a factor as well. So I'm not really surprised that the dead comes to me, and I was drawn again by Tupac's. Everybody say he was not addicted, but he was just obsessed with death because he knew he was gonna die because he would have dreams about it. He would wake up in screams. He would wake up screaming. That's directly from his brother Mopreme. Mopreme would talk about how Tupac would wake up screaming because he felt he was being tormented by death. Death was always tormenting him, so he really couldn't sleep. So I'm like, I know how that feels. I'm like, damn, I do be getting woken up by the spirit, right? And the Eastern culture is also what woke me up before the Western culture, as I told y'all before. So I knew about meditation and mantras and the Hindu culture, before I even knew about Alistair Crowley, before I even knew about 93, before I even knew about Western occultism. So, my connection with Cali is very, 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 very personal. Meaning I had my own experience when I went to Dallas. We ain't even got to go into that situation. But I went to Dallas. I went down south, and then I met Cali for real. She showed me who she was, and that shit was ridiculous, right? So it's all personal experience. It's all personal experience, and to bring it back to the Thuggies and then their lifestyle, like Cali taught me, you can say, that's why I know what I know when I speak about the streets, when I speak about death, and when I speak about there are certain rules and regulations to what you do. All this is from Cali. So when I say I live a dangerous life and all that, because I'm constantly around death, people reveal to me death, people who have killed are telling me. That's another thing. I'm like, why are people telling me about things that they did? I'll just be walking down the street and now, gang bangers are confessing their murders to me. Well, I'm like, what the fuck are you confessing to me for? Who the fuck am I? So that's what I mean by, I'm like, for whatever reason, people took comfort in me. Again, they don't know nothing about the YouTube. They don't even know my fucking name. But for whatever reason, I'm running into people who just want to confess that they actually have been involved in the death culture. And I'm like, well, I can take that personally, or I can realize that, no, you are just that. Like, you are that. You are them. This is you. I'm like, oh. So it was hard. None of this was easy to accept. Again, when you're hearing people be very detailed and graphic about, their past deeds, I'm like, oh, it was a hard pill to swallow. I'm like, damn, I am that, huh? I really am. I really am that. I'm just, I'm just at it from a different angle, right? I guess I'm going directly to the spirit because the spirit is speaking to me directly. Why the spirit wants to speak to me directly, who the fuck knows, right? Word is some of the drug cartels commune with Santa Morte. Exactly. Exactly. Right. You see, I did the whole video about her, right? And that's what I mean about the death courts, right? And I've worked with her directly as well. I guess I've worked with all of the death goddesses because I am deaf. Deaf is me, right? So why wouldn't I work with the dark goddesses, right? So my connection with Cali is I feel that's just my energy. My energy is of a darker nature, and that was really the only way for me to really understand spirit is for those type of situations to have happened to me. Meaning, if it wasn't death, then I would have thought it was too soft. So that's why I was always going to the hardest goddesses. Again, La Santisima, Morte, Cali, Maria Padhilla, Pambagira, right? These vampiric goddesses, Lilith, right? I'm going to the darkest of the dark because Lilith is the queen of the jinn. Pambagira, that's a vampiric goddess, right? And who else? Maria Padhilla, that's the Brazilian version of Pambagira, right? That's who they worship, in South America, right? Pambagira is more of an African. So Pombagira comes from Africa. Maria Padhilla comes from Brazil or South America. Then of course La Santisima Morte comes from Central America, and what is it? It's Central America, but yeah, mostly Central America, right? Because again, South America, then you meet Maria Padhilla. And then, of course, if you go to the east, like the Middle East, you have Asia Quandisha. That's who you meet. That's the Middle Eastern version of them. Asia Quandisha, right? So I'm like, oh, these are the death goddesses. Now, of course, you have the death gods. Again, like Anubis, for example, in Osiris or Asar. And I told y'all about them as well. So, again, Anubis came to me at Tupac's deaths, not his death spot, but where he was shot. And then Asar came to me way back when I was in California. So basically, ever since I've been on the West Coast, these death gods and these death goddesses, for whatever, however they find my ass, because this was not happening when I was on the East Coast. This was not happening when I was in the Midwest. It wasn't until I brought my ass here to the West Coast. Now all this spiritual shit is happening. So that was the thing for me. I'm like, no, this. I didn't consider myself spiritual at all because I wasn't having spiritual experiences. I was just doing a lot of studying. If you go back to when I was in the Midwest, I was just doing a lot of studying. But I wasn't having spiritual experience. I had to come out here. Then the jinn started running up on me. Then those spirits started running up on me. So it started from the jinn first. Then it went to the deities. Right? So that's that. I'm all over the place at this point, right? But this is just West Coast for you. So all of my experiences with death and the death goddesses in Cali, all this started when I moved here to the West Coast. Before that, none of this stuff was going on. So I feel the atmosphere. So I don't even want to take all the credit. It is the atmosphere. It's because I'm in the desert and you find jinn in the desert. So it's also the atmosphere. It's because I'm actually in the desert. And the jinn roam in the desert, right? For those who know about them, they are in the desert, right? And then I did open these portals, so let me not lie about that. Meaning I was conducting rituals at Devil's Gate in California, which is one of the seven portals of hell. So here I am at one of the portals to hell, and I'm doing rituals. Why am I doing this? Because I feel like I need to know if this is real or not. I can't take nobody else's word for it. I need to know if this is real. So I'm going to go to the most dangerous place at the most dangerous time, and I'm going to conduct a ritual to open up these portals. Ever since then, those portals have been open. So I'm not even gonna say like, oh, this shit just started happening randomly. No, I actually was conducting rituals. Then I was doing psychedelics. Then the deities began to come to me when on psychedelics. Right? So that's when I met the rhyme god. I met the rhyme god on acid. Basically, every psychedelic I did, I met a different deity. When I did DMT, I met a goddess, and she chastised my ass. When I did DMT, I got chastised by the goddess. She made me rethink everything. She's like, yo, do you really think that this is what you're supposed to be doing right now? She just chastised. That's what I mean. Like the goddesses be chastising me. Like it don't be nice. They be chastised. Like yo, are you really supposed to be doing this? I guess I wasn't going in the right direction of life. They be chastising me. So that's why when y'all see me today, y'all see me like I be talking about all this discipline. This was forced on me. This wasn't because I was just this ultra disciplined person. Like when I connect with the goddesses in the spirit, they be chastising my ass. They be going to war. They be giving me their wrath. They're like, no, you gotta toughen up in the spirit world, okay? You can be this tough cookie in the physical plane, but you gotta toughen up in the spirit world because this is where we are, and we are ruthless over here. Oh, you trying to go into the clip off the tree of life? You trying to go into the Citra Aqua? We are ruthless over here, and we will not spare you. That's why Callie attacked me. Just letting it be known, if you are not built I would tear your ass up, and it's going to be your fault. So that's when I had to toughen up spiritually. So that's what Cali did for me. That's what the dark goddesses did for me. They allowed me to toughen up in the spirit world. The gods allowed me to toughen up in the physical world because when I met Asar, aka Osiris, I met him right before I entered into the streets of LA. That's before I went into the streets. So that's when I had to toughen up physically. So when the gods came to me to tough me up physically, but the goddesses came to tough me up spiritually. Because I just so that's why they were going to war. They're like, no, you cannot be weak here because we again it's vampires here, it's succubus here, it's incubus here, and they not playing with you. There's people that enter into these gates and these doors that never return. Matter of fact, we need a piece of your spirit right now. That's how I was when I went to Devil's Gate when I was doing those rituals, right? They're like, no, a piece of you have to stay in here. I mean, like you see all these demons. So when I was in Devil's Gate, when I went 50 feet into the earth, and this will be the last point, once you get past that center point, basically there's no turning back. So basically, once you're 25 feet in, like it's all good. Once you go into that death, they're like, nah. Now you can feel the demons. Now you can feel the evil spirits, and they all looking at you, hungry. And the only reason they not fucking you up is because they just waiting for the okay from the goddess. So the goddess says, you gotta leave a part of you in here. Meaning, every time I walked out of Devil's Gate, I always felt drained. Like a part of me had to stay in there. I had to go through death and rebirth. So they fed on the old version of me, so I had to give them a part of me. This is what they mean by selling your soul, right? A part of you has to remain in those tunnels. Meaning you're not about to come up on us and you not give us a piece of you. No, we don't want an offering. We want a piece of you. That's how I knew like all that offering stuff is not what you think it's no. We want a piece of you. We want a piece of something that you can't just buy at a motherfucking grocery store. We don't care about that. We want something that only you have. So then they're like, oh, only then. Like, okay, nah, you good. You can go out, and we won't just we won't lock you in here. 'Cause anyway, that took longer than it needs. That took longer than it need to. But I'll be having flashbacks. I'll be having flashbacks. All right, let's see. Where's I know what you mean. The wrath, it gives you a hell of a realization, harsh truth, gets you out of that comfort zone, which leads to transformation. Absolutely. That's the goddess is she's good with that. Yeah, she would shake you to your core. The goddess will shake you to the core. But again, that's to prepare you to enter into the spirit world, those darker chambers. If that's what your desire is, that just so happened to be my desire. I wasn't satisfied with the lighter paths. So I'm like, okay, you want to be down here, then there's a cost. Like again, even to this day, when I tell y'all, like when the spirit wants to communicate, again, my body begins to tighten up and shake. Again, my hand to be shaking like this. I have physical reactions now, so it's not even spiritual anymore. Like whenever the spirit wants me to pay attention to something, my whole right side of my body tenses up. So the right side of my upper body is connected to the spirit. That's as real as a lot. My whole right side of my upper body is it just tenses up like when I need to pay attention. It's like yo look. So if I'm reading something and then a certain name of a god or a goddess or a certain mantra or whatever, it's like no, you pay attention to this. It's like yo, instantly I tighten up. So whenever I need to pay attention, then or it even if I'm just saying things like this is how I communicate with spirit. Like for example, If I say, should I do this or should I do that? And I get my answer by a physical reaction, like, should I do that? If I get no reaction, I'm like, okay, that's a no. If I maybe should I do this, then I just get tight. Like it's like I just feel fire. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that's the answer to it. I get there, I get my answer. So that's really how I communicate with spirit at this point. But this was not always the case. This was not always the case. This was built over time, working with the Book of the Dead, as they call the Necronomicon, which is really called the Katiba or the Kitab al Asif. Al Asif, right? The Kitab al Asif. That's the Arabic term of the Necronomicon, which the Necronomicon is Greek. So the English translation of Necronomicon is the Book of the Dead. So ever since I worked with the Book of the Dead, no, that's when everything changed. So now like it's because I work with because there's 50 names in the Necronomicon, right? So I had to work with all 50. I work with all 50 of the names, just like the 72 Goetia. The 72 Goetia, I had to work with all 72 of them. I work with all 72 Goetia. I work with all 50 names of Marduk. Then that's when I started having. I'm like, yo, the spirit is like right up on me all the time now. But that wasn't always. So it was faint. So it started off subtle, then it got more and more extreme. So at this point, yeah, they don't let shit pass me at this point. At this point, nothing passes me. So whenever I need to pay attention, whenever something is going on, then I instantly tighten up. So it's like I get an instant reaction at this point. But again, like if we add what 50 and 72, that's like 122 deities. That's 122 spirits that I had to go through. So of course that wasn't easy work, right? And I had to take notes. So if you ask me about any of the 72 Goetia, I have notes, right? So I can tell you personal experiences. So I'm not talking about just the definitions. I can give you a personal experience of each of these energies because I took notes. I wrote all of this stuff down. So that's what I mean by, I've been doing this for a long fucking time. When I really look back at how much work I put in, I didn't work with hundreds, probably thousands of spirits at this point. I didn't work with spirits from all around the world. I had to get me a dictionary of spirits, and I just went through all of these spirits. I didn't work with thousands of spirits over these years. So it's a lot of work that's been done. So that's I guess why I'm technically spiritual because I didn't work with thousands of spirits all over the world at this point. So I basically built up a little codex as to what spirits are effective for what reasons and for what things, especially here in Las Vegas. Like I know the most powerful spirits here, but I didn't just know that right off the bat. But that's why I can go to any city and I can tell you what spirit rules your city as long as I've been there or if I go there. But again, I don't think anybody has ever even mentioned that. I think I was the first one to even talk about that. Like, do you know the spirit of your city? I was speaking about that years ago. I don't think anybody has ever even talked about that, even to this day. And the only reason I talked about it because this is what I was actually doing. Like I wanted to know. But again, I guess that was an original thought. That ain't something that I got from nobody else. Anyway, anyway, let's see. What are the benefits of mojo bags? It depends on what's inside of the mojo bag. Those are basically recipes, right? Alchemy. So some people have mojo bags to attract whatever it is that they're attracting. Money, love, wisdom, a certain type of spirit, a certain type of energy. So a mojo bag is just it's a recipe. It's a form of alchemy, right? So depending on what you're trying to attract, you would put things that correspond to each other. It's basically witchcraft because witchcraft reveals to you like what herbs is connected with what planet, then what crystals are connected with what planet. So you basically just got a bag of things that resonate with the same energy, and then you bring together many different correspondences. That's just the second universal law, the law of correspondence. So you got herbs that correspond to a certain planet. You got crystals that correspond to a certain planet. You have colors that correspond to a certain planet. You may even have, some people have. Yeah, I guess it depends. It depends on your culture. It depends on how they whip it up, or if you're whipping it up yourself. Because again, it changes from culture to culture. So a mojo bag is a bag of magic. It's a bag of correspondences, and you use it for also sigils and seals. So you got plants, you got herbs, you got colors, you got crystals, then you got seals or sigils in there, which also correspond to the energy you're trying to activate, right? So a mojo bag is a very, very powerful tool. Again, so what's up, Luciferian Jesus lover? That's why I stay with a mojo bag on me. So, right, anywhere I go, and you see heavy shit in here, right? Anywhere I go, this is going with me. Anywhere I go, this mojo bag is going with me. And then in my wallet, I have seals in my wallet. What's up, Amar? 93. So anything in my wallet, not anything in my, but I have seals in my wallet. So I guess I understand why people be feeling a certain type of way. I do again. Yeah, I do be having a lot of stuff. I do be having a lot of stuff. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. What's good with the mojo bag? Well, somebody asked me, what are the purpose of mojo bags? So I basically just answered the question. Yeah, so somebody was asking me about mojo bags. So I basically was confirming that yes, I was. I was asked what are the benefits of mojo bags. So I was just explaining the benefits of mojo bags and how I myself carry one. So you know that it's real because I myself carry a mojo bag anytime I leave this house. So so I know this to be real because this is what I'm actually doing. Um, People who raise chickens are literally chicken tenders. Trailblazing Zach. All right, man. People who raise chickens are chicken tenders. Oh, man. See, now you got me thinking about chicken tenders. But I don't even eat fast food no more. That's crazy. I don't even eat fast food no more, man. So, you know what I mean? See, normally I guess that would have made me a little hungry. But I guess I did eat some fish though. I do got this concoction. So this is carrots and fish and tomatoes and peppers with Kanye pepper. So I did have this little concoction. You see, I only ate half of it, but I let go the rice and the beans because I remember last time I was telling y'all, I was eating a lot of rice and beans. That shit was tearing my stomach up. So I had to let go of the rice and beans. So now it's only fruits and veggies. And if I do eat meat, it's fish. So this is just one of the days. So I bought fish, but I don't make a habit of it, right? So I ate a little fish, but I'm not gonna eat no more of it. I'm not gonna make a habit of it. So it's just mainly fruits and veggies at this point, right? Because I was reading a book by Elijah Muhammad, How to Eat to Live, and he's saying like you ain't even supposed to eat nuts either. So I'm like, fuck, I can't eat no trail mix. And then of course he said if you eat meat, then make sure you eat that kosher shit. So for the people that do eat meat, make sure your meat is kosher, right? So go to the Muslims, because the Muslims eat halal meat. Get your meat from the Muslims or get your meat from the Jews, right? Or make sure it got the K on it or the U on it, right? Because if you eat your meat, you know that that's not kosher or that's not halal, then it's probably being made in the same slaughterhouse that they, cut up pigs. And the last thing we want to eat is pig because it's poisonous, right? For those who are health conscious, right? So if you do decide to eat meat, make sure it's culture, right? And don't make a habit of it, right? So do it on special occasion. Get your energy up if you need to get your energy up, but don't make a habit of it. Make sure it's kosher. Because that basically just means that there was no pigs in the slaughterhouse and we're not mixing the meat with pigs. Because it'd be hot dogs right in the market. It says it's mixed with chicken, beef, and pork. Y'all all done seen those hot dogs. So it's obviously those they be mixing up the meat and shit. So that's why like that type of meat is unsafe. Cause you probably eating pig and you don't even know you eating pig, but it's in the same place. So make sure the meat is kosher. You'll be good to go if you decide to eat it at all. Cause I know everybody got a different diet, so if you eat meat, make sure it's kosher. What's your thoughts on Rashad Jamal? I mean, I'm never excited, when a man gets taken away from his family. You can't support his family. They got him locked up in a cell. Same thing with Nature Boy. It doesn't excite me. But at the same time, like when you look at what they're accused of, again, I don't know the truth. I wasn't there. I don't know these men. But for whatever reason, they're both accused of sexual violence, towards women and or children. Right? So I can't support it. But at the same time, again, I guess you're innocent till proven guilty, right? So until they're actually proven guilty, I can't say what they are. But in terms of their charges indicate that they wasn't doing right by the women. So unfortunately, you see, they took them off the streets and they didn't have them locked up for, I guess it's been almost a year at this point, right? So they didn't took Nature Boy off the streets. They didn't took Rashad Jamal off the streets. And the similarities is they wasn't doing right by the women. They wasn't doing right by the children. So unfortunately, you know, again, I'm not saying they did it, but that's what they've been charged with. It's unfortunate if they're innocent. It's unfortunate that they have been taken away from their family. Again, I'm not happy about that. But if they actually did what they are accused of doing, then it was only a matter of time before they get taken off the map. So but even more than that, they were also accused of what do they call it? What were people doing? What is that? What is that scam? Man, what is that scam that people were doing? That popular scam? Because they were basically they were taking money. What is the scam people were doing? I don't. Again, you see, I don't even. That's how disconnected I am about it. Right? What is that scam? Damn. Yeah, PPP loans. You see how like there it is. See, I wouldn't have never even I would have never even thought of it. But I'm like, so that's just how. To me, I believe that's why they're really in jail. I don't think it's because the system actually cares about black women and black children, so called. Because we see black women and black children, so called black women and black children, they get abused every day. Nobody gives a fuck. So I'm not I don't even feel like that's the sole reason why they're in there. Meaning, yeah, they were cheating the system, getting tens of thousands of dollars. That's why they're really still in jail. And there's evidence on that, so it's not just me again. As you see, I know about all these people. I just don't speak on them. I just do the knowledge, and I keep it pushing. So unfortunately, I guess it's scamming. They're really in jail for scamming, and but the bigger reason is, they want to destroy their reputation. So they put the sexual violence towards a minor and sexual violence towards women to destroy the reputation. But if that's all it was, because they also said that about Brother Polite. They said he was sexually violent towards one of his daughters. But you see, he's not in jail, because obviously he's with him. I feel like he stayed on code. I'm not saying he did anything right. He very well probably was doing the same thing all these other people were doing, but he know who his master is. He know who his boss is, so he stays in line. So that's why he's still free. So, but all I'm saying is, why are all these teachers being accused of sexual violence towards minors or women, not other women? Now, if it would have been a white woman, we already know how that would have went. But because it's black, we know that okay, they're real lenient about that. All I'm saying is, what's with this sexual violence towards the women and the children? What are we doing? What are we doing here? I don't get it, and I don't agree with it. Right? I never will agree with that. That's why I was telling y'all before. You leave the kids alone. Let the kids be innocent. Let them be free. Leave the children alone. For whatever reason, people like it ain't enough grown women out here. I don't understand what's the violence. And again, I don't know. Basically, I don't. But I would never get that. But they also accused Tupac of the same thing, didn't they? They said Tupac, was sexually violent towards the woman. I think Ayanna Jackson. So, and then he had to do 8 months behind that. But he didn't do 8 months because of the R word. He did 8 months for forcefully touching the buttocks. That's what he actually was doing time for. So they wasn't able to prove that he actually violated her sexually. They was only able to prove that he was actually, forcefully touching the buttocks. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I would never understand men who are in a position of power who have no issue getting sexual relations from women, but then they act like they I don't they act like they don't have that ability. That's why it's a very strange situation. I don't get it. These were basically celebrities, right? These are people on celebrity status. They have unlimited access to women. There is no need to utilize force whatsoever, right? But for whatever reason, force is used. That I would never understand, right? Not that it should ever happen, but at least I can understand like a crackhead trying to violate a woman. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm like, oh, okay, this he had no fucking other choice in his mind, right? Mental disease, mental illness, all right, makes sense. But these are supposed to be, you can say, the elders, the teachers, the ones that set the example. How the fuck are we setting the example when we don't even have sexual discipline? But they always been putting that on the so-called black man, right? We're just a bunch of sexual deviants. They also said the same thing about Malachi Z. York, who was the teacher of polite. So why all these so-called black men are around all this sexual deviancy? If you want my opinion, they don't understand the energies that they're tapping into and the portals that they opening up. If you want my honest opinion, when you're working with these energies, especially the darker energies, yes, you're going to open up portals that's going to increase your libido. You're going to open up portals that may even give you very strange desires. So I get it, but that's why they say it pays. Not it pays. You got to pay the cost to be the boss. So it's like people have this intent of being leaders, especially spiritual leaders. But these spirits are dead. This is my opinion. These spirits are dead. So the only thing that they can feed off of is sexual deviancy because these spirits no longer have power. This is my opinion. They're fucking with spirits that no longer have power. So the only way for them to get power is doing very unusual and very unnatural things. So they may not have realized that when they was working with these spirits, but this is the only thing that allows them to survive. It needs to be degenerate energy. So, but that's because I know spirit. And I didn't work with all these spirits, so I know this to be a fact. That's why you don't I don't work with mainstream spirits. That's why you hear me talking about 93. 93 is not composed of mainstream spirits. Baphomet is a part of that pantheon. Most people ain't working with Baphomet. Most people ain't working with Nuit. Most people ain't working with Hippocrat. Most people ain't working with Rahakut. Most people ain't working with Dirion. Most people ain't working with Babylon. So these are underworld or underground spirits. So you work with these mainstream spirits, then that's how people change. Their whole energy change. It completely changes your entire energy because they truly didn't understand what they were getting themselves involved in. They got lost by the power. That's what happens. So when you get deep enough, when these spirits then gave you success and these spirits then gave you fame, there's certain requirements that come with that. They just didn't realize that it was going to happen in the way it happened. They didn't know that this is the cost that comes with that. That's why I always talk about infamy and being infamous. You see, I never talk about being famous. I talk about being infamous. Right? Keep your business out of the light of the mainstream. Meaning, a lot of those videos should have never been recorded with Nature Boy. You see, like it's very it make your stomach turn when you look at how he was treating his people, his so-called flock. He was treating them very bad. He wasn't treating them well, and it's the evidence is on the internet, so it's not just me. The evidence is right for everybody to see. Shouldn't have did that. It was making them people look like trash. Shouldn't have did that. How much money you give me? Oh, you gave me 10K. How much money you give me? Oh, you gave me 20K. Okay, shouldn't have did that. Shouldn't have did that. Rashad Jamal. Certain things are on camera that should have never been on camera. It's go back to what I was saying before. It's the same thing I said before. People want to put this shit on the internet. It should not be on the internet. That's when you violate. If you're going to be like that, you do not put that shit on the internet. At least they can say, well, there's no evidence of this. That's why when they get accused of doing things, all they gotta do is look at their information. Like, damn, dude, look at all this information of what he's doing to these women. So it's like you had no, there was no way to defend yourself because you gave them all the evidence they needed to, like, okay, if a woman is accusing you of sexual violence and we see how you treat women, who do you think they're gonna believe? They're gonna look at your own videos. Okay, get them. Certain things just need to remain off camera, especially if you are engaging in the dark arts. You need to keep that shit off camera. I think the same thing happened to Andrew Tate. They accused him of violence towards a woman, even though he said it was consensual, which very well may have been the case. I think there was a video of him beating a woman with a belt or something. And he was saying, well, she likes to get beat by belts, and I was fulfilling her fetish, which very well may be the case. It should have stayed off camera. That's what I'm saying. People have some very, very freaky intentions, and they people are very estranged, especially spiritual people. Shit get real fucking strange. Keep the shit off camera. And if you're really spiritual, you know what I mean. Shit get real strange. People have very strange desires. I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with it. Just keep this shit off camera. Because if somebody else sees that, they're not going to see what you see. They're going to like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? It's not going to make sense to them, even though it can be fully consensual. So you just got to be very careful. Keep that shit off of the internet, especially when your life becomes a lot more strange. Keep the shit off of the internet, or it's going to be hell to pay. Certain things are not meant to be recorded. Let people have their fetishes, let people have their desires, but keep the camera off. That's all I'm saying, right? But because people was chasing after the fame, was chasing after the fortune, they fell right into the trap. Now their own information is being used against them. So that's what happened. Their own information was used against them. And that's just what happens. All right, moving along, because again, that applies to anybody, right? So not just the people I mentioned, also the people that I didn't mention. They all tend to get caught up in these same spiritual spirals because you're working with spirits that can only feed off of the most strange and vile activity. That's also why there's so much beefing because the spirits that they work with are weak. So they need that energy. They need the beef. They need the content because the spirits don't have enough power just to operate on its own. So that's why we see so much turmoil and so much chaos in these communities. It's because of the spirits that they are working with. It ain't even really the people. It's like, no, once you attach yourself to these energies, then you got to pay that cost. So that's why we see just people just making a mess of themselves. It's because of the spirits and the portals that they open up. They don't understand what they're signing up for. They just get lost in how much fame and fortune that it brings them. But it always will come at a cost. Right? And it's fucking pornography. Right? I know about that too. Nature Boy has pornography. Gay pornography on the internet that anybody can watch. Which, if that's what you're into, that's what you're into, right? And even I got fucking pornography, but it ain't with nobody. It's just me. So I can't say nothing about nobody. I got pornography on the internet, but it's just me though. Ain't no, I'm not doing nothing to nobody. Nobody's doing nothing to me. It's just me in my own goddamn bathroom. So that's why I understand. I'm like, yeah, I get it. So I'm like, yeah, I understand the urge to make pornography. I understand that urge. I done it too. I have plenty pornography. It's all locked away. But I understand that desire. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get it. But again, you don't see none of that now, do you? Right? I kept that shit separate from this. You're not just gonna ever run into that shit randomly because it wasn't meant for that. I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that just to get clout. I'm not doing that and being associated with that. That wasn't the reason why I was doing this. Is purely spiritual. I'm doing this for spiritual reasons. I'm not about to blow up because of this. That was never the intent. So that's why I say I know better than most people because I'm actually in this lifestyle. I'm in this game. I understand it. I've done it. I just kept it away from what I do here. Those two worlds don't need to mix. Right? So I know how to separate it. But I've done it too. But I keep it separate. Right? That's why you barely even hear me talk about that because I'm like, I ain't trying to bring that. That's what I did on my own. And that don't have nothing to do with what's going on here. Right, so moving along. And I'm just being extra long winded because, again, I got to. YouTube tends to like these long ass videos, so that's why my answers are super long. Because I'm like, yeah, we almost 300 minutes in. This is what YouTube wants, right? YouTube don't want 1 hour, right? YouTube don't want 2 hours. YouTube want massive hours. So that's why I'm speaking and being drawn out because it's what YouTube wants, right? So at this point, I'm just feeding the algorithm. Because if I was doing what I was doing before, I'm like, YouTube ain't fucking with me. I gotta do it with minimum 3 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours, right? So this is just me feeding the algorithm and just being constructive and being useful about it, right? So I'm just feeding the algorithm, being constructive and useful. So hopefully that gives y'all a better understanding of why people get caught up into these spiritual vortexes, because it's going to bring out aspects of yourself that you didn't even know existed. And it's about how you handle it. How do you handle it when your devil wakes up, when your demon wakes up, and it's a sexual deviant? How do you handle that? How do you tame that? How do you fulfill it? These are energies that you have to be able to control, because if you allow it to get out of control, then we know what comes with that, right? Let's see. Why do planets, inanimate objects, take on personality traits? Because what we think of personality isn't what personality actually is. So, for example, if we talk about planets, it's not that planets have personality traits. It's just that what we consider personality traits it's not unique to us. It is because of the planets. How do I know? Because depending on your house vibration, that will determine how you are. We are not who we think we are. You think you have the personality you have. You are only the way you are because of the planetary influence of your home. I know this because I've worked with every single number. And every single number, I'm different. I'm not the same. For example, if I'm in a 5 vibration, I'm active. My mind is working, my mind is thinking, I'm restless, I'm in and out, in and out, in and out. But if I'm in a 7 vibration, then all I want to do is sleep, meditate, and dream. So if a person met me in a 7 vibration, they're gonna look like, okay, this is a very, very spiritual person. He's always meditating, he's always talking about the knowledge, so on and so forth. He's not really materialistic. I'm gonna fit those attributes of the 7. But again, if I'm in the 5, I'm gonna fit the attributes of the 5. So that's why planets and the personality, because our personality is influenced by the planetary vibrations. The planetary vibrations affect our psyche. So we are not who we think we are. You are who, or you are what the most dominant influence is, and for most of us, it is our home. So whatever number, that's what you're gonna reflect. If you're in a 3 vibration, people are gonna look at you as somebody who likes to party because that's the party number, all right? If somebody look at you as somebody who's a hard worker and they have an understanding of schedule, they know how to move up, in their company, that's the number 4. So it's not that they're actually that way, that's just the influence of their home. Because once the influence changes, see, most people don't change their vibration until they move. So if you've ever been a person that moved from one home to another, and you will notice that there is a difference in how you are. You are not doing the same thing you were doing in your current home that you were doing in your previous home, that you were doing in the home before that, and before that, and before that. So you change as the influence change because the planets affect your psyche. So that's why inanimate objects takes on these traits, because they're already connected to planets. For example, the crystal lapis lazuli is connected to the moon. So it has attributes of the moon because it's already connected to the moon based on its vibration. So these inanimate objects still have a vibration, and that vibration correlates to a particular planet. So if you know the attributes of the planet, you know the attributes of the crystal. So that's what happens with that. I got a flipper zero in one of my mojo bags. Salute to you. Anybody who got the mojo bag and using it effectively, salute to you. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You should never go out into this world, not armed up. So why everybody else puts a gun at their waist, you arm yourself with your mojo bag, your crystals, your seals, your sigils, whatever it is that you do. That's your protection, which will help you even more than a gun to the point where you don't even need it. Right? So that's just how powerful the spirit is. Right? And those who are in spirit, they know that to be true. Right? You don't never have to threaten nobody with any physical weaponry because you're actually in the spirit world. So not only do you not have to threaten people with weaponry, people don't threaten you with weaponry because of the type of work you put in. That's how you know spirit is stronger than the physical because guns can't harm you if you put in that work properly. You're not afraid of that. You're not afraid of anybody doing anything to you because you got the spirit on your side because you put that work in. So you don't have to depend on anything outside of yourself when you have trained yourself to know that to be a fact. That's why you are a spiritual being first. So before you even think about the physical body, remember the astral body powers the physical body. It's not the other way around. That's what people think. People put their physical body before their astral body. The state of your astral body is not dependent on your physical body. Your physical body is dependent on your astral body. So, and that's just a reality. So, as long as you just put things in their proper place, then you know how to deal with these things. The astral body is more powerful than the physical because the astral body feeds the physical. The physical does not feed the astral. That's why you go to the astral plane to do your magic. You work from the astral plane, you work from the dream world. And then things come down to you like blessings. Blessings descend or distill down to you from higher planes, not the other way around. You're not here and bringing things up. That's what people that pray do. You start down here and you try to bring it up. But when you're in the know, you go up there. So whoever's praying, they're praying, but they're staying down here. You're taking your ass up there personally, directly, and then you distill your own blessings because you went up there personally, as opposed to if you stayed your ass down here in the comfort of your own home and you sent them prayers up, right? Let's see. Apparently, certain places in the world correspond with your astrological chart and make you more susceptible to certain energies, fortune, love, etc. I plan on moving to physical Arizona. Yes, that's locational astrology. So yes, there's a whole school of astrology that deals with how certain locations will affect you. It's locational astrology. Yep. Yes, I'm very familiar with that. But that's not necessarily a popular topic, but that is a thing about astrology, right? Locational astrology. Um, I only eat boiled eggs and beef. Never felt better. Salute to you. You know, always do what's right for you, right? So whatever keeps you at optimal health, keep doing that. Because everybody is different. Everybody has have different blood types, so you're gonna need different things. So definitely do what makes you feel good. All right. So that's all I say. Just make sure that beef is kosher That's all I gotta say about that. Make sure your beef is kosher, and you good to go. You good to go. How old is your nephew? What's his sign? My nephew is 9 years old, and he's a Sagittarius. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he's 9 years old because my son is 9 months younger than him. So my son is 8. So yeah, he's 9. And he was born in November. My nephew was born in November. My son was born in August. So they're 9 months apart. So yeah, my son will be 9 this year. So yeah, he will be 10 this year. Do you have a significant other? What's your view on monogamy and polygamy? I would say you choose. You choose what's best for you. You know what I mean? I don't really have an angle with monogamy or polygamy because there is no right or wrong answer, right? You do what feels natural to you. So if you feel that one woman or one man is all you need, and that's what fulfills you, that's what brings you happiness, then by all means. And if you feel you need multiple partners for different reasons, then by all means. So I don't judge it. It's on culture. It's based on how a person was raised. So I'm not here to tell nobody, their lifestyle is right or wrong. You do what's best for you. For me personally, you're probably not just going to see me with, one woman for the rest of my life. But at the same time, you see, I'm not out here living a casual life either. So my lifestyle is a little different. So I mean, I'm not trying to walk around, styling on people and all that. Like again, I don't even care to publicize, my so-called love life and all that. I'm like, that ain't even something for the internet. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even want my significant other, online or on the internet. Because again, I'm about infamy. I'm about being infamous, right? So anybody who's with that, I'm like, yeah, we cool. Like if they respect infamy, they respect being infamous, then we cool, right? So I guess that's the main thing. So anybody who's chasing clout and anybody who just wants to put all their business on the internet, all their business on Facebook, then nah, I'm not gonna be able to get with that. But again, that comes from Christianity in terms of one man, one woman. That comes from religion. So that's why I don't resonate with that. That's more religious, right? That's more religious. Because before, the more ancient ways, that's just not how we did things. But also it depends on your culture. Meaning we used to have arranged marriages. So people wasn't marrying each other for love. You would marry a person that was based on their compatibility with you. Versus now, people just picking and choosing. So I don't agree with the whole dating scene at all. So that's what I'm saying. I ain't just looking for like, okay, I'm looking for somebody to love. I'm like, that ain't even, that's not how it's supposed to be done. Like motherfuckers is way too casual. Way too, so I don't agree with the dating, with marriage. I don't agree with none of it. Right. I don't agree with none of it. Right. This is just not my thing. But it has never been my thing. Right. So it's not even because I'm spiritual. I was a young man. I was a teenager and I'm like, I don't agree with this. That's part of what inspired me to become a Muslim. Is you're able to have 4 wives, up to 4 wives. It's not that every man is gonna have 4 wives, because most men still only have one wife. So that's not just something every Muslim is doing. So I'm not putting that on the Muslim. Every Muslim is not having 4 wives. Most of them have one. So that's why I say it's a personal choice. It's a personal choice, and I'm happy for anybody who finds happiness, whether you find that in one person or 3 people or 4 people. It's not my business to judge, and I don't judge, right? So I love it all, right? I love it all. As long as you're getting what you need, it is what it is, right? As long as it's not toxic, as long as it's not messy, by all means, by all means, right? Because I'm not into that, right? Because you can be messy as fuck with one person. You don't need multiple people to be messy. You can be messy with one other. So that's what I mean. The number, it doesn't matter. It's about, do you have enough finesse to hold them down, right? Let's see. I'm not sure what you mean. Hold on, get that rainbow body going. What you mean by that, Nubian hippie? The rainbow body? I'm cool with the rainbow. 'Cause the rainbow, the original meaning of the rainbow before it got hijacked by the LGBTQ community. I respect the rainbow. Actually, I almost started rocking rainbow shit, even though I'm not a part of the community, but I respect the original rainbow. I like the rainbow. I like what it stands for. I like the energy of the rainbow. I don't really deal with the politics of it. So, did the signs get flipped? What do you mean by did the signs get flipped? What do you mean by that? I think you're talking about the Eastern versus the Western. Yes, we have Western signs and we have Vedic signs, which are Eastern signs. So if you are a Western Sagittarius, you would be a Vedic Scorpio. You basically will be one sign behind. So, for example, I'm a Western Scorpio, but Vedic wise, I am a Libra. I am a Vedic Libra, but I am a Western Scorpio, right? So I think that's what you think I was talking about. Yeah. So I was just explaining the differences between the Western and the Vedic signs. Um, what is a witching hour? What are the advantages of it? The witching hour is 3 a.m. That comes from witchcraft. What are the advantages of it? 3 a.m. is when the veil is the thinnest. What I mean by the veils is the thinnest. The spirit, and this was a direct download. I don't think anybody has ever said this, but I received this directly from the spirit. The spirits come down into the world when people are asleep and when everybody's going up to the dream world. So when everybody's dreaming and asleep, they're going up to the so-called spiritual world. So we switch places. So while most people are asleep, where 3 a.m. is basically most people are asleep, that's when the spirits come down to the earth and they have at it. Because the only way for the spirits to descend down to the earth, the consciousness cannot be in the vessel. So when people are asleep, the consciousness is no longer in the vessel. So it creates a certain atmosphere where the veils are very thin, so the spirits can cross into this world and navigate because most of the people are ascended into the dream world or the astral plane. So we basically switch places. So 3 a.m. is where the veil is the thinnest, where majority, basically the world has majority of the spirits. So the most spirits are in this world around 3 a.m. because most people are asleep and most people are in the astral plane. So that allows the spirits to come down here and to have at it. So if you want to do any type of spiritual work, then you would do that at 3 a.m. because the spirit is the most active at that time because they are allowed to. Then when people begin to wake up, then they transcend upward. So basically, every night we basically switch places. So we spend a certain amount of time down here, just like the spirits spend uh, a fraction of the day. Or you can say they spend a day in the spirit world. We spend a day in the physical. We spend a night in the spirit world. They spend a night in the physical. So it's an exchange. And again, I didn't get that from any book. That's just a direct revelation that I got from spirit. So we change places, right? So that's based on my own revelation. We switch places every night. So that's why spiritual people tend to be up at night because The spirits are highly active at night. So if you're spiritual, you probably, you prefer to be up in the AM hours. You prefer to be up when people are asleep because you just prefer the company of spirits, right? So spiritual people prefer the company of spirits. So you probably will prefer the night over the day. So that's my answer to that. Respectfully, what do you look for in a goddess? So what do I look for in a goddess? You see, I don't even have an immediate answer for that. That's just how detached I am from that. So I guess I'm not looking at all, really, right? So that's what I'm not really looking because to me, I don't have to look because a goddess will qualify herself or disqualify herself in terms of I don't look at every woman as a goddess, just like I don't look at every woman as a queen. You're not a queen or a goddess just because you're a woman. I'm not that type of person. Like, oh, you're just a queen or a goddess because you're a woman. Nah, that's rank. So if you're a queen or a goddess, that means that you didn't put in some work to earn that title. And to me, that would be obvious. So it ain't even something that I have to look for because they didn't already put the work in themselves. So I really don't have to look for it. I don't really have to say, well, I like these features or I like this person. Like, no, if you are a goddess or you are a queen, then we are already good because the work has already been put in for you to even be that. And I respect that. Just like you don't have to look at me like, okay, whether you're a king or a god or whatever title, it ain't even something you got to look for because the work has already been put in and it's constantly being put in. So it's not past and it's also present tense and future tense. So it's work that's always been put in. So to me, it's just a certain mentality. To be a goddess, to be a queen, it's just you having a certain mentality. Work that you put in on a daily basis that you didn't already put in that you didn't rose yourself up in rank to become that, and it can be acknowledged. So that's why I'm like, it ain't even something that I look for. Meaning, like, if you put that work in, then I don't have to look for it. It should be obvious, right? It ain't nothing I gotta look for. I ain't gotta search for it. It should be right in my face. And if it's right in my face, then I'm like, yo, I respect it. Same thing with the goddess. When she is in the presence of a god, then you already know that work is being put in. You ain't gotta look for like, you ain't gotta. Is he God or is he a king? You ain't gotta even ask that question. It should be in the aura. The word that you put in, it should already be in the aura, right? So that ain't even a question that you really gotta ask. It should be obvious. If you're a god, you can recognize a goddess. If you're a goddess, you can recognize a god. If you're a king, you can recognize a queen. If you're a queen, you can recognize a king. You ain't gotta look for it. It's as they say, game recognize game, right? You ain't gotta look for it. It's right there. It's already written in stone. So I know when I'm in the presence of a queen, and I know when I'm in the presence of a goddess because I know the work I put in for myself, and I can see the work that they put in. So it's obvious. I'm like, oh no, I always show the absolute respect to the queens and the goddess. I always show the absolute respect to them because I know, like, yo, you put in work to be this. Same thing, when same thing anybody that didn't put in work. All right, so it's respectable. So you gonna get my respect because it's a respectable act. It's a respectable duty. That's a duty you hold. That's a responsibility you hold. So and it's respectable. All right, so salute and respect to all the goddesses. Salute and respect to all the queens for the work that you have put in and the work that you continue to put in. Because it is obvious. You can see it through the children. When you look at how she raises her children, she's like, oh yeah. When you look at how she handles herself at the job, when you look at how she handles herself in the home, you're like, oh yeah. Like you ain't gotta look too far. Like damn, her ways and actions is just that. Right? It's not a guessing game. You're like, damn, this is reflecting every aspect of her life. Just like in the man, it's reflecting in every aspect of his life. All right, so you ain't got to look too far for it. All right, so that would be my answer. So to the point where, like, to me, it ain't even I'm not even drawn to certain attributes or non-attributes. It's just a goddess is a goddess, a queen is a queen, and they come in all different forms, and I love it all. I love it all. So it ain't. I'm not picky and choosy about that. I love it all. I love all the queens. I love all the goddesses, because I know that they're different. They all got different attributes, and I respect all the differences as well as the similarities. Like you can see the similarities, but there's also differences, and I'm like, yo, I like all of it. I like the presence at all, just period. All right, so I'm not really picky and choosy about that. I'm like, yo, if you're a guy, you a goddess, you're gonna get my respect. It don't matter what attributes you display, as long as they're godly or goddessly or queenly, then you're gonna get my respect. So in your eyes, there's no such thing as a slut. Again, I don't agree with the casualness. You know, anybody who's extra casual out here, I don't agree with that. So no, I don't. But at the same time, but again, like if you're talking about the Scarlet Woman, because I guess you're referring to the Scarlet Woman and how it says, the Scarlet Woman should be adulterous and she should be, proud, in her sexuality. You still have to use finesse. You still have to use finesse. That's what I look for. I look for finesse. So if a woman is a slut, I'm looking at finesse. Meaning, if you're walking around with ass and titties showing and you're trying to get everybody's attention, that's not finesse. So that type of energy that you're being extra. Nah, I'm not with that. So even if you getting down how you getting down, if you're doing it with finesse, I respect it. I respect the finesse. I respect a woman that can be slutty, but nobody knows because only she knows. Because she's not you're not going to be able to look at her and judge that. You will only know that if you know her, and you will only know that if she wants you to know that. That I can respect. I respect the finesse. So if you are casual, nobody knows that you're moving like that except those that you want to know. I can respect it. So any woman that's moving with finesse, I respect it. So I really don't care about the lifestyle. So if a woman wants to be married and monogamous with finesse, no problem. If she want to be out here moving in these streets with finesse, no problem. It's just that when it becomes messy, when it becomes toxic, when you got different dudes running into each other, and because now you're putting men in dangerous situations. That I don't agree with. That I don't agree with. But if you can do it with finesse, I'm like, okay, nobody's put in danger. You're not having different dudes popping up at different times and all this crazy shit. We saw what happened to Trouble. That's what I'm talking about. The rapper Trouble. You see how he lost his life. That I don't respect. That I don't respect. Because now you're putting people's lives at risk. So that I don't respect. Because if you have finesse, then that wouldn't have happened. So that's what I mean. Like when you're not moving with finesse, it becomes very dangerous. You don't know who got the keys to the house. You can be over there. Somebody else can walk in and the shit. It just becomes ridiculous. That I don't respect. But when you move with finesse, meaning if they're in your presence, they're safe. Anybody who's in your presence is safe. I respect that. Because that's what happened with me. That's what I do. When you're in my presence, you ain't got to worry about being unsafe. You ain't got to worry about who's around, what may happen. No, you know when you with me, you're safe. Because I don't even move like that, right? You ain't got to worry about no extra shit. So if somebody can't match that energy, then I'm like, nah, there's no point in me dealing with them. And no, I don't respect the messiness. That's why I say it's not about what you do, it's about how you do it. It's not about what you do, it's about how you do it. You can put finesse in any lifestyle that you choose to live. So that's why I'm not concerned with whatever lifestyle people live. I'm just looking at the finesse. I'm looking at the finesse. I'm like, I don't care what anybody does. I'm just looking at the finesse. And I can respect it. I respect all type of finesse. Again, I'm not picky and choosy. That's what I'm saying. I'm not picky and choosy. I respect finesse. That's what I respect. Everybody around you can trust you. You're trustworthy. You're responsible. You understand your duty. And you keep everybody safe and sound. I respect it. You don't have a bunch of shit just falling on top of each other and shit just unstable and out of order. I respect it. Right? So I know that's very unpopular. But I'm like, who the fuck am I to judge? When I be talking about I'm the goddamn boffer, man. Who the fuck am I to judge anybody's lifestyle? So that's another thing. I'm like, yo, my lifestyle is crazy. So who the fuck am I to judge anybody? But you will see me moving with finesse. So I guess that's why this crazy lifestyle, man. Oh, you don't really see no craziness. How much craziness have y'all really saw from this channel? So you see me no matter if I'm out in the streets, whether I'm inside of a home, I'm inside of an apartment. You see it. It ain't no madness going on, right? Because I'm utilizing finesse, right? How many times have y'all seen me uncomfortable? Because again, you see, it's just finesse, right? I'm like, I'm not even gonna be in an uncomfortable situation. I must utilize finesse. And if the situation is uncomfortable, then I have to exit the situation and get to a place where I am comfortable. So that's why I say I'm not really picky. I'm not judgy. But that's because I understand my own lifestyle, right? Now, if I was a fucking Christian or something, then I probably would have a different answer. But I'm like, I'm the wrong person to be judging anybody. I'm not the person to be judging. So I guess the darker you get, the more accepting you become of other people's lives, with exception to the bullshit, right? I think the comments was about the astral body, the rainbow. Yeah, maybe so. High levels of realization, Buddhist and Tibet traditions, the rainbow body. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, building up your rainbow body. I agree. See, that's the original meaning of the rainbow, again, before it got hijacked by politics. And that I respect and I honor that. So I understand what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now. Definitely build up the rainbow body. I see what you're saying now. Nah, and I agree with that. I agree with that. What's the difference from a god and a devil? Well, if you want my personal opinion, without going religious and shit like that, if you want my personal opinion, and you see, I'm giving myself a little time to think here. I don't want to just say no blanket ass answer, because I want to put it in the context of people. You know, not God in the sky or a devil in the underworld type shit. I guess that's the easiest way to explain it. If you are a god, that means you have access to the angelic world or the palaces of heaven. You have access to the palaces of heaven. And if you are a devil, you have access to the palaces of hell. Because we know there's levels to hell and there's levels to heaven. That's why they call it like the seventh heaven and shit like that, right? So there's levels of heaven, just like there's different classes of angels. It's not just one type of angels. There are at least four different classes of angels. It's like it's not just one type of demon. There's many different classes, right? Even when you study the 72 go Wasteland, you know that there's different ranks. You have some kings, right? What are the ranks? Then you have like some barons. They all are not the same rank, right? So a devil has access to all the palaces to hell. A god has access to all the palaces of heaven. That's the easy way, right? Now if we break it down to a human level, the devil breaks down to seven, God breaks down to eight. Seven is Neptune, eight is Saturn. Saturn is an inner planet, Neptune is an outer planet. So you could say a devil is one who has mastered the chaos of Neptune, because Neptune can get very chaotic. Because Neptune represents the underworld. Neptune represents the hanged man in the tarot. The hanged man represents self sacrifice, or basically martyrism. To be a martyr. The hanged man is a martyr, right? He is sacrificing himself in order to receive those spiritual downloads. But he understands the cost. That's why he's hanging himself. He is paying the cost to master the energies of Neptune, the vortex of Neptune. So when you say a devil understands the cost that is necessary for spiritual enlightenment, which is self-sacrifice, which is martyrdom. Right, so that's why I call myself a devil, because I'm like, yeah, I am exercising martyrdom, as I continuously talk about. That's why I don't get the YouTube checks. That's why I don't get the YouTube views. That's why you see I have to go extremely long amounts of hours. If I want my videos to get any type of traction, I have to become the hanged man. I have to self-sacrifice myself. I have to martyr myself to get any traction. So I know that on my own. Well, that's the devil. What the fuck am I gonna complain about? God, on the other hand, represents the energy of eight, which is the energy of Saturn. And Saturn represents, you can say, to put it simply, Saturn represents the status quo. That's why most people resonate with God, because it's the status quo. It's the status quo to be God fearing. Right? Most people are. Most people believe in God. That's the status quo. So Saturn represents maintaining the status quo. So anybody who identifies as a god, that's really you maintaining the status quo. That's not really you going against the grain. Because again, it ain't too many people that's going against the grain that don't have nothing to really do with God. Again, everybody fears God, right? I'm a God fearing man, or I'm a God fearing woman. How many times have you heard that? That AKA what they're really saying is I'm just following the status quo. I'm not here to shake shit up. I'm not here to be different. I'm here to follow the status quo. I'm here to maintain the matrix. You could say Saturn represents the matrix, so God just represents the matrix, right? And we know most people worship a false god, right? So it represents the demiurge. So a human being that resonates with God is someone who's trying to fulfill the status quo. A human being that resonates with the devil is not afraid to be a martyr, who's not afraid to put everything on the line to make sure that their message is heard. Right? So that's how I would identify it. Now, of course, everybody's going to have a different definition, right? Because some people's definition, say God, is the original man, the devil is the colored man. If you go by the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, right? Who was the original man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization and God of the universe. Who is the colored man? The colored man is the Caucasian, Yakub's grafted devil, white man of the planet Earth. So that's if you're going by the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, right? So it all depends on what angle you want to come from. So I just gave my personal angle, but I also understand the other angle. That's why I explained that, which is right, in the 120 lessons for those that know. So Joy said, well, the devil is just anybody who's grafted from the original, if you're going by that perspective. And the God is anyone who is maintaining their original culture. So we can say black, we're not talking about skin color, we're talking about mentality. So someone who has a grafted mentality, you can call them devil. Somebody who has an original mentality, you can call them God. So there's many levels. So I'm just giving you the various angles to let you know I understand all the angles, right? So when I say I'm devil, that just means it's more of me being the martyr. But that's the reality though, right? Meaning if I'm gonna come with this type of information, then I can't. That's me. I'm going against the status quo. So that automatically excludes me from being God. Because I'm not maintaining the status quo. I have to be the martyr. Right? So that just me understand. I'm like, oh, well, that's the energy that actually gives me any type of traction, at least here on YouTube. So you see, that's just the reality, right? If I was God, then I should be able to just come on here an hour, kick it, go on about my day, and then the channel, grows steadily, steadily, steadily. Because it will be promoted by YouTube because it's I'm within the status quo of what YouTube wants. You can say that will be godly because I'm maintaining the status quo. I'm doing the type of content YouTube wants. But because that's not the case, and then I don't identify with nobody who identifies as God though at the same time. So all these people on YouTube saying they're God or they're godly, I don't resonate with any of them. So that's another reason why I don't identify with God, because I'm like, everybody's a fucking God according to them. Just like everybody's a goddess according to them. I don't feel that way. I'm like, nah, I'll be over here with the devil. Something that they don't associate with. I'm like, oh, if that's what separates me from them, then I'm about to be over. I'm gonna be over here with the devil. I'm gonna be over here with the Baphomet because that's what separates me from them. So all these people that's doing all this fucked up shit, they identify as gods or they believe in God. They either believe in God or they identify as a god. That's why you don't really hear me talking about how much I'm a god or how godly I am. I'm probably talking about how devilish I am and how dark and sinister I am. Just to separate myself from all these people that identify with the godly attributes. I'm like, I don't resonate with any of these people, so I must not be God then. Because all the people that says that, I'm like, I don't resonate with it. I can barely even listen to these people. So that's why I don't even go down that road. I'm like, I feel like that's too egotistical anyway. Let me show you how, or let me tell you how much of a God I am. No, I'll tell you how much of a devil I am. No, and which is all I fucking do, right? Let me tell you how hard it was to get to this position. I'll tell you that all day. Let me tell you how tough it was for these spirits. I just told you that I get attacked by the spirits. Let me tell you about these dark ass dungeons. Let me tell you about these clip-offic tunnels, which are called the tunnels of Set, aka the tunnels of Satan. I can tell you all about that. They can't tell you about that. I can tell you about that. I got experience. So that's why I identify with devil. And I'm like, I don't even care about that God shit. Cause I'm like, yeah, people are using God names in vain, right? People use God names in vain. I don't want no parts of it. I don't want no parts of that shit. So that's why I identify as devil. I don't want no parts of that shit. People lie on God's name all day, but you ain't gonna see me lying on the devil's name now, are you? You're not gonna see me or hear me lying on the devil's name, though. But people who lie on God's name or use God names in vain every day. Not me though. So there you go with that. How do you feel about a macabre? What do you mean? How do I feel about a macabre? I mean that's my son's name. I named my son Macabre. So I think that answers the question right there. I literally named my son after the macabre. So I literally I just told him the meaning of his name recently. I feel like he's old enough to know now. I probably like a couple days ago I just told him the meaning of his name. So that's how I feel about the macabre. I literally named my son after the macabre. So that should let you know right there. The macabre mysticism, I'm all about that. I'm all about that. I'm all about those Ezekiel wheels. I'm all about that. I resonate with that deeply. Again, I named my son after that. That's just how deeply I resonate with it. Talking about the four classes of angels, I'm all about that. I feel my son is an angel. That's why I named him Macabre. Right? He has access to the angelic worlds, just like I have access to the demonic worlds. That's why like he's a complete opposite of me. That's why I named him that. I'm like, yeah, I'm not about to be a motherfucking devil and I'm about to name you something devilish. No, I'm about to name you something heavenly. I want you to have access to the angelic plane. You don't need to have access to the demons. I already did that. I already mastered that. That's what my lifetime is about. That's what my lifestyle is about. He doesn't need to repeat that. So like, you go in the other way. You go in the other direction, so that you can have that mastered. So if you ever want to know about this dark shit, this demon shit, I already got that covered. So when I want to know about them angels, I can go ask him about that because he has direct access to that. So I can go ask him. All right, so that's just evening. I'm like, okay, so that we cover all worlds that way. All right, so all worlds are covered. So that's how I feel about the Merkaba. I definitely respect the science of the Merkaba, the science of the chariot. That's the chariot car, which is connected with the Hebrew letter. Excuse me. It's connected with the Hebrew letter Chet, which represents a barrier. Right? It is the barrier. It can also be called a shield. Right? That's why they call it a wheel. It's talking about a cipher. Ezekiel wheel, so it's always speaking about a cipher, and a cipher has 360 degrees. So I'm like, yeah, it's meant for him to master all 360 degrees of his cipher, the cipher of the Merkaba, which gives you access to the four classes of angels. And we know an angel is the one who revealed the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad. The angel Jibril, as we call Gabriel. In Arabic, he's called Jibril, right? So he revealed the Quran to Muhammad. This might sound crazy, but I'm constantly being attacked by evil. Why is that? It's because I don't. You may not resonate with it with your own evil, and what I mean by that is, anytime you feel like darkness is like always in the shadows and always lurking behind you, it may be because of your own Kareen. If you know what a Kareen is, everyone has their own personal Kareen, which is their own personal jinn. Everyone has their own personal Kareen. That's just the Arabic term of the jinn, right? So at birth, we are all given a personal Kareen according to Islam. We are all given a personal Kareen. And that Kareen takes on either a benevolent personality or a nefarious personality depending on our lifestyle. So that's why the jinn, that's what separates the jinn from the demons. Because demons, people just assume that demons are evil and wicked. But a jinn can be righteous or unrighteous. It really depends on the person. So your jinn reflects your own character, right? So if you feel like evil is just lurking around you, that's time for you to access your own personal jinn, your own personal Kareen, right? And what that means is because that's what that will be. That's what's going to fight all that stuff off. Meaning your spiritual powers or your psychic powers are accessed through your own personal Kareen, right? So the energy that's going to shield you from that is your personal Kareen. So you must contact and communicate with your personal Kareen, and then get that protection up. Right, and good. So this is the purpose of why we do spiritual work. I will say work with the energy of Saturn because Saturn is the energy of protection. The colors are black and purple. So get you some black candles, get you some purple candles. Forward seals on those candles. Right, seals of protection. Forward seals of protection on those candles, and light those candles. And then build a connection with your personal Kareen, which is why I offer jinn readings. Right. I feel like my jinn will bring out the killer in me. And if it do, tame it. And if it do, tame it. Right? Because if you are a killer, you will always be a killer. Just because you're not killing doesn't mean you're not a killer. But a killer has to make the decision to not kill. But you're still a killer. You're just making a decision not to kill. So that means you have your killer instinct under wrap, but it's still there. It's still a part of you, and it ain't gonna go nowhere. Right? So it's just about you. Can you awaken your killer and not kill? That's what it comes down to. Can you awaken or summon your killer and then convince it not to kill? Because it's more to it than that, right? A killer is more than a killer, of course, right? Especially in the spirit world. All right. So yeah, you can say it's kind of you knowing what you are, you knowing what you're capable of, and then it's just you making the decision to, I'm going to summon this energy and I'm going to keep it under wraps. I'm going to see what else can this killer bring to the table other than causing death. Can you kill me? Can you kill the spirituality within me? And then take me through a rebirth. So we know what you can do physically, but can you go through a spiritual rebirth? But you have to go through a spiritual death first. And you can say that's the true death. That's what you're doing when you're working with the clip off. You're mastering the energy of death and then allowing yourself to be reborn. Right? So it's the best explanation you heard. Because I had to go through it too. You know, I know what I'm capable of physically, but then I just made the decision to put it into the occult. So the same killer instinct that would have me out here killing people, that's the same energy I put into the occult. So that's why you could say, yeah, I'm one of the, I don't know, I guess I'm one of the realest. I'm one of the realest occultists y'all see because I'm actually a killer. I just chose not to kill. I'm like, yo, let me direct this same current into the spirit world and then make it constructive. So that's what it is. So that's why I say, yeah, like I'm very dangerous. I just direct that energy towards the occult. So I understand, why people fear me and why my presence is a bit heavy. Because I'm like, yeah, that is me. You know what I mean? Especially when you come from the Midwest, you're like, we got crazy spirits in us. We got crazy families because we didn't see it growing up like, yo, we got some crazy energy in us. But we show forth how that energy can be constructive because we seen what it did to our family. We seen what it did to our friends, right? We seen how it destroyed the lives of the people that we knew. So we decide, okay, What happens when you can tame that energy? Can you bring that forth and make something of it? Can you reform the killer and make the killer have no desire to kill, but that killer instinct is there? Because that makes you very, you would be the best at what you do. That killer, again, like especially when you a skilled killer, when you a real killer. See, most people are not real killers. A real killer, that's a lifestyle. That's not something. That's not an act. And we know we've been amongst real killers. It's not an act. It's not about the actual killing. It's about this is a lifestyle. When you are a killer, this is a way of life. There's a certain way you gotta move. There's a certain way you gotta sleep. There's a certain way you have to navigate. You have to live the lifestyle of a killer to truly understand a killer. It's a whole different way of being, right? And we know these people. If you're from the Midwest, these people are all over the place. You are around killers all of the time. Some of them are righteous and some of them are nefarious, right? So when you are amongst the righteous killers, like, okay, damn. Just because it's like we can't judge, especially when these people are a part of our family. Well, okay, damn it. He like, okay, you didn't killed, but you clearly have this shit under control. You're only killing a certain type of person. You're not killing nobody innocent. You're only killing the ops. You're only killing the people that you feel deserve to die. So in a way, that's kind of righteous, even though we shouldn't be killing anybody. But in a way, it's righteous. So yeah, you see, is that you have to accept the dark truths of reality. It's like, it's not right, but is it wrong? Some of the most genuine people I knew was killers. Exactly. That's just the nature of the. That's just the nature of where we from. That's just the nature of where we from. We didn't see the people who just are just wild with it. But then we see the people that's righteous with it. So that's why we're so different. We different because of that. When you are around people that's engaged in the criminal lifestyle, when you come from that, then you have to look at the world differently. You don't look at the world like somebody who's never been exposed to the type of things you've been exposed to. You know what I mean? You it forces you to look at the world different. Where you're like the most righteous people have to engage in a certain lifestyle. So, and it wasn't by choice. Now that's another thing. Those killers don't really become killers by choice. Somebody close to them had to lose their life. That's how jinns are created. For those who don't know, jinns are created when people die violently. Every time a person dies violently, it creates a jinn, and that jinn will either seek revenge, and that's why people just have this hateful spirit like, no, I cannot rest. That person is dead. That is a jinn. That is your Kareen. That's why I'm saying that. That's if you truly want to understand the Midwest, you gotta understand Islam, true Islam, not that religious shit. True Islam shows you how to navigate. Again, the Nation of Islam with Elijah Muhammad. The FOI was a bunch of killers. For those who know that FOI, because they started in Detroit and they eventually moved to Chicago, but they started in Detroit. These were a bunch of refined killers. These were refined killers. And it was still killing. Even when it was refined, it was still killing. But only for a certain reason. It wasn't haphazardly, it was only for a certain reason. Right? Check out the history of Robert Walker. Right? Okay. One other question, I'm having a hard time transitioning from the streets back into the workforce. I got a good job, but it don't feel right. Because once you open up those portals, once you open up that energy, you're not gonna ever feel right. You know what I mean? Like the normal world isn't it's not meant for you to feel right in a normal world. That's why you got to do spiritual work to balance it out. That's why you got to work with the occult to balance it out. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, just living a normal life ain't gonna cut it by itself. You got to combine that with the spiritual work. You got to combine it with the darker work. Again, whether it's you deal with the tree of death, whether you deal with the clip off, whether you deal with the tunnels of Set, whether you deal with the Citra Aqua, whether you deal with the Necronomicon, whether you deal with the Goetia, regardless of what spiritual tradition or dark side you choose, or the left hand path, I mean, it don't stop with the streets. It's the same thing with me. I understand because you see what I'm doing, right? I'm not living a regular life or a normal life. I'm not in the streets like that either. But you don't hear me talking about, okay, I just go to work, I just come home now, and I'm cool. No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. There's more shady people at the jobs in the streets. Yeah, because now you're dealing with the true demons. You realize that the streets was a basic training to prepare you for the real world. The real world is a lot more sinister than the streets because the streets has a limit. Once you start seeing these demons and these devils of different races and different creeds, or you realize then like, oh shit, everything I went through was to prepare me for this. So that's why your perspective and your mentality is going to be different than somebody who is just trying to get a paycheck. You're like, damn, I can see the demons all around this bitch. And you know that, oh, these people are just money first. Like, yo, they have a love of money. They have a lust that you don't even have. Their devils are awake and they accept them. That's the energy of Capricorn. What's up, Michelle? Peace and love. Does YouTube take a cut of the money spent? Yes, YouTube takes 30%. So anybody who sends me anything through super chat, YouTube takes 30%. So if you want me to get majority of anything that you send, you will have to make sure that it's either sent through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Yeah, Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, or I guess Apple Cash too. Yeah, and Apple Cash, right? That's the only way for me to get all of it. And PayPal takes some taxes, but I'll get majority of it, right? I'll get about 90% of it. But yeah, YouTube is gonna take 30%. So if you send me $10 and I get seven, YouTube takes three, right? So yeah, YouTube is taking a 30% cut of anything. So whether it's the YouTube memberships, whether it's the super chats, whether it's the ads, they taking 30%. That's just their business model, right? All right. So PayPal, and I appreciate you, Michelle. I appreciate that. Much love and respect for you. Thank you so much. Cause yeah, that's not easy to do. It's easy to send your little super chats. It's easy to do that. It's a little harder to get people to go through PayPal and all that, cause that's a little bit more personal. So that's why I appreciate you. You know what I mean? So much. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's my answer to you. No deceit. You just see you done been exposed to so much reality that you're just not fooled by that. You got street sense. You got that street sense. Can't nobody finesse you no more. Like you feel like you're the finesser. You like yo, you're like yo, you see through that shit, right? So yeah, you see the little games, you see the little snake moves that people play. So, but now you know better. So yeah, like you just got to keep going with it, right? So you out the streets, but you got to keep going with that dark energy, right? You still got to train and master that Korean. You still got to keep going with it till you reach the top. Don't stop till you reach the top, you know. So you can say the streets was just a level. That was just a level of it. You still got dimensions to go. Make your way up the tree of death. So keep making your way up. I mean, you didn't tasted that power before. You know how it is to have that money in your hand. So you didn't taste that power. Just keep going. I mean, the streets was a level. Keep going. It's not in my heart to play the corporate game, no. And you don't have to. You definitely don't have to. You know what I mean? That's why people start their own business, right? So you may be the type where you just gotta push your own business. You may just be in corporate America just to fund your own business. And I say experiment with the corporate world though. So if you're in there, that's why you gotta work the magic. You gotta work with certain spirits so that you know like, oh, I can really keep these energies away from me, right? I appreciate that, Nefertiti. 93, love is the law, love under will. So you just gotta know you gotta work with certain energies. And those energies will keep certain energies away from you and they will bring other energies closer to you. So meaning you are always in control of your environment. That's basically what I'm saying. You are always in control of your environment. So there's a way to keep those snakes and that fake shit away from you in corporate America. Remember, so you don't just have to, deal with that shit, like someone else. You gotta use magical means. Right? So just make sure you use magical means. So basically, test it out. They're not really accepting me. It's like they can tell I don't belong. That's why you use magic. Don't just rely on your own energy. You must utilize magical means. You must use magical means. So when you go up there, make sure you apply mantras. Make sure you applying words of powers. Make sure you are activating those sigils. And that's what I mean. They're not going to accept you, so it's like, fuck them. That's why you got to be the devil on earth. Like, okay, oh, y'all seeing me as a devil? Like, oh, okay, let's go. Watch when I come in here with this sigil of Lucifer in my wallet. Watch when I come in here with these blood seals. Right? So that's what I mean. So yeah, fuck them trying to accept you. Like, yo, I'm not here to be accepted. I'm here to get this paycheck. Right? So you use the tools that you have access to. Use those tools. Forge those seals. That's what they're for. That's what they're for. So that way, at least they will give you your respect. They don't have to like you. They don't have to trust you. They already know, like, we ain't fucking with him anyway. But those sigils, those spirits, your Koreen will keep their ass in check. Your Koreen is what keeps these motherfuckers in check. Spiritual warfare, that's what keeps these motherfuckers in check. That's what makes the work environment tolerable. Because you understand this is magical warfare, as we call spiritual warfare. That's what's really going on. This is spiritual warfare. So you got to keep those energies in check. All right? That's what you got to do. Keep those energy in check. Because they're already doing this shit. Because again, if we're talking about people that have millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars, they know about the occult as well, and they're using it. They're just not telling you about it. They are occultists too. They're just not telling you about it. They're just using it against you because that's how they use the occult. They use it against you to make you feel that way, to make you feel like you don't belong, to push you out. That's how they use the occult. So you got to know how to push back. Not because you really care about being there, just because this is the environment that you want to master. I'm like, oh well, if I can master this environment, what can't I master? Right? If I can master this environment, what environment can't I master? So if I came in this bitch and everybody hated me, but when I leave out this bitch, everybody respect me and they stay the fuck away from me, then like, oh, you are in control of your environment instead of your environment being in control over you. Right? And that's what it is. So you see people giving you even more advice. So look at y'all just creating shit. Like, oh, I've been doing it for years. Like, yeah, funny. Oh, I've been doing this shit for years. Well, that's how you know it works, right? Your environment does not control you. You control your environment. And you always have occultists in your environment. Whether it's the boss, the manager, the supervisor, they know about this. But they just use it against you. You must use it for yourself to shield and protect your own energy because they're using it. So you got to know how to bounce. You got to make it bounce back. Right? That's what you're doing. You just bouncing it. The energy they giving you, you just know how to bounce that shit back. Right? And that's what your Kareem does. That's what your personal gen does. Right? It shows you the way. Right? But you must accept it. And it's not easy to accept a gen. A gen is not necessarily something that people are even interested in understanding. Right? I've been having a hard time dealing with these people, yeah, because these people are real devils, but not of the good type, of the sinister type, right? So once you just gotta know who you're dealing with, yeah, you're dealing with some real devils, meaning they're using it against you. They are utilizing your science against you. Now you know how to shield yourself, and you will be able to see the differences that it makes. It will make a difference. Because again, it's not normal. It's psychological and it's spiritual. It's not normal. They are playing psychological and spiritual games. So you do the same. This is what corporate America is, right? This is what it is. This is the real corporate America. Fuck all that business shit. Fuck all that whatever they're selling. Fuck that product. This is psychological and spiritual warfare. And that's what anybody who has a job, you should be able to shield yourself and make that energy bounce back because that's then again, these are slave masters and they are looking at you as slaves, so they are playing psychological and spiritual games. That's how they kept slaves. And they're still doing and utilizing that same science they've been using. They ain't trying to help you rise up and come up. They're trying to keep you exactly where you are. Same thing the slave masters did. They want to make you feel uncomfortable 24/7. They want to put it in your mind that I can sleep with your wife whenever I want to. Psychological, spiritual warfare. They want to put it in your mind. Your God don't mean shit. Right? They put it in your God don't mean shit. I can take whatever you think you have. I can take it away instantly at a snap of a finger. This is spiritual and psychological warfare. That's why you must be prepared. Every day you enter into that office, it's a war zone. It is a war zone. Right? So just strap up, power up. So now instead of you using that gun to shield yourself, now you're using your arsenal, your spiritual arsenal. Again, that's all. You just changing weapons. Now it ain't about having a gun. It's about having those sigils. It's about having those seals. It's about having those symbols. You're just switching the type of weaponry that you're using, but it's still the streets though. It's not a game of life and death. It's about psychological life and death. All right, that's why people be coming home drained from work. They go to work, they come back drained. They don't even realize that they just went through psychological warfare. Right? So you got to play that game, right? And that's what I mean. It's one thing to be God, but you got to master the energy of the devil too, because you are amongst the devil every day. The devil run this world, so you got to know the ways of the devil, because the devil run this world, and the devil is a snake. And we're talking about the ones who are sinister, not the ones who are righteous, the ones who are sinister. So they not playing fair. But life isn't fair, but life is exact. Always remember that. Life is not fair, but life is exact. Life is exact. Meaning you get what you give. Exactly. Life is about check and balances. In other words, you put in that spiritual work, you're going to get that energy back. Right? He said, did not stop and they got all scared. Nah. See, this is what I mean. You gotta be the finesse lord. You gotta be Lord Finesse with these devils. See, in the streets, you can be Superman in those streets, right? You can turn up on motherfuckers putting in that pain. But yeah, this corporate space, what I mean, you got to be Lord Finesse. You got to be subtle and silent with your attacks. You got to be subtle and silent. It's the art of war, right? The best way to win a war is to not have to fight at all, right? The best best way to win is to not have to fight at all, not have to lift a finger. That's what magic is for. You ain't gotta lift a finger. You ain't gotta show forth your physical power. You show forth your mental power. Right? My girl bought me some crystals for protection, and it seemed like those crystals were working against me. That's why you use sigils, sigils, and seals. Right? A crystal may not be enough. So I understand that a crystal may not be enough. Right? The crystals may not be enough. We trying to tell you. We trying to tell you. Right? We trying to tell you. I keep that in my wallet. I keep that in my wallet. That's always in my wallet. Yeah. That's in the wallet at all times. That's in the wallet at all times. So, again, I'm not telling you nothing I'm not doing. That's in the wallet at all times. Oh, shit. Yeah. See, I be getting excited. But you see, that's just the Mars in me. Right? That's just the Mars in me. It's like I just love to go to war. With the finesse war, though. The finesse war. I love that subtle warfare, that secret, that silent warfare, right? So yeah, this gets my blood boiling, right? I love the battlefield, right? That's what I'm doing it now. Like I said, I'm about to be up at this warehouse with all these people. I'm like, oh shit, like I'm about to go to war. I'm about to go to war. Like, oh yeah, because now I get to test out my skills. Now I get to test out my arsenal. I get to show forth. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. So maybe it's not in my conscience, but I have to go through all this just to make it. Definitely, yeah. You got to go through war. Because once you master the corporate, you didn't master the streets. When you master the corporate world, you know, you didn't ranked up. It's about rank, right? That's why I say you gotta keep going up the tree. You can't stop. Once you done open up those portals, you can't stop, or it will destroy you. That's the thing about the underworld. That's the thing about the left hand path. If you stop, you will become consumed by it. So you gotta go all the way up to the top of the tree. We start at the bottom of the tree. You gotta go all the way up to the top. Just ask your Korean, what level am I on? Like if you don't know what level you on, you may not know what attributes you need to master. So you have to ask your Korean, what level am I on? Am I on 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1? Right? Because that's going to let you know where you are and what you need to do to master that energy before you move on to the next level. Right? So you got to know where you are on the tree. You got to know where you are on the dark side. And then that's going to let you know how to move on to the next level. But you got to keep going, though. You can't get comfortable on no level. You got to keep going. Again, that shit is going to start to pull you down. So that's what that is. So, again, I'm only telling you because I know. I'm only telling you because I know. Because, again, I remember the days I would go to the job and the fucking boss would give us impossible tasks. We want this whole screen clear by the end of the day, which was fucking impossible to do. I remember those days. Right? I remember those days. They're telling you that. They know that it's not possible for you to do all that, but they still gonna tell you to do it. They know it's impossible, but they gonna still tell you to do it. But when I saw her coming in there magically equipped, all that shit stopped. it got to the point where they didn't even want to fire me. See, this I had to really go to war. This is what I'm saying. I had to really go to war. I would just be staying home. I would just keep calling off. They wouldn't fire me because they didn't want to pay me. What do they call it? Unemployment. Because if they fire you, then they have to pay you unemployment. So I would call off. Like you wouldn't see me like for a week or two. I would show up like one day every 2 weeks or some shit, and they just would refuse to fire me because I'm like, oh, I see it. I'm like, oh, they play these games. They refuse, or they would basically they force you to quit because then they didn't have to pay you unemployment. So I'm like, oh, I didn't even know it got that wicked until I was put in that situation. I'm like, oh, y'all playing wicked now. I'm just about I ain't showing up. But like, oh, okay, you ain't gonna show up. Well, we ain't gonna fire you either. I'm like, oh shit. So like, I'm just always on the dev schedule, not showing up. So I'm like, yeah, I know how wicked it get. And I'm like, oh shit, like, oh, they really getting wicked, right? So, but that's how it is. So the bosses are cool as the pawns. Well, that's why we master chess. You know, that's why we master chess. All right, that's why we master chess. I think the bosses could see me. I'm a boss. So you got to know your position on the board. Yeah, you right. You're on the other side of the board, and you got to get through all these pawns. You're right. If you're the black chess pieces, you are up against the white chess pieces, and you got to go up against all their pawns. You got to take them out. Do you think it's more powerful to practice developing your own abilities or to work with spirits? It just depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. I mean, if you are amongst spiritualists and occultists, then you're going to have to utilize occult tools. But if you're just around like a bunch of, let's just say, athletes, people who are just about mastering their physical body, then that might not be necessary. So yeah, you really only pull out the big guns when you know the big guns are being poured out on you. But if you're just talking about regular people doing regular things, then that might not be necessary. Right? So it depends on the situation. Right? Focus your attention where you want it to go. Stop focusing on the job. Well, it's hard to tell a person stop focusing on the job when they got to spend majority of their day at the job. Right? So it's hard to say that, well, don't focus on the job. Well, you're talking about this job that I got to be at 12 hours a day. You telling me not to focus on that? So, I would say, yeah, focus on that job. Just know that you have control over your environment. Right? Just know that the environment doesn't control you. You control the environment, but you got to be willing to go into the dark side for it. You got to be willing to make deals with the devil for it. But you must understand how the devil works. That's what it is. Most people don't understand how the devil works. You got to understand the devil gives blessings too. The devil gives blessings. Are you willing to accept it? Are you willing to accept it? Right? So that's what it becomes. That's what it becomes. And it's like tears is coming out my eyes. But that's normally when that's normally when I know like the spirit is near me. I just start crying. I be breaking down sometimes. Sometimes I break down in tears. I be getting emotional. That's just Scorpio shit though. Sometimes I just gotta cry. Right. So that's why these tears is just flowing. That's when I know it's spiritual. So yeah, sometimes I just gotta release some tears. So but I learned to accept it. I'm like, yeah, okay, it's natural. I be getting emotional. So yeah, you just gotta accept the blessings from the devil, right? Especially when you amongst the devils. So you know you are in direct view of the devil. Honestly, it's all about. So the devil's always watching. So like, do you really listen, right? You talking about jealousy, but you know jealousy is one of the seven deadly sins. You know, that's what I'm saying. You amongst the devils. So you got to pull those blessings for the devil, right? And you know, corporate America has always been that way and will always be that way, right? Corporate America has always been that way, will always be that way. You just have to listen. You have to be the listener. The devil is always in your atmosphere, but you must listen. Do you hear the whispers of the devil? The devil speaks in whispers. Do you hear the whispers? You got to hear the whispers because you're the favorite. Obviously, you're the favorite, but you gotta be able to listen. You got to be able to hear the whispers. In Arabic, it's called the waswas. The waswas. Do you hear the waswas? You hear it? Do you hear it? Do you hear the waswas? All right, you got to hear it because it's gonna tell you everything you need to know. It's gonna tell you everything you need to know. Man, see this? Oh man, oh man. Look, I swear, these tears keep coming. These tears keep coming. You see, every since I've been talking about this shit, like, oh shit, okay, tears is flowing. Tears is flowing. But yeah, that's why I be throwing the Arabic on you, because I know you from the D, so that Arabic is powerful. Use Arabic. Use Arabic, because that's a part of you, and you don't even realize it. Like, there would be no Detroit without Islam. Like, when most people think about Detroit, they think about what happened in the 50s with the cars and the music and all that. But we talking about 1930 when Elijah Muhammad was on the scene. Elijah Muhammad was on the scene in the 30s. That's before Detroit even had the reputation it had. We're talking about the 30s. We're talking about in the midst of the Great Depression. We're talking about the Black Bottom. You know about that Black Bottom, Detroit's Black Bottom, right? You know about Detroit's Black Bottom. That's where Elijah Muhammad was. That's where we got the game. So you gotta hit that Arabic, right? You gotta read that Quran. We in Ramadan anyway. You gotta read that Quran, right? Read Surah 72. Al Jinn. Read the Al Jinn. Read Surah 72 Al Jinn. You want to know about the Jinn? Read Surah 72 in the Quran, right? That's what you got to do. Hit them with the Arabic. Not saying out loud, but you know, hit it with that. You got to utilize that Arabic. Often they say, often they say Islam started in Detroit. I don't know how Detroit. Yes, it started in Detroit in 1930. Yes, Islam started in Detroit in 1930. The Nation of Islam was founded July 4th, 1930, Independence Day. That was the founding of the Nation of Islam by Master Muhammad, and he was teaching Elijah Muhammad for 4 years, from 1930 to 1934. That's where the supreme wisdom came from. The 120 lessons came from that time period, from 1930 to 1934. All right. What's up, Tangela? You been on for a minute, so I don't even know how long I've been on. I don't know. It says 380 minutes, however long that is. However long 380 minutes is. I don't know how long it is. So it's noon. When did I start? When did I start? I think I started at 3 a.m. I think I started at 3 a.m. So it's 12. So I guess it's been about 7 hours. So that's why I keep telling y'all, YouTube is not gonna push the content. Oh, 6 hours. Okay, 6 hours. So yeah, as you see, I gotta overdo it. I gotta overwork. Just for it to be acknowledged. So y'all see how many views the last video did? This shit has almost 500 views. But again, I had to do 9 hours for that. Right? Damn. You see this? You see the tears? Fuck it, man. The tears just keep coming. Tears just keep coming. But yes, Nation of Islam was started Independence Day, July 4th, 1930. So that's why Muslims celebrate July 4th as the birth of the Nation of Islam. Right? I currently stay in Richmond. Do you know how to move correctly here? Well, it's just a matter of, it depends on what circles you want to be a part of. It depends on what ciphers, that you want to be a part of. That would. Determine how you move. So if you wanna, stay in the circle of bosses, then you have to continue to rank up. That's my advice. You have to continue to rank up. Meaning, just because you're not in the streets like that, you still have to rank up. You still have to rank up. Because as you see, it's still spiritual warfare out here. In whatever city you're in, you still got to rank up. You can't stop. The streets is behind you, but your rank is not behind you. You still got to rank up. You still got to rank up. Right? Meaning, you still got to work with those demons. There's certain demons that you got to work with. If you're trying to get in certain positions, there's certain demons that have those keys that you got to go through them. Right? You got to go through certain devils to access certain doors. But that's just the way the matrix is set up. So it ain't about complaining about it. That's just the way the matrix is set up. The matrix is ran by devils. This matrix is ran by the demiurge. Right? The matrix is not set up for you to win. So if you do win, it's because you ranked up. Right? You open up those doors because you became friendly with those demons and those devils and those jinn who hold those powers. Right? You get friendly. That's what they call blood contracts or demon contracts. You made those contracts. That's what I mean by you got to continue to rank up. You got to continue to forge those contracts. So the same way when you entered into a gang, you had to forge a contract. And these tears, you see, these tears will not stop coming out of my eyes. Same way when you join a gang, it was a blood oath. You got to continue to take those oaths, or as they call the demon pacts. You got to still forge pacts with these demons, these devils, and these jinn. That's just the only way to rank up. Right? I've been taught to avoid devils, of course. Of course you're going to be taught to avoid devils. Of course you're going to be taught that. But I'm saying if you want to rank up, there's no way to take shortcuts. That's what I'm saying. If you want to rank up, don't think about shortcuts. You know? Don't think about shortcuts if you're trying to rank up. You got to go through the same doors that everyone else has to go through. I'm not even gonna say everyone else. It ain't that many bosses. That's why it's so few bosses. Because you were willing to do what no one else was willing to do. That's what makes a boss a boss. They were willing to do what no one else was. They was willing to force those contracts when everybody else was afraid. They was willing to take the cost and pay the cost that comes with that. Right? Like watch the Godfather movie, The Godfather One. Right? You remember Godfather One when the beginning of the movie when the man came to the Godfather because his daughter had got her ass beat, and I believe they disfigured her face. So he came to the Godfather and he wanted the Godfather to kill the people that did that to his daughter. For those who've seen the Godfather, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's literally the first scene of the movie. And if you truly listen to that conversation, that tells you everything you need to know. If you truly take heed to that first conversation. Because he said to the man, like, I've known you for a long time. Like, and he basically was saying like this, like you have avoided me. I've known you for a long time, but you have avoided me all the way to the point where now that you need help from the demons, now you come to me crying. Now you want me to kill for you because you know I'm in the business of pain. So what the Godfather say? He say one day I'm gonna come to you with a favor. I mean, in other words, one day I will ask you for a favor. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be next month, it may not be next year, but one day I will come to you for a favor. If I do this for you, I'm gonna need that favor. Because that's what the Godfather did. So when people came to the Godfather and when people needed the help of the Godfather, he was like, all right, I'll help you. I'm not gonna charge you no money. One day I'm gonna need a favor from you though. Right? And then when he told one of his goons to go hurt the man who hurt his daughter, but he made sure to tell them, don't kill him. Get somebody who has finesse, who won't go crazy on this man and kill him by accident. He said that. The person who's gonna do this job, make sure they do it with finesse. Right? Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm back. So that's what he said. Yeah, get somebody to do this, but the person that does this must use finesse. Do not kill the man because a man doesn't deserve death because he didn't kill either. That tells you everything you need to know about how this game works. That tells you everything you need to know. And that's why the father or the Godfather had how much power he had because everybody would come to him for those type of favors. And then he fulfilled those favors. But he always did it exact, meaning you see he didn't say go kill the man. He gave them exactly the type of pain that they gave his daughter, meaning he did it exact. The universe is exact. The universe is not fair. The universe is exact. Right? That tells you everything you need to know. Right? That tells you everything you need to know. Meaning the Godfather is the spirit. The Godfather represents the spirit world. The Godfather represents those demons, those devils, and those jinn that you have to make deals with. That's what it's really talking about. So it may not be a physical person. It may be somebody in the spirit world or one of the demons in the spirit world. So they're like, yeah, okay, I got you. I'll do whatever you ask of me, but I'm gonna need a favor. May not be today, may not be tomorrow, but one day I will need a favor from you. In the meantime, enjoy yourself. The universe is exact. So meaning depending on what you ask for, that will determine a favor that is required of you. That's why I say, certain things are conveyed in ways for us to see, but that's not really speaking about what they're not showing you the real thing. They're just showing you how it works, how this game works. So yeah, you may not know an actual Godfather in real life, but we have access to these devils, these jinns, and these demons, and they are on the level of the Godfather. Especially again when you're dealing with king demons and king devils, they have a lot of finesse. These are not ruthless people or energies, devils, and these are not ruthless. They are very smooth, laid back, calm, cool, and collected. They're not the ones looking for blood or just looking for lust or no shit like that. Again, they're fucking kings. They don't. What the fuck is your little money gonna do for them? Or any type of offering? They're like, well, fuck all that. No, I'm gonna need a favor from you, right? Have you seen the 1970s movie Sugar Hill? Probably not. I know that that's a classic though, but I'm just saying I'm not a big fan of movies. So I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm not a big fan of movies. So I'm not the movie guy. I've seen very few movies. That was just one of the movies I just so happened to see. But I've seen very few movies. My favorite movies are, or my favorite movie is Dark City. Came out in 1997. That was the real Matrix. See, everybody got caught into the Matrix. The real Matrix was Dark City. Dark City revealed the truth about what's really going on. That's why that movie had got overshadowed by the Matrix, because everybody was all Matrix crazy. But that really showed you the reality. That's why most people, when I say Dark City, and people are, like, I don't know if I saw that. Everybody didn't see the Matrix though. When I say, have you seen Dark City? Nah, you haven't, huh? Exactly. Exactly. That's why I'm saying the real shit people miss. Just like Devil's Advocate. I'm sure everybody's seen Devil's Advocate, but they don't even understand what they was watching. They got too drawn by the special effects and shit. They didn't even realize what they was watching. They don't even realize what they was watching. But the game is there, but you gotta have the eyes to see it. Meaning, depending on what level you're on, that's gonna determine what you see. You will only see what you are allowed to see, depending on your rank. The soldier don't know what the captain thinks or what the captain knows, because there's a difference of rank, right? So if your goal is to be the captain, obviously you're gonna know things that other people don't know. You done struck deals with other people that it's just not known, and they will never know because it's not meant for the pawns to know. It's not meant for the soldiers to know. It's meant for you to know as a captain because you have a certain level of finesse that they don't. So certain deals can only be made by the captain that require finesse. Give me 1 second. Again, y'all, I got a package coming through Amazon, so I just wanna make sure when it comes, I'll be ready to grab that bitch. I got it. So that shit for that got me a little. The Muslims they be wearing the thing around their neck. I got me one of those. I got me one of those. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna look real Islamic. See, I've been talking about Islam. Like, yeah, I just bought me a little, the little scarves they be having around their neck. You can also put it around your head. The desert. You know, when you walking in the desert and all you can see is the eyes, and they have the thing covering the head. Yeah, I got one of those, and I got me a little pirate ring. You know, I'm like, I'm the pirater. So yeah, I just got a little, there's little extra tidbits. You know what I mean? Just to get on the Islamic grind. But what does it say? I feel like been in the streets all my life. Then going into corporate America, I had a disadvantage. I didn't have all their years of experience and trickery in corporate America under me. That's why you have access to the spirits. You don't need it. So my lips are just kind of dry. You don't need it. That's why we've always worked with spirits. How do you think our people got so smart? We didn't build pyramids. We didn't discover the stars, the sun, moon, and stars without telescopes. How was we able to do these things that they just now figured out recently? We knew about Sirius A, B, and C, but they're just recently finding out about this stuff that we've been knew about. Even the B rule. How do we know about the B rule? How do we know all this stuff with no telescopes? That's what I'm saying. So you're really not at a disadvantage because you have access to big spirits, big demons, and big devils. And there are devils who teach you the arts of how to operate in those environments. They specialize in finesse. That's why all the demons have specialties, right? And depending on if you're working with a king or a prince, they have a different way of going about it, right? So a king is going to go about things differently than a prince, and so on and so forth, right? They all have a certain type of way of going about it because, again, based on their rank. So you ain't missing out on anything, right? You ain't missing out on a damn thing, right? Because again, you if you dedicate the same amount of time they did to college and all that to the occult, you will supersede them very quickly. It's just that simple. They put years into college, you put years into the occult, you will supersede them. That's just a reality because the occult is teaching you about real life. College is just preparing you to operate in certain environments. The occult is showing you how this world works. College is just teaching you how to operate within this world, but it's not teaching you how the world works. All right. That's why so few bosses, and a lot of them didn't go to college. Many bosses never went to college because college is not really what makes you a boss. Whether you go to college or not, that's not what makes you a boss. It's what's already within you. All right, so never be discouraged. Never feel like, okay, well, somebody has an advantage over me. Nah, no, they don't. None of them. Not really. The occult evens the playing field. All right, the occult evens the playing field. All right. So you never heard me recommend on my own. Well, you need to go to college. You ain't gonna never hear me say that in my videos. I mean, that's a personal choice. But is it necessary? Nah. It's necessary for you to know the occult, though. That's necessary. It's necessary for you to know this game, because that's gonna allow you to survive in dangerous places and dangerous territory. Right? That's how you survive, because you know how the world works. So you can go beyond corporate America. Right? You can go into starting your own business. You can do things how you want to do it, but you gotta forge a pack. It's not gonna just happen on its own. You gotta forge a pack. It's just easier for devils to do it because they're not held back by morals. They're not held back by ethics. So essentially, whatever they got to do, they're willing to do it. It's just us. We be letting everything get in the way, right? We any little thing like oh shit, any level of fear coming to your heart, nah, it's in the way. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want it to negatively affect me. Any little thing, we don't want to fuck with it because we don't want to deal with the supposed consequences. But then we say we desire to be bosses. We desire to be the elites. Well, if that's your desire, then you got to be willing to pay the cost. And it's not a physical cost; it's a spiritual cost. Right? Nobody's going to ask for your physical arm and your physical leg. Right. Excuse me. But there is a cost to be paid. Are you willing to pay the cost? To be the boss, right? Are you willing to pay the cost? Most people are not, and there's a reason why most people are not because every little step they get uncomfortable. One little thing go wrong, they get uncomfortable. Chaos starts to ensue, they get uncomfortable. When the energy is just showing you that it's working, you get uncomfortable. Just don't allow yourself to fall for the trap. That's why you really gotta want it more than anything else. See, that's the thing. People don't want things as bad as they really think. That's what be happening. People don't really desire things as bad as they think they want it. Because if you really want it that bad, then you're willing to pay whatever the cost. A boss is willing to pay whatever the cost. That's what makes them the boss. Their willpower has triumphed their love. Love under will. Love is under will. Most people get twisted up with love. Love is what holds most people back. When love is under your will, then that's when shit change. That's the whole law of the limit. You gotta put your love under will. Your will must be the strongest force in your universe, not love. Love is the strongest force in most people's universe, but that better not be your strongest force. Right? That better not be your strongest force. So that's what fucks most people up. That's what fucks most people up. All right, give me 1 second here, right? 1 second, I will be right back. All right, should be good now. Okay, where does hoodoo or conjuring come from? The history usually is tied into enslavement. and I want to know your take on it. Well, well you know, it's I guess it's more of like I would say like hoodoo is like the friendly version of voodoo. That's how I would put it. Like hoodoo is the more family friendly version of voodoo because voodoo was just straight war magic, right? Voodoo was just straight war magic. So hoodoo is more about, it's more family friendly. So people may do like hoodoo spells again for love, health, so on and so forth, right? So it's the family friendly version of voodoo, which is more about the art of war magic, right? So my take on it is, it does it deal with enslavement. It's just a matter of, yeah, it's more family friendly. So you could pretty much get away with, you can say, like hoodoo rituals and hoodoo spells. People are not just gonna freak out because again, you're not using bones, right? You're not using something that's just gonna send shock up a person's spine. Versus if you were doing like a voodoo spell, like a death spell or some shit like that. If somebody actually sees that, they will send chills up their spine or down their spine. But hoodoo is, so it's more lighthearted, right? Because of its ties to Christianity. Exactly. It's more watered down. It's more family friendly. Voodoo, whole different world, right? Whole different world. So that's what made hoodoo a lot more acceptable. So that's what it is. So yeah, you can get it past the slave master. You can get it past, even Christians. They probably wouldn't even look at it as nothing crazy. Okay, well that's traditional. It wouldn't even not necessarily make them feel no type of way. But yeah, it was designed for that. You know, even certain elements of voodoo has Catholic origins, like candle magic. Candle magic comes from the Catholic origins, right? That was introduced to voodoo by, the godmother of voodoo or the queen of voodoo, right? So yeah, it's just a matter of personal preference, you know. So people that are more who's just not just like, oh, I'm about to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't care who sees, you know. Versus a person like, okay, I want to keep things family friendly. I didn't seen it, you know. That's how it was with my grandparents. Like my grandparents, if you stayed on the upper level of their home, all you see, because they were Baptists, so all you would see is, family friendly stuff. It wasn't until you went in the basement, then now you start to see those African masks. Now you get to see what they really about. But you see, you had to know them to even get access to the basement. But they had people, coming over all the time. Family, friends, associates, and all that, and they were just still in the upper level. So you would have to get invited into the lower levels to really know, like, oh, y'all not just Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Oh, I'm like, oh shit, y'all got these African masks down here. I'm like, okay, y'all know what's going on. Right? Y'all clearly have, consciousness, an original consciousness. But they made sure to keep that separate from, you can say, business. So they knew how to keep things family friendly, just in case they ever had visitors. So they kept that in the basement, which I completely understand because again, that was just a rank, that it's just a level of rank. Because when you're really business orientated, you may have people coming through your home all the time. You know, especially when your home is a place of business, you may have people coming in and out. So you ain't necessarily just trying to let people know everything that you're into, because you basically want to keep the vibes universal, right? So that's what that is. You know, so it all depends on. So if your home is a place of business, you probably wouldn't want to just put that out in the open. If it's like voodoo, hoodoo may be more acceptable, right? But if it's just you and nobody sees what you're doing, then that's a little different, right? That's a little different. How do people who can feel energy and it affects them deal with it? So you're basically talking about empaths. So your empaths is like you can walk into a room and you can absorb all the energy of the room, and it feels like your energy. So when you're an empath, you always have to cleanse your aura, because you're always picking up on the energy, because you're so sensitive to energy, so you're always picking up on it. So basically you have to always make sure you do a cleanse, right? So whether it's you sweeping, like you imagine like a beam of energy just going up and down your body, you just have to always cleanse your aura. You have to always cleanse and balance your chakras, right? So it's just an extra layer of work that you always have to do. So you just have to keep yourself cleansed of external influences, because then that begins to show you how you can actually influence your environment instead of being influenced by your environment. So yeah, that just means you're an empath. So you just have to learn how to regulate your energy and not absorb your surroundings, but instead influence your surroundings by your aura. It's hard to influence your surroundings when you're affected by your surroundings. So you have to always keep your aura cleansed. Right, again, just imagining a beam of light going up and down your body, just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down until you feel like you're good. So it's just, just a love. It's just an extra layer of work. You know, Meaning you have to use your imagination. You have to use your imagination. See, most people are not utilizing their imagination. It's just necessary. If you're an empath, you gotta use your imagination. So again, basically visualization. Visualization becomes essential for you. You gotta always visualize. Again, this the aura sweep. I just call it the aura sweep. You gotta always be sweeping your aura. To make sure that the energy of whatever environment you step in doesn't affect you, and then you can actually affect the energy. But that's it's just an extra layer of work you gotta put in. It's not that hard, once it becomes second nature to you. But you basically gotta activate your imagination. Your imagination becomes key. It's like you can imagine beams of light shining out of your third eye. So all that works. All that is effective. Like our chakras is more than just energy centers to be balanced. Right? But that's all they're gonna teach you, right? Give me a second. All they're gonna tell you about is, okay, you need to cleanse your chakras, you need to balance your chakras. They're not telling you how to actually utilize your chakras, because why would they teach you that? Now you become a threat to them. So of course they're gonna keep it family friendly. So of course they're gonna keep it family friendly. But that don't mean you gotta keep it family friendly. So that's what that is. You gotta weaponize your chakras. You gotta weaponize your aura, or it will be weaponized against you. If you're not making yourself into a weapon, then you are being weaponized by others. So that's why you must understand your own energy. You must understand your own chakras, before anything else. So Give me 1 second here. That's a situation of you putting love above your will. So it's absolutely possible for you to outgrow your spouse, especially if you all came together before you began to learn all these things, and they clearly don't take it as seriously as you do. So, of course, you're going to feel more and more of a disconnect with this person because you no longer have the same values. Because the occult changes you, right? You may even become unrecognizable to your partner because of the amount of work that you put in, or just really your level of dedication to the path. So it just becomes a matter of you have to make a choice. Either you're going to put love above your will, or you're going to put will above love. That's really the only choices you have. So if you put your will above love, then you're gonna realize like, okay, I'm no longer the one for this person. I no longer have the ability to bring happiness to this person if that's how you're feeling. So there's no point in me trying to do something that I'm not capable of doing. Or you going if you want to stay with them, you're like, all right, well, I gotta this spiritual stuff or this occult stuff. You're not gonna be able to dedicate yourself to it because you're gonna have to dedicate yourself to them. So I don't think I'm willing to leave her behind, and that's what I'm saying. So dedicate yourself to them because if they're giving you everything or basically their whole heart, then you got to give them your whole heart, right? So that's just a decision you have to make. So if you feel love is worth it, then that's a decision that you got to make. But you can't be dedicated to two things at once, right? Where are you pulling this information from? Straight from spirit, straight from my own Kareem. Everything that I tell y'all is coming from my personal Kareem, you know, and also experience as well. I've been through what most people been through, you know. I just look young, or maybe I look old to some people, but you see, I've been around for quite some time, you know. So I've been on the earth, you know, quite a number of years now. So I can relate to most people, cause yeah, I've been in everyone's shoes. But of course, I haven't did everything yet, but I've done a lot. So yeah, I've been in those situations, and you see what decision I made. So there's that. You see the decision I made. You don't see nobody next to me, right? So you see I made my choice, but I understand just because I made this choice doesn't mean it's the right choice to make. So I respect everybody's lifestyle. So I'm like, yeah, just because I did it don't mean I'm about to recommend you do it. So I always draw that line. Just because I made certain decisions, I always understand that that don't mean that I'm going to encourage someone else to do it because I made the decision. Because again, if you really have a person that's with you and that love you and that it don't have nothing to do with the occult, then yeah, you're like, all right, well, fuck the occult then. Let me dedicate this person to, a woman that may one day be my wife, that may one day bear my children. So I can't be upset for somebody who dedicated their life to, their future family and they're invested into their future. By all means, I respect it. And that's why I say I respect everybody's lifestyle. Right? I'm not gonna tell nobody what to do or what they should or shouldn't do. You know, there is no right or wrong answers. Right? But again, you must choose. So just know you can't do both. No, you have to choose. Because if you want to be the best person for that woman, then yeah, you gotta dedicate yourself to that woman. If you want to be the best, you gotta dedicate yourself to her. So that's what I mean. You can't dedicate yourself to her and the occult and trying to raise up in rank and trying to conquer corporate America and all these things. So, so just make sure you choose the one that your heart is in. So if your heart is into your partner, then choose your partner. And be happy with that decision and invest. Continue to invest in them. Continue to make them happy. If they make you happy, then by no means should you leave that situation if they already fulfill you, right? So, and it's all love. So again, I just have enough respect for people to realize that everybody is going to have different types of lifestyles, and everybody's free to exercise their free will, you know. So it's all good. Find happiness where you find happiness, right? So if you have found happiness, then definitely stick with it. Instead of having to start over with a whole different person and all that. So I'm like, nah, stick to what you know. And ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Salute to you for sticking with the person. There are consequences for every choice, absolutely. And that's why I say you got to choose one or the other. Because basically one will have to be at the sacrifice of the other. So if you choose a woman, it will be at the sacrifice of the occult. If you choose a cult, it will be at the sacrifice of the woman. So yes, every action will have a consequence. So you just gotta weigh your options. What consequence are you willing to pay? Are you willing to pay that cost? So whatever decision a man makes, whatever decision a woman makes, that's a decision that they make. And all I can do is respect it. Tell what's right and what's wrong, because everybody has their own lifestyle, you know. And it's all good with me. It's all good with me. As a child, I could hear spirits, but as I got older, I couldn't. They never went nowhere. They never went nowhere. It's just more so you push the spirit away from you. And the spirit is not going to force itself on you. You know, the spirit is not going to force itself on you. You can be a psychologist or the greatest counselor in the world. You know, but as you see, it ain't because I went to college. It ain't because I got a 4-year degree, 6-year degree, 8-year degree. I just got the degree in occultism, right? I'm just showing y'all the results of rising up in rank. I just never stopped. I just continue to rise up in rank. So you're just seeing the results of that. So yeah, you see, I've been doing it since 2008. It's 2023 now. So however fucking many years that is, I don't even know how many years that is. I ain't even trying to do the math right now. I'll do the math. All right, it's 13. It's like 15 years. So I've been at this for 15 years. So I would think I would have a little wisdom under my belt. It's been like 15 years. So I think I have a little wisdom. So that's why I say, so it's not just coming from a place of me reading a bunch of books. That's what college just give you a bunch of books. This is real experience, right? Again, I've been in these situations. So I'm giving you actual experience from the physical world, then the spiritual world. My Kareem has been in the spirit world, putting in that work, and I've been putting in work on the physical plane. So, and I done dealt with the pain that comes with it, and I done dealt with the joy that comes with it. So yeah, that's why I can be on here 400 minutes, 425 minutes. You know, still running my mouth. But you see, it's infinite, right? I can talk to y'all infinitely. I'll just be giving y'all a break. You know what I mean? That's why, I ain't showed up. I gave y'all a break. I'm like, yo, I just hit y'all with 9 hours. Let me give y'all a little break before I hit y'all with another 7. Let me give you a little break before I hit you with another 7 hours. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll just be giving y'all a little room to breathe, giving y'all a little room to meditate. Because I know when I come with a whole nother energy, like it's gonna take a little time to process. Because I know I'll be saying a lot. I know I'll be saying a lot. So it'll take a little time to process. I'm right back at it, right? But I'll be showing up, a lot more often. You know, especially once I got all this extra stuff out the way. I got to deal with all this. Again, I got to take this TAM. I got to get the TAM card. Uh, then I got to go through training and stuff. So I got a couple little things coming up. So I may not be able to get it in, but after this week, again they trying to work. They trying to work me 12 hours a day, 4 days a week. That's what they trying to do. They trying to get me crazy. 12 hours a day for 4 days a week. So I'm gonna still show up though, 'cause that ain't about nothing. That ain't about nothing. I know how to manipulate time. I know how to manipulate time. It ain't nothing. I know how to make 12 hours feel like 6. So I ain't worried about that. I'm just showing y'all that you see. It ain't nothing. You know, I don't even break a sweat. You see, you don't see me sweat. I don't even break a sweat doing this. So like the hard work is already done. Just showing up at a job ain't about nothing. Showing up at a job ain't about nothing. Dealing with humans ain't about nothing, right? The hard work is already done. When you done master the streets, when you done master the occult, that's easy work, right? So it ain't about nothing. So yeah, I'm gonna take that test. I'm gonna pass that test. I'm gonna pass the drug test. You know, I've been off the drugs. I signed up for that 12 hours. Yeah, you already know. So what I mean it's just a battleground. It's just a battlefield. Make those 12 hours feel like 6, and you good money. When you can split your time in half and still get paid the same, oh, you good money now. You good money now. I've been watching you since 2014. God damn. Man, almost 10 years, huh? What have you learned? What have you learned in 9 years? That's a long time. It's a long time. Baphomet France. Oh shit. What's up, Baphomet France? How? Talking about how to make 12 hours feel like 6. Again, through magical means, right? You got to know what formulas to use. It's trial and error. I'm not saying I just learned all this stuff overnight. I did. It took trial and error. It took a lot of fuck ups, right? But I guess that's with anything, right? Meaning you should be experimenting magically at the job. The job should not be off limits, right? The job should not be off limits. So the same thing you doing at home, you should be exercising at the job. What do I think about anti? Oh, you said it's a typo? Alright, cool. I'm not about to play the corporate American game. It's not in me. What route do you think I should take? Again, I'm not about to play the corporate American game. Well, I say follow your heart, you know? Unless I'm looking at your natal chart, I wouldn't be able to tell you which route to take because I wouldn't want to guess. I wouldn't do you like that. Well, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that. Like I'm not gonna do you like that. Like unless I actually have your chart and I'm looking at your chart, I'm like, oh yeah, I see what you came here to do. So, but if you want a general answer, without me actually having your alignments in front of me, and you're not with the corporate shit, then do what you love, whatever that is. Do what you love, no matter how long it take, no matter how long or how hard it gets. If your heart is in it, then you good. Do what you love. Do whatever makes you proud when you look at the end result of what you did, and that makes you proud, that brings you happiness. That's what you should be doing. Right? That's what you should be doing. You should be when you look at the end result of whatever it is that you love and that brings you joy and happiness. That's what you should be doing. So whatever that is, whatever gives you joy, whatever brings you happiness, when you look at your completed work, then that's what you should be doing. So you just gotta ask yourself, what brings me happiness? What brings me joy? What can I be doing all day and it doesn't feel like a job? It doesn't feel like work. For some people, that's painting. They can paint all day and they was like, yo, this day was a fun ass day. It don't seem like work to them. Some people are into arts and crafts. Some people are into, technology. Coding is fun to some people. They love the code. They love looking at those numbers. So it's just all about what we love. For some people, it's music. You know. So, but I say yeah, that's definitely how I feel. Like when I'm able to hear the finished product, and I'm like, oh yeah, 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 that's dope. Yeah, that brings me joy when I'm listening to the finished product of that song that took me hours to complete. Oh yeah, I'm like yeah, that brings me joy. So whatever brings you joy. So I'm like, damn, I just worked all day on this song. But when I'm able to hear that end result, I'm like, okay, this day was well spent. This day was well spent. All that work, it didn't even feel like work. So, or even the part that do feel like work, you still don't mind doing it. Meaning, again, I don't necessarily like editing audio and doing all this editing and chopping and adding these effects and these layers. That's not necessarily fun. But the end result makes it worth it. Right? So even the parts that are not fun, you still don't mind doing them. Right? So do what you love. Do what fulfills your heart. So that way, every day is joyful. You can be happy every day because you're doing what makes you happy, and that's more important than doing something that you hate. But you're getting paid a lot for it. So you just made the decision. Would you rather do something you hate and get paid, a lot of money for it, or do something you love, but then you got to build up your own energy. You got to build up your own reputation. That ain't something that's just going to equal a bunch of dollars, instantly. It's going to take some time, right? Especially, when you're building a business, it may take 5 years just for you to build up your reputation, just for people to know who you are. You just gotta keep putting out works and works and works and works. So then when people see your consistency, it's like, God damn, you know. So you must do what you love, whatever that is. Can you go through? Can you go through the spirit of each state? You know how long that would take? That would take a long ass time. That would take a long ass time. But it's pretty obvious, you know. It's not necessarily hard to figure out. You just gotta do the history of your city, right? You just gotta do the history of your city. For example, Las Vegas is an astrology city. That's why they call it Sin City, right? But this is kind of easy, right? 'Cause it basically takes you right to the deity. But every city isn't like that, right? Some of these cities got names after slave masters and stuff, right? So it may not be that easy. But all you gotta do is watch the people, and but you have to learn the spirit. So meaning if you're not familiar with the attributes of the spirits, and of course you're not going to be able to notice the type of spirit that's in the city. So you have to become familiar with spirits to be able to recognize them in real time, because you realize that people are reflecting a certain type of energy, right? For example, this is the city of Hermes. So I can say it's sin, but if we take it to the Greek, this is the city of Hermes. So all the people that you meet in Vegas, they're going to reflect that energy. They're going to reflect the energy of Hermes. And you can see Hermes. If you go to the Las Vegas Strip, what deity you going to see? You're going to see Hermes. Letting it be known. But I know, again, every city doesn't make it that obvious, right? But every city is there. But you just got to watch the people, because all the people are reflecting that particular energy. So you have to acquaint yourself with the spirit, right? So if you're into Greek mythology, then learn all of the gods and the goddesses. Able to see them right in front of you. You're like, oh shit, that's Zeus. That's Aphrodite, right? That's Hades. Because you are familiar with their stories, you're familiar with their attributes. So you can recognize them in real time. You can see them through people. So when you begin to see like, oh, this is the energy that I see more than any other energy, then you can connect it with a certain deity. So it just takes a little observation. But you got to be familiar with the spirit in order to identify it. You're not going to be able to identify the spirit if you're not familiar with the attributes of the spirit. So that's why it takes a little time to study, because you want to become familiar with the attributes. But it starts with the planets, though. You start with the planets. Do you know the attributes of the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto? If you know that, then you can kind of that's a shortcut. Excuse me, that's a shortcut. So you just got to know the attributes. That's why I always say you have to commit the occult to heart. I only know these things because I committed it to heart. Just like the tarot, I know all 78 dimensions of the tarot. So it's not much that gets past me. I know I know what tarot card that is. Any situation that's going on, I know what tarot card it is, because I can visualize each and every tarot card. But again, I've been fucking with the tarot since 2013, so it's been 10 years. So again, not necessarily something that happens overnight, but it just takes observation. So once you know the attributes by heart, then you can see them. So when a person is talking to you, then you know what planet is talking to you, because you know the attributes, and well, the attributes that they reflect is in accordance to this planet. So it's just, you know, once you know the attributes, then, for example, like I said, this is the city of Hermes. Hermes in astrology is Mercury. So when you run into people, if you come to Las Vegas and you just observe the people, you're like, oh yeah, these are clearly Mercury spirits. This is the spirit of Mercury, the trickster. Because what do everybody come here to do? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That sounds like something a trickster would say, right? That sounds like something Hermes would say. That sounds like something Mercury would say. People ain't coming here to bring that shit back home. That's why Mercury represents walking light. Remember, Hermes got the shoes that makes him the fastest god. People ain't coming here to bring the shit back home. People, whatever karma that they manifest here is staying here. So meaning they're trying to walk light and get the fuck up out of here. They just trying to have a good weekend, get the fuck up out of here. Then go back to their normal lives. So they come here to grow with those devil horns. If you look at Hermes, Hermes has horns. So people come here to put their horns on. Then when they go back home, then they go back to being angels again, right? Now they go back to be good husbands and good wives. But while they're here though, you may not even know they're married. Let's just be real, just being honest. Right? People come here to do their dirty work. That's Hermes. That's the energy of the trickster. How do we know dirty work is Virgo? Virgo is ruled by Mercury. People come here to do their dirty work. You wouldn't believe what goes on in these hotel rooms. Very dark energy. But it's also light because, people are not doing it for ill intent. People are just having fun. They're just escaping from their regular life. This is their little break. And then they go back to normal. So when you meet people here, you have to already know that ahead of time. Meaning, this is not the place to come, if you're looking for a relationship. Because a lot of people here are just only here for the weekend. They may only be here for the night. So, this ain't a place like, okay, I'm looking for something long term. That's not the energy of Mercury. Mercury is short term. Right? Long term is Saturn. That's the energy of Saturn. Short term is Mercury. So as long as you keep that in mind, like, all right, I need to keep my heart out of this. Like, this is something, this is a short term. Whatever it is, it's going to be short term. Because when they go back home, they're not going to be thinking about your ass. They going back to their family. They going back to their job. So while they're here, they putting on their horns. They're trying to get it in and get their ass on. And they want to forget. That's why people get extra drunk here. They're not trying to remember this shit. They're trying to forget. Again, it's short term. So long as you understand that ahead of time, then you would be good. So I'm just using my city as an example because you just gotta decode. You just gotta decode your city. That starts with knowing the elements of the occult, knowing the elements of the planets, so that you can identify it when you see it. Meaning to make life no longer a mystery, you just have to know the occult by heart. The planets, the zodiacs, the aspects, the houses, right? Which then goes into numerology, which then goes into the tarot. If you already know astrology, then you already know the tarot. 22 major arcana, 10 planets, 12 zodiac signs. If you already know about the 10 planets, 12 zodiac, the whole key to the major arcana is unlocked. Then you learn the minor arcana, which is just fusions of planets and zodiacs. What happens with this planet fused with this zodiac sign? That's the minor arcana, which is 56 cards. So, and that gives you the whole map of the universe. Now you understand the Kabbalah. Once you understand the tarot, now you understand the Kabbalah. Now you know how to compartmentalize all these energies. Okay, I see this energy, but what gives this energy power? Okay, this energy gets its power from this energy. So it's like you know how to put it on the chessboard of life. That's what the Kabbalah is. The Kabbalah gives you the chessboard of life so that you can see what energies affect other energies. So that you can understand path working. That's the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is just path working. Meaning, if you at the bottom of the tree and your goal is to get to the top of the tree, there's many different ways to get to the top of the tree. So you have to choose your paths accordingly. That's what path working is. If you're at the bottom of the tree, are you going to take the left-hand path, the right-hand path, or the middle path? And then where are you going to go from there? Then where are you going to go from there? Then where are you going to... So basically, you have to choose the appropriate paths depending on what you're trying to manifest. Because this applies to anything in life. Manifestation, relationships, money. You're like, okay, I know what I desire, but I have to absorb certain energies to bring that to life. So I have to take a certain path, which is a certain formula, so that I have the appropriate energies to embody so that I can bring this thing forth. So that's what the Kabbalah teaches you, how to know which energies that you need to take on in order to bring forth whatever it is that you desire. So you must know all of the paths and the attributes of the path. So, for example, well, what is the 19th path? Well, the 19th path is the path of Teth. What is the 29th path? The 29th path is the path of Koth. What is the 11th path? The 11th path is the path of Adam. So you already know it. You know what I mean? So like when you got it like that, then you good. It don't take that long, though. You know, it ain't something that need to take years. You just got to be dedicated to it. You can probably have all this mastered in 30 days if you really dedicated to it. So I'm not telling you something that's going to take years to do. Now, of course, you will be gaining your own personal experience because every path has a definition, but then you must replace the definitions with your personal path, with your personal experiences when you walk these paths, right? So that's what it's about. You know, you are replacing the mainstream definitions with, okay, what happens when I work with Tabarif? What happens when I work with Chokama? What happens when I work with Bira or Bina? What happens when I work with Atsaluf? What happens when I work with Kof? What happens when I work with Malkuf? So you got the basic definitions, but that's just a guide until you have your own personal definitions. Now the tree of life is illuminated from within you because now you got personal experiences to back it up. Now you don't have to rely on definitions. Now it's all in your heart, which is the goal because now the occult is fully personalized for you. You went beyond the generic definitions, which is just starting points. The generic definitions are just starting points until you have your own personal experiences. So, like, okay, I know exactly what this does personally because I work with it personally. Or I know exactly what the fool does because I work with fool personally. And then when you have your personal experiences, then it ain't nothing to notice these energies within other people. Now you can identify, oh, this person is the emperor, this person is the fool, right? This person is the justice card, this person is the judgment card, this person is the universe card. You can identify people by the tarot because you know the attributes generically and personally. So that's how that works. What do you think about what is it, natalism? Now, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by anti-natalism? I don't think I've ever heard that phrase before. What exactly is that? I just want to make sure that I know exactly what you're asking. Anti-natalism? I'm not sure what that is. So just give me a little more clarification as to what that is. You know, so I have an idea, but I may be wrong. So yeah, I know this ain't the first time y'all heard me say that. You say that. That's not the first time y'all heard me say that. It ain't gonna be the last time. And I'm gonna keep saying it. You must personalize all these things that people know generically. You must personalize it. And that's when it becomes you. That's when all this illuminates from your heart center. That's how you open up the higher chakras. You gotta go through your heart to even get through the to even get to the higher chakras. Most people are only operating on their lower chakras. How do you open up the heart? That it has nothing to do with love. It has everything to do with memory. You must remember who you are. You have to remember who you are. Because if you remember who you are, then you know why you're here. You know your destiny. You know your fate. And we're like, what am I destined to do? Who am I? You got to answer those questions first. Then you open up the higher chakras. Because once you know who you are and what you came here to do, now you can express it. That's the throat chakra. You can express your divine purpose, your divine intent. And then the third eye allows you to see into the higher dimensions. because now you know where to go. So now you're not just having random dreams. Now you know where to go, to work on your energy, to work on your skill set. You know how to project yourself to other planets, other constellations, other dimensions. You know how to project yourself. Now it's not no longer just random. Then you open up the crown, which is your cosmic intelligence. And that's how you connect with what most people call God or source. Right? Now you connected directly with the source. Now your will is in accordance with the source. Right? Now your will becomes the will of the source. And the source's will becomes your will. So you become one with the universe. Because now you know who you are, so it starts at the heart. That's why that's the most important chakra is the heart. The lower chakras just help you to survive here. The root chakra is about rooting yourself in the physical plane. The sex chakra is about your personal creativity, and then your sexual appetite. Then you got your solar plexus, is your ability to defend yourself, your willpower, your aggression, your assertiveness. That get it done mentality. And that's really all you need to exist on this world. That's why most people are only operating on the lower three, because that's really all you need. Right? That's gonna get you the job that's gonna keep your bills paid. You know. Now you can have children and all that, husband, wife. That's all lower three chakras. That heart chakra is who am I? Questions that you can't ask other people. Other people don't know the answers to that. Who am I? Why am I here? That's heart chakra energy. And then once you have that epiphany of like, oh, I see now, then you can express it. You can't express it if you don't know what it is. So that's why all these people talking about chakra balancing and all that shit. They don't even know. They don't. That's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. You go through the heart to even realize who you are. So if you don't know who you are, that's why you work on the heart chakra, because you need to cross over that crossroad. That's why it's shaped like a cross. It's a crossroad, meaning this is the in between energy between the higher chakras and the lower chakras. You can't even access the higher without going through the heart. And again, you see that's by personal choice, because you can fully operate on this world without knowing why you're here or your destiny, what you came here to do. That don't have nothing to do with making money. That's all people talk about, right? All they're talking about is making money, I guess marriage, relationships and all that. They never even talk about the heart chakra, because the heart chakra goes above all that, meaning all that has to be fulfilled already. But then you're still not satisfied, because you're like, yo, I still need to know my destiny. I need to know my purpose. But again, in order to get that, you got to access your will. That's your solar plexus. So you got to use the power of the solar plexus to even push up to the heart chakra. And then you can ask those hard questions that can't be answered except by you. And then you begin to move on from there. Right? So I guess we'll end this about what 6 minutes, 5 minutes. So we would have made it. I guess 460 minutes, however fucking long that is. However, I don't even know how long that is. So we'll stop this in that time. Okay, so y'all can go on about y'all day, contemplate on it. Then hopefully I should be back up. Again, I gotta take this little TAM test so I can get this TAM card. So I can take over this warehouse. And it's a lot of motherfuckers. I'm like, I ain't never seen that many people. I'm like, yo, it's a lot of people here, right? So I'm excited to take this shit over, right? To show forth my power, right? Because I know there's nobody in there like me. It's like there's nobody in there like you, right? So you should be taking over your job. You should be taking over your territory. You are the divine mind in your atmosphere, right? It's time to show and prove that. Show and prove the power of your own mind, the power of your willpower, right? Show that you have dominance over yourself. Because when you have dominance over yourself, you don't need to dominate anyone. That's the thing. You can move in silence because you hear the wise. You hear the whispers. As long as you can hear those whispers, then you good to go. But you gotta sensitize yourself. That's throat chakra. You gotta sensitize yourself to the whispers, throat chakra, right? Once you sensitize yourself to the whispers, then you can see third eye. So whispers, vision, and then you connect with the source. So you see how it goes in order. So that's why. So I guess in order for you to even hear the words, you got to know who the fuck you are and why you're here. So again, these are just, I'm not saying that these are easy questions to answer. They're not, but they're necessary. At some point, you got to ask yourself. That's why people have midlife crisis. At some point, you got to ask yourself these questions. Because basically, once you then hit the peak, like, all right, I'm making good money. I got the wife, I got the kids, or I got the husband, I got the kids. And you basically ask yourself, okay, what's next? What else? Because you still got energy in you. That's why it's called a midlife. That means you still got energy. So you're not an elder yet. You still got energy, but then you're asking yourself, there got to be more to this equation. And I know I already hit the peak. And my career goals and my family goals and all that. So once you then hit your peak, you feel like, yo, I still got energy left. There's still more left to be discovered. So a lot of people don't really start asking themselves these questions until later on in life. I guess there's not too many young people. I guess now that people are more spiritual, they ask, but young people are busy. They in college, they on the job. You know what I mean? They got family, they got friends. So life is real unorganized. For them as they begin to organize. So they may not be asking themselves these questions unless you were just spiritual by nature. Then of course you would be asking these questions. And people are becoming younger and you know in spirituality because again they got access to all this technology and all that. So they're getting younger and younger and they're asking those real questions that their parents can't answer. Things that you have to look at your sons or your daughters natal chart to answer those questions that they ask. You wouldn't just know that just right off the bat, right? So that's what I mean. It's gonna happen, and if it don't happen for you, then your child is gonna ask, "Why am I here? Why was I born?" You can't just say, "Well, I don't know." You're like, "All right, I gotta pull up your natal chart. Let's see. Let me pull up that numerology chart. Let's see. Let's see what your light path number is. Let's see what your strongest planet is, and let's figure this out." But you see, you gotta have the mind for that. Everybody else is gonna say, "Well, you gotta ask God. You gotta pray on it. They ain't got nothing for you." But you got the answers. And that's what makes you the divine mind. That's what makes you world class. Because you can answer questions that nobody else can. Right? So that's what it is. So once again, check out the community tab. Everything will be half off for Easter weekend. You know what I mean? So check that out if you want. Again, I should be back up hopefully before the weekend is out. We'll see how it goes. Again, family be coming over, so on and so forth. So, we'll see how that goes. And I appreciate everybody for staying with me. Again, I don't know how long I've been here. All I see is 460 minutes. I don't know how long that is, right? So, Luciferian, peace to you. Much love and respect. So salute to everybody. Salute to the gods. Salute to the goddesses. Salute to the devil. Salute to demons. Salute to the jinn. Salute to the angels. Right? Salute to everybody, regardless of your path, regardless if you're 93 or not. Salute to everybody. You know. So 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Love under will. No, love is the law. Not forget that. Love is the law. Love under will.